In this video, we'll show you what happened in the books of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, as well as the Chamber of Secrets, and what the movies left out. For example, did you know there was actually 7 trials in the original book, not only 5? They left out Quirrell's trial of getting past a troll, and Snape's riddle of poison potions, which would have been great to see. Also, in the Chamber of Secrets book, when Harry goes to Knockturn Alley by accident, we get a hint of the Malfoys' dark secret, as well as witness a physical fight between Lucius and Arthur Weasley in the bookstore. We will use vertical footage on the right to remind you of what happened in the movies, as well as character and scene icons that will appear when referenced from the books. Anyway, let's begin. Chapter 1: The Boy Who Lived. Vernon and Petunia Dursley reside at number 4 Privet Drive in Little Whinging, Surrey. They take great pride in their normalcy and firmly reject anything that is peculiar or enigmatic. Vernon holds the position of director at Grunnings, a company specializing in drill manufacturing, while Petunia manages their household affairs and cares for their 1-year-old son, Dudley. Every single car found on Privet Drive is a Vauxhall, regardless of the era. On the morning of Tuesday, November 1st, 1981, the Dursleys commence their day with a round of gossip about their neighbours. While Petunia struggles to settle the unruly Dudley into his high chair, set director Stephanie McMillan intentionally searched for the most unattractive furniture to enhance the unpleasantness of the Dursleys' house. Unbeknownst to them, a majestic tawny owl gracefully glides past their window. However, Vernon's attention is momentarily caught by a tabby cat engrossed in reading a map and a street sign outside their residence. Despite his best efforts, he dismisses the peculiar sight from his mind. As they make their way into town, Vernon's curiosity is piqued when he observes numerous individuals donning cloaks engaged in animated conversations. Stealthily, he eavesdrops on their discussions, overhearing mentions of the Potters and their son Harry. This revelation fills Vernon with dread, as the Potters are his in-laws, and he and Petunia are adamant about keeping their connection to them a secret. When he finishes his work for the day, he encounters a diminutive man in a cloak. Instead of apologizing, the man embraces him and shares that even non-magical individuals like him should rejoice as you-know-who has been vanquished. Upon arriving home, Vernon discovers the cat still lingering, casting a disapproving glance when he attempts to shoo it away. The media is abuzz with reports of mysterious owl sightings and dazzling fireworks, prompting Vernon to anxiously inquire if Petunia has received any news from her sister lately. Although visibly upset, Petunia confirms that she has not been in contact with her sister and reveals that their nephew goes by the name of Harry. Vernon's spirits plummet. Sleep eludes him that night, but eventually he drifts off. None of these events take place in the film adaptation. After the Dursleys drift off into slumber, Albus Dumbledore materializes in the midst of Privet Drive and employs his Deluminator to extract the illumination from the street lamps. The surname Dumbledore means bumblebee in Old English. Dumbledore cordially addresses the feline creature, who has patiently awaited outside throughout the day, as Professor McGonagall, causing her to transform into a witch. At the beginning of the novel, Minerva McGonagall, in her animagus form, had been closely observing Vernon Dursley before her encounter with Dumbledore and Hagrid. Although this particular scene was not included in the film adaptation, it was alluded to when McGonagall expressed her concerns about leaving Harry under the care of the Dursleys, mentioning that she had been watching them all day. The two engage in a conversation regarding the tragic demise of James and Lily Potter at the hands of Lord Voldemort at their residence in Godric's Hollow. Astonishingly, their infant son Harry Potter managed to survive the assault, while Voldemort himself appears to have perished. Richard Harris reluctantly accepted the role of Albus Dumbledore when his 11-year-old granddaughter made a heartfelt ultimatum to sever all communication with him. Initially, Patrick McGoohan was approached for the role, but he declined due to health concerns. Unfortunately, Harris faced his own health challenges and tragically succumbed to Hodgkin's lymphoma just before the premiere of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets in 2002. Rubeus Hagrid arrives on a flying motorbike, carrying Harry with him. Former England rugby international player Martin Bayfield served as Robbie Coltrane's body double for Hagrid, standing at an impressive height of 6'10". Hagrid entrusts the young child to Dumbledore, who leaves the slumbering baby and a letter for the Dursleys on the doorstep of number 4. The three wizards are deeply saddened by the prospect of leaving the orphaned infant with his relatives. Yet they allow themselves only a brief moment to grieve before compelling themselves to depart. Hagrid pledges to return the motorbike to its rightful owner, the youthful Sirius Black. McGonagall reverts to her feline form and stealthily disappears around the corner at the opposite end of the street, while Dumbledore reinstates the luminosity to the street lamps. He bids Harry farewell before vanishing without a trace. While nestled in his cocoon of blankets, Harry stirs and unknowingly grasps the letter in his small hand as he continues to slumber. Moreover, he remains oblivious to the fact that at this very moment, clandestine gatherings are taking place all across the nation, where individuals raise their glasses in a toast to Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Chapter 2: The Vanishing Glass. It has been a decade since the Dursleys awoke to discover Harry Potter lying on their doorstep, and both Privet Drive and the Dursleys' residence have remained unchanged since that eventful day. The sole noticeable alteration is the extensive collection of photographs showcasing Dudley Dursley's various stages of life adorning the walls. There is no indication that Harry Potter resides there, as he is compelled to live in the cramped cupboard under the stairs, a space teeming with numerous spiders. One morning, Petunia approaches Harry's door and rouses him with her piercing voice. Harry, still pondering over the recurring dream he has been having, which involves a flying motorbike, believes that he has experienced this dream before. Aunt Petunia instructs him to prepare some bacon, as she desires everything to be flawless for Dudley's 11th birthday celebration. Harry dons a set of Dudley's old garments and proceeds to the kitchen, where the table is adorned with an array of presents for Dudley. Casting Harry Potter proved to be an immense challenge as they conducted auditions for 5,000 boys, yet none of them seemed to fit the role. Chris Columbus, the producer and director, came across Daniel Radcliffe's performance in David Copperfield, 1999, and was thoroughly impressed. He shared his discovery with the casting director, expressing his belief that Radcliffe was the perfect choice. However, the casting director expressed doubts, explaining that they wouldn't be able to secure him due to his parents' desire for him to prioritize his education over acting. Ironically, the producer and screenwriter of the film coincidentally encountered Radcliffe and his father at a theatre. They engaged in conversation and gradually managed to convince Radcliffe to take on the role. Harry possesses jet black hair and green eyes. His glasses are held together by tape due to Dudley's repeated smashing. What truly sets Harry apart is the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He often ponders its origin, with the Dursleys claiming it resulted from the car crash that claimed his parents' lives. Harry's knowledge of the incident is limited, as the Dursleys strictly forbid him from asking questions. The positioning of the scar on Harry's forehead in this film is not centered. J.K. Rowling specifically requested this alteration, as many individuals have mistakenly assumed that the scar should be in the middle of his forehead based on the cover artwork of her books. Nevertheless, the books themselves never explicitly mentioned the exact location of the scar on his forehead. Daniel Radcliffe only wore the green contact lenses briefly to resemble his character from the book. He wore them solely in the initial scene that was filmed, but had to remove them due to discomfort. Dudley enters the kitchen and begins counting his gifts, only to discover 36, one less than the previous year, which infuriates him. Aunt Petunia promises to purchase him 2 additional presents while they are out. Vernon informs Petunia that their neighbour, Arabella Figg, has broken her leg and cannot look after Harry during their trip to the zoo. With no one else available to care for him, Harry is reluctantly brought along. Dudley has the opportunity to bring a friend to the zoo and decides on Piers Pocus. Piers arrives at the house accompanied by his mother. 30 minutes later, Harry finds himself in the car with Dudley, Piers, Vernon, and Petunia. Piers Pocus is not included in the film adaptation. Additionally, Vernon's sister, Marge, and Petunia's friend, Yvonne, who is currently vacationing in Mallorca, are also omitted. While on the road, a motorbike overtakes them, prompting Vernon to express his annoyance. Harry mentions having dreamt about a flying motorbike, to which Vernon curtly dismisses the idea. Harry reflects on the peculiar occurrences in his life, such as jumping onto the school chimney and waking up the next day with all his hair grown back after a haircut. At the zoo, Dudley and Piers are unimpressed by the animals. Harry is left observing a boa constrictor as it sleeps, and when Dudley tries to provoke it, the snake wakes up but remains still. It only starts moving after Dudley and Piers leave. Shortly after, Harry converses with the snake and is surprised to find that it understands him. When Dudley and Vernon are called back to the snake's enclosure, Dudley shoves Harry aside, causing him to fall hard on the concrete floor. As Dudley presses his face against the glass, Harry becomes enraged, and somehow the glass disappears, allowing the snake to escape and frighten Dudley and Piers. Harry even thinks he hears the snake responding to him. Piers informs on Harry for talking to the snake, leading Uncle Vernon to punish him by sending him to his cupboard without meals for a week as a harsh consequence. In the book, the glass of the snake tank remains missing. However, in the film adaptation, it reappears, ensnaring Dudley within the confines of the tank. The snake in the book refers to Harry as amigo as a way of expressing gratitude for being freed, which could be seen as a nod to its South American roots. On the other hand, in the movie adaptation, the snake just says thanks. In the movie, Vernon throws Harry into a cupboard and locks it, while reminding him through a small vent that magic does not exist. Chapter 3: The Letters from No One. After being confined to his cupboard for an extended period of time due to the escape of the boa constrictor from the zoo, Harry is finally granted freedom at the start of the summer holidays. Despite being away from school, Harry still finds himself unable to evade Dudley and his gang, who frequently visit the house. In order to avoid them, Harry often roams around Privet Drive. Fortunately, Dudley and Piers will be attending Smelting's Academy, while Harry will be enrolled at Stonewall High, which brings him some relief. One summer day, Harry is instructed to retrieve the mail for Uncle Vernon. As he collects the mail, he discovers 3 letters: a postcard from Uncle Vernon's sister, who is vacationing on the Isle of Wight, a bill-like letter, and a letter addressed to Harry. Harry chooses to take the letter addressed to him, carefully examining the yellow parchment it is composed of before reading the address. Harry is in disbelief. Throughout his entire life, he has never received a single letter. On the reverse side of the envelope, there is a wax seal featuring a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle encircling the letter H. Returning to the kitchen, Harry hands over the remaining 2 letters to Uncle Vernon before taking a seat and carefully opening his own letter. It doesn't take long for Dudley to notice that Harry has received a letter, prompting Uncle Vernon to snatch it away and read it alongside Aunt Petunia. Instructing Harry and Dudley to leave the kitchen, they both retreat to the hallway. A dispute arises between the 2 boys as they argue over who gets to peek through the keyhole. Ultimately, Dudley emerges victorious, leaving Harry to resort to peering through the narrow gap between the floor and the door. Meanwhile, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia engage in a conversation about the seal on the back of the letter. Uncle Vernon suggests that they simply disregard it. Aunt Petunia's name is quite appropriate given that she and her spouse always resented having to look after their orphan nephew Harry. In the language of flowers, known as floriography, petunias symbolize anger and bitterness. Afterwards, when Harry finds himself in his cramped cupboard, Uncle Vernon enters and informs him that he has destroyed the letter. Furthermore, he reveals that Harry will be relocated to Dudley's second bedroom. Harry, feeling a bit taken aback, proceeds to transfer all of his belongings to the new room while silently longing for his lost letter. The following morning during breakfast, Uncle Vernon instructs Dudley to retrieve the mail. With his smelting stick causing a ruckus throughout the hallway, Dudley exclaims that there is yet another letter for Harry, this time addressed to the smallest bedroom, instead of the cupboard under the stairs. Both Harry and Uncle Vernon hastily rush to the hallway, each vying to claim the letter. After a brief scuffle, Uncle Vernon emerges victorious, tightly clutching the letter in his hand. The part where Harry receives Dudley's second bedroom is left out. In the second movie, he does end up getting the room, suggesting that the Dursleys provided Harry with the space following his first year. Harry is determined to discover the contents of the letter he received. He quietly descends the stairs early the next morning and heads towards the door. His plan is to wait there until the post arrives, giving him the opportunity to finally read the letter. However, upon reaching the door, he encounters Uncle Vernon, who had the same idea. Each day, more letters addressed to Harry start appearing, increasing in number. The situation escalates to the point where Uncle Vernon decides to seal the letterbox shut. Despite his efforts, the letters continue to find their way into the house through unconventional means, under the door, through the window, and even inside eggs cracked by Aunt Petunia. The situation reaches a climax when a barrage of letters is sent flying out of the fireplace, overwhelming the family. Despite the persistent attempts of the sender, Harry is unable to get hold of a letter long enough to read it. An enraged Uncle Vernon decides that they must leave the house, and within 10 minutes, they are driving away. The film adaptation of Harry Potter excludes the scene where Harry and the Dursleys seek refuge in a random hotel to escape the flood of letters. Instead, they directly head to the hut. Also, Dudley's exclamation of, "Daddy's gone mad, hasn't he?" is shifted to right after Uncle Vernon announces their plan to move far away, ensuring the owls won't locate them. In the book, Dudley utters this line only when Vernon momentarily stops driving on a bridge to check if any owls are tailing them. They journey for miles until they eventually come to a desolate hotel on the outskirts of the city. Nevertheless, Vernon's efforts to elude the sender prove futile, as more letters arrive for Harry at the hotel the following morning. Once again, they return to the car and eventually halt at a dock where they board a boat bound for a secluded island with a small cottage. The part where Harry and the Dursleys use the rowboat of the toothless old man to reach the hut has been left out. Harry recollects that the upcoming day marks his 11th birthday. Unable to sleep due to the raging storm outside, he anxiously counts down the hours until his birthday. As Dudley's watch ticks over to the next day, a resounding knock echoes at the door. Something or someone is eager to gain entry. The books reveal that Harry Potter's birthday is on the 31st of July, 1980, which interestingly aligns with J.K. Rowling's birth date of the 31st of July, 1965. Coincidentally, Richard Griffiths, who played Uncle Vernon, was also born on the 31st of July, but in 1947. Warner Brothers initially contemplated creating the complete Harry Potter film series as a collection of computer-animated films or merging multiple novels into a single film. The primary concern of the studio was the potential aging of the young actors and actresses. If production extended too long or faced delays between sequels, there was a risk of having to recast the lead roles. However, J.K. Rowling opposed both the ideas of combining books and creating an animated movie. Consequently, the studio opted to film all 8 movies consecutively to ensure continuity with the same cast throughout. Chapter 4: The Keeper of the Keys. There is a sudden loud bang on the door, causing Dudley to wake up, mistaking it for a cannon. Uncle Vernon appears with a rifle, while Aunt Petunia hides behind him in fear. The door is blown off its hinges and crashes to the ground. A giant comes in and effortlessly fixes the door back into place. He requests for coffee and settles on the couch next to Dudley, who promptly scurries behind Aunt Petunia. In the film, Hagrid doesn't request coffee. The giant then shifts his gaze to Harry, greeting him warmly and mentioning that he hasn't seen him since he was a baby. He notes that Harry resembles his father but has his mother's eyes. Despite Uncle Vernon's protests, the giant nonchalantly disarms him, twists the gun into a knot, and tosses it aside. In the film, the gun discharges shortly after, a scene that does not occur in the book. Also, Hagrid recognizes Harry right away when they first met on the island, while in the film, Hagrid initially mistakes Dudley for Harry until Dudley corrects him. The giant surprises Harry with a birthday cake. In the book, Harry does not say thank you to Hagrid when receiving a birthday cake, but in the film, he does. Curious, Harry wants to know about the giant's identity, to which he reveals himself as Rubeus Hagrid, the Keeper of Keys and Grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hagrid proceeds to light a fire and cook some sausages. He is taken aback to learn that Harry is completely unaware of the magical world of Hogwarts. Expressing his frustration towards the Dursleys for keeping Harry in the dark about his heritage, Hagrid informs Harry that his parents were renowned figures and that he is a wizard, despite Uncle Vernon's objections. Hagrid fulfills Harry's longing by presenting him with the long-awaited acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with the term starting on September 1st. Hagrid retrieves paper and a quill to compose a letter addressed to Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, detailing the delivery of the letter to Harry. Despite Uncle Vernon's objections, Hagrid is certain that Harry will attend Hogwarts. Uncle Vernon admits to knowing about Harry's magical abilities, while Aunt Petunia discloses that Harry's mother, her sister, was a witch. Petunia claims that another wizard was responsible for their deaths, but Harry insists that she previously mentioned a car accident. Both Harry and Hagrid are appalled by the Dursleys' deceit. Hagrid explains to Harry that Lord Voldemort, a dark wizard, murdered his parents and attempted to kill him as well, resulting in the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Hagrid recounts rescuing Harry from the wreckage of his parents' home and delivering him to the Dursleys at 4 Privet Drive. Despite Uncle Vernon's dismissive attitude, Hagrid intervenes with an umbrella when he attempts to belittle Harry's heritage. When Harry asks about Voldemort's whereabouts, Hagrid informs him that the Dark Wizard disappeared and has not been sighted since. However, in the film adaptation, Harry asks about this matter while at the Leaky Cauldron, and it is at this location that Hagrid discloses the truth about his parents. Harry questions his wizarding abilities until Hagrid questions whether he has ever experienced unexplainable occurrences when feeling angry or frightened. Upon Uncle Vernon's foolish decision to ridicule Dumbledore, Hagrid swiftly waves his umbrella towards Dudley, resulting in the growth of a curly pig's tail. Hagrid requests that Harry keeps this incident a secret at Hogwarts, as Hagrid is prohibited from practicing magic due to his expulsion. Hagrid removes his coat, and Harry finds solace sleeping beneath it throughout the remainder of the night, anticipating the events of the upcoming day. In the book, Vernon Dursley warns Dudley not to accept anything from Hagrid or eat the sausages he makes for Harry. However, in the film, Vernon doesn't mention this to Dudley, who later eats some of Harry's birthday cake, leading Hagrid to stop him by giving him a pig's tail. Chapter 5: Diagon Alley. When Harry awakens the next day, he attempts to convince himself that the events of the previous night were merely a figment of his imagination, and that Hagrid escorting him to a magical school known as Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was all a dream. However, as he opens his eyes, he finds Hagrid asleep on the sofa, confirming that it was all real. A tapping sound at the window draws his attention, and he allows an owl to enter. The owl drops a newspaper onto Hagrid's lap and starts tugging at his coat. Hagrid instructs Harry to pay the owl, prompting Harry to comply before the owl departs. Hagrid informs him that they need to purchase his supplies, causing Harry to worry about his lack of funds. Hagrid reassures him that his parents did not leave him penniless and reveals that their first destination is Gringotts, the bank for wizards managed by goblins. He emphasizes the folly of attempting to rob the bank and mentions that Dumbledore requires something from there, necessitating their visit. They exit the hut and embark on their boat. Hagrid utilizes a touch of magic to expedite their progress. Hagrid mentions the presence of enchantments safeguarding the vaults in Gringotts. Gringotts is situated beneath London. One would perish from hunger if attempting to escape. Hagrid commences reading the Daily Prophet and quietly expresses his dissatisfaction with the Ministry of Magic's habitual mishaps. Harry ponders the role of the Ministry of Magic, prompting Hagrid to explain that they oversee all magical affairs. He reveals that they initially desired Dumbledore as minister, but Cornelius Fudge secured the position. While passing through London, Hagrid's imposing stature and his habit of pointing out Muggle inventions often attract attention from onlookers. Harry inquires about the presence of dragons guarding Gringotts, to which Hagrid confirms and expresses his own desire for a dragon. Harry retrieves his list and recites the items he needs, including robes, a pointed hat, dragonhide gloves, and a winter coat. The list also includes his required books and stationery supplies. Hagrid leads them into a pub named the Leaky Cauldron, which Harry had not previously noticed. The establishment appears dim and worn, and Hagrid is warmly greeted by everyone upon entering. This particular scene marks the first instance where Voldemort is mentioned in the film, whereas in the book, Dumbledore and McGonagall make references to him at the beginning, albeit indirectly through rumors. Furthermore, in the film, Hagrid neglects to mention to Harry that he was expelled from Hogwarts but permitted to stay on as the gamekeeper, whereas this information is conveyed in the book. This revelation would only be unveiled in the subsequent film. As people notice Harry, many extend their hand in greeting, including Doris Crockford and Daedalus Diggle. A turban-wearing man approaches them, and Hagrid introduces Harry to Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. After a brief conversation, Hagrid guides them through a back door into a small enclosed area with several barrels. Hagrid retrieves his umbrella and taps the bricks in a specific order. As he finishes, a hole materializes in the brick wall, gradually expanding until the entire wall vanishes, revealing a bustling street filled with individuals donning robes and numerous shops lining the way. Hagrid informs Harry that this street is called Diagon Alley. While strolling along the street, Harry carefully observes his surroundings, absorbing every detail. At the far end of Diagon Alley stands the imposing snowy white structure of Gringotts Bank. A cautionary message greets them upon entry, warning of the consequences of attempting to steal. Harry and Hagrid approach a goblin and explain their need to access Harry's vault. The goblin requests Harry's key, which Hagrid eventually finds after sifting through a multitude of keys. Although the unnamed head goblin at Gringotts has less than a minute of screen time and only 2 lines of dialogue, he is prominently featured on the American theatrical poster, positioned right below Ron and Harry's faces. Another goblin named Griphook is summoned to escort them to the vault. Hagrid mentions the necessity of visiting Vault 713 to retrieve the mysterious item. Griphook leads them to Harry's vault, revealing a substantial amount of money in the form of bronze knuts, silver sickles, and gold galleons. After withdrawing some funds for Harry's needs, they depart from Gringotts. Hagrid struggles to maintain his composure during the cart ride to the vaults, feeling queasy. Upon reaching Vault 713, Hagrid retrieves a nondescript package, keeping its contents a secret from Harry. Hagrid decides to take a break and heads to the Leaky Cauldron for a refreshing drink. Meanwhile, Harry goes to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to get his uniform. Malkin's character is excluded from the film despite her name being displayed on a sign. In the book, Madame Malkin positions him on a stool next to a boy with a pale face, who is also being measured for his robes. The boy initiates a conversation about Quidditch and shares his plan to sneak in his broomstick. He also mentions the names of 2 houses, Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Upon discovering that Harry is accompanied by Hagrid, the boy wants to know what happened to Harry's parents. However, he shows no sympathy towards their deaths and instead expresses relief that they were wizards, implying that non-wizards should not be allowed. After leaving the shop, Harry questions Hagrid about the boy's remarks. Hagrid proceeds to explain that Hogwarts has 4 houses, Quidditch is a sport played on broomsticks, and one's blood status is irrelevant. They continue their shopping until Harry only needs to acquire his wand and, as Hagrid insists, a birthday present. In the film, Harry's first encounter with Draco Malfoy takes place at Hogwarts before the sorting ceremony, not in Diagon Alley. In the book, Harry learned about Quidditch from Draco in Diagon Alley before Hagrid explained it to him, whereas in the film, this scene was shifted to Hogwarts during Harry's first flying lesson, after Madame Hooch mentioned it while attending to Neville Longbottom's injury. Tom Felton had not familiarized himself with any of the Harry Potter books prior to his audition. During the audition, Chris Columbus, the director, inquired about the favorite part in the book from each candidate vying for the role of Malfoy. When it was Felton's turn, he mentioned that his preferred section was the one set at Gringotts, coincidentally the same choice as the previous contender. Columbus astutely recognized this and found it quite amusing. Likewise, Tom Felton's hair, originally brown, was lightened to a blonde shade for his portrayal of Draco Malfoy. In Ollivander's The Wand Shop, Mr. Ollivander unsettles Harry with his eerie demeanor while discussing the wands bought by Hagrid, Harry's parents, and Voldemort. Ollivander touches Harry's scar and expresses regret for selling the wand that caused it. He hands Harry a wand and instructs him to give it a wave. Harry complies, but the wand is not a good fit, so Ollivander takes it back. Despite trying numerous wands, none seem to work well for him. Finally, he selects a wand, Holly, 11 inches, Phoenix Feather Core, nice and supple, and feels a warmth in his fingers. Ollivander remarks on the curiosity that Harry should be destined for that wand, considering its connection to the one that gave him his scar. In the book, Harry tested multiple wands before Mr. Ollivander suggested the 11-inch Holy Wand with a phoenix feather core, whereas in the film, he only tried 2 wands before the right one was chosen. Additionally, the wands did not react when Harry waved them, but in the film, they caused chaos by blowing papers and boxes off the shelves and breaking a vase. In the book, Hagrid accompanies Harry when he purchases his wand, while in the film, Hagrid is absent as he is off buying Hedwig. In the book, Hagrid then takes Harry to grab a bite in the Muggle world, but Harry worries about fitting in at Hogwarts with the high expectations placed on him. For his birthday, Hagrid purchases Harry a snowy owl named Hedwig. Hagrid provides Harry with a train ticket detailing the date, time, and location to catch the Hogwarts Express, and assures Harry that if he ever needs anything, he can write a letter, and Hedwig will know where to find him. Harry boards a train back to the Dursleys. In the book, Harry selects the name Hedwig from a History of Magic book. However, the film does not specify where the name originates from, and Hedwig's name is not even mentioned in the film. Chapter 6. The Journey from Platform 9 and 3/4. Harry's final month with the Dursleys elicits mixed emotions of relief and sadness. His presence is ignored by his aunt and uncle, while Dudley's fear of him keeps them apart. Harry spends his time in solitude in his cramped room, accompanied only by Hedwig and his new books. The day before his departure, Harry requests Uncle Vernon to drive him to King's Cross Station. Although Uncle Vernon complies, he mocks Harry for mentioning Platform 9 and 3/4, as indicated on the ticket from Hagrid. The following day, Harry is left behind by the Dursleys at the station. In the movie, Harry heads to the train station with Hagrid right after purchasing his school supplies. Standing amidst platforms 9 and 10, he ponders on how to locate Platform 9 and 3/4. Initially perplexed, he eventually overhears Molly Weasley mentioning the term Muggles and decides to seek her assistance. Molly instructs him to run through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, which he promptly does. To his amazement, he discovers the Hogwarts train awaiting him on the other side of the station. Assisting him in lifting his trunk onto the train are Mrs. Weasley's twin sons, Fred and George Weasley, who then recognize him as Harry Potter. Ron, their younger brother and a first-year student, requests to join Harry in his compartment. In the movie, the staff member at King's Cross Station who questions Harry is actually employed by Great Northeastern Railway. However, he serves as a train manager, not a platform attendant. J.K. Rowling has acknowledged that she made an error in the layout of the station when she placed the entrance to the Hogwarts Express on Platform 9 and 3/4. In reality, platforms 9 and 10 are part of the suburban section of the station, not the intercity area as she had envisioned. Despite this discrepancy, there is a special Platform 9 and 3/4 at King's Cross, situated in the passage between the actual platforms 9 and 10, serving as a delightful surprise for Harry Potter enthusiasts. Bonnie Wright, who portrayed Ginny Weasley, was not originally intended to utter the phrase "good luck" to Harry at King's Cross. Her character was not meant to have any dialogue in that scene, yet the editors decided to retain those lines nonetheless. Harry and Ron form a connection over their concerns regarding Hogwarts, with Ron's apprehension stemming from his accomplished older siblings and his melancholic rat Scabbers. In a gesture of camaraderie, Harry purchases an abundance of sweets for them to enjoy together. Ron familiarizes Harry with various aspects of the magical world, such as Quidditch, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and famous witches and wizards cards. Among the cards, Harry comes across one featuring Albus Dumbledore. Harry then encounters Hermione Granger, an ambitious girl, Neville Longbottom, who is searching for his missing toad Trevor, and Draco Malfoy, an unpleasant individual from Madame Malkin's, along with his companions Crabbe and Goyle. Harry is deeply hurt by Draco's prejudice and impoliteness, particularly when it is aimed at Ron. Consequently, he declines Draco's offer of friendship and guidance. The situation escalates to the point where the 5 boys are on the verge of engaging in a physical altercation. However, Scabbers intervenes by biting Goyle, causing him and his companions to retreat. This scene is excluded from the film adaptation. In the film, Hermione appears alone, inquiring if anyone has seen a toad and mentioning that a boy named Neville has lost one. Emma Watson's theatre teacher at Oxford recommended her to the casting agents, resulting in her having to undergo more than 5 interviews before finally securing the role. Despite taking her audition seriously, Watson never harbored any expectations of actually landing the part. However, her self-confidence left a lasting impression on the producers, ultimately surpassing the numerous other girls who had also applied. Emma Watson expressed her dislike for her hairstyle in this particular film. Subsequently, her hair was styled differently in subsequent movies, with a reduction in its bushiness and a shift towards a wavier appearance. Emma Watson revealed to 17 magazine in 2011 that her first crush was on her Harry Potter co-star, Tom Felton, who portrayed Draco Malfoy when she began filming the movies at the age of 9. Eventually, the Hogwarts Express reaches Hogsmeade Station, and Hagrid takes charge of leading the first-year students across the lake in boats. It is during this journey that they catch their initial glimpse of the magnificent Hogwarts. In the year it was released, this film surpassed The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring 2001, in terms of both production cost and box office revenue. Chapter 7: The Sorting Hat. Upon arrival at the castle door, Professor Minerva McGonagall welcomes the new students and informs them that they will soon be sorted into their respective houses. Hogwarts students are divided into Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin, each with its own Quidditch team. Throughout the year, these houses compete to earn the most points through Quidditch games, academic achievements, and student behavior. The House Cup is awarded to the house with the highest points at the end of the year. Author J.K. Rowling wrote down the names of the 4 Hogwarts houses during a flight. She recorded them on an empty air sickness bag to ensure she wouldn't forget them. The meaning of the Hogwarts motto, Draco Dormiens, Nunquam Titilandus, is to never tickle a sleeping dragon. Meanwhile, the first years patiently wait in an antechamber as McGonagall determines the appropriate time. Harry learns from Hagrid in Diagon Alley that only Slytherins go bad in the book, but in the film, he learns it from Ron during the sorting ceremony. In the midst of this, the Hogwarts ghosts accidentally enter the room while discussing whether to give Peeves another chance. The students are guided to the Great Hall, where the entire school and a worn-out old hat on a stool await them. Based on the call sheets, the sequences with the actors portraying the ghost were recorded in front of black velvet screens in Leavesden Studios. The Great Hall's floating candles were crafted by using candle-shaped holders filled with oil and lit wicks. These holders were suspended from wires that were capable of moving up and down on a specialized rig, giving the illusion of floating. However, an unfortunate incident occurred when one of the wires snapped due to the intense heat of the flame, resulting in a candle falling to the floor. But no injuries were sustained. It was then decided that for the next movies, the candles would be recreated using CGI. This decision was made due to the realization that employing real candles posed a safety risk. As the students put on the sorting hat, it declares the house they belong to. In the book, the sorting hat sings a song before the sorting process begins, a detail that is missing in the film. The sorting is done alphabetically in the book, while it is out of order in the film. Additionally, only a few students are shown being sorted in the film, unlike in the book where all students are sorted after Harry. When students are called to be sorted, they place the hat on themselves in the book. But in the film, Professor McGonagall does it for them. Harry starts feeling anxious. He has discovered that he doesn't want to be in Slytherin House as the students there are unpleasant, and Voldemort was once a member of Slytherin. Hermione is sorted into Gryffindor, much to Ron's dissatisfaction. Finally, it's Harry's turn to wear the hat. He quietly mutters to himself, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin." The hat becomes intrigued by this. After a brief internal conversation with the hat, during which it tries to persuade Harry to consider Slytherin, the hat places him in Gryffindor. Harry is delighted to see that Ron also joins Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy is sorted into Slytherin. In the movie version of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the sorting hat is portrayed as speaking aloud for all the students to hear, while in the original book, the sorting hat communicates privately with only the wearer. At the start of the year, all gather for a lavish feast. Harry is astounded by the array of delectable dishes presented. All the food displayed during the feast in the Great Hall is authentic. Director Chris Columbus aimed to create a grand welcome feast that closely resembled the description in the book, complete with roast beef, ham, turkey, and various accompaniments. However, due to the prolonged exposure to hot stage lighting during filming, the food started to emit an unpleasant smell, even though the meat was replaced every 2 days and the vegetables twice a day. To avoid this issue in the subsequent films, real food samples were frozen to create molds from which resin copies were cast. After the sorting, Dumbledore delivers a few comical words in the book before supper begins, a scene that is omitted in the film where he gives the start of term notices instead. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington, the Gryffindor house ghost, commonly referred to as Nearly Headless Nick due to a failed beheading, greets the new students and expresses his wish for their victory in the house championship. John Cleese portrayed the character Nearly Headless Nick in this film. Interestingly, in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, he also played the Black Knight, a character who had all body parts severed except for his head. During dessert, the conversation shifts to the students' backgrounds. Neville Longbottom shares how his family believed he was a squib until he survived a fall from a window. Seamus Finnegan recounts the surprise of his muggle father upon discovering his wife's magical abilities. Harry observes the teachers conversing amongst themselves and notices one of them engaged in discussion with Quirrell, casting a menacing gaze in his direction, causing a sudden pain in his scar. Harry asks Percy, the prefect, about the individual, learning that he is Professor Severus Snape, the potions instructor. Alan Rickman was personally selected by J.K. Rowling to portray Snape, and was given specific guidance from her regarding the character. Rowling also shared important information about Snape's background, which was not disclosed until the last book. J.K. Rowling was adamant about having a British principal cast with the exception of Irish actors, leading to a strictly British and Irish cast policy for the franchise. Notable examples include Richard Harris and Fiona Shaw, both of whom are Irish. Zoe Wanamaker, despite being known as a British actress, was actually born in the United States, but was raised in Britain and became a British citizen in 2000. Following the dessert, Dumbledore rises to deliver his welcome address. He proceeds to issue a few cautions regarding the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor on the right side of the school, urging everyone to retire to their respective common rooms. While on their way, the Gryffindors encounter Peeves, a mischievous poltergeist, and upon reaching their destination, they are greeted by the Fat Lady, who grants them access to Gryffindor Tower after Percy provides her with the password. Percy Weasley wears glasses in the book, but he is portrayed without them in the films. Peeves is also absent in the Philosopher's Stone film. Despite Rick Mayall's scenes being edited out of the movie, he was compensated in full. He expressed that it was the most thrilling film he had ever worked on. It is said that Mayall's ability to make the extras laugh when they weren't supposed to may have played a role in this decision. While the exact reason for his removal remains uncertain, Mayall himself later expressed dissatisfaction with the film, suggesting that perhaps it was for the best in the end. Harry experiences difficulty in falling asleep due to a troubling dream. In this dream, he finds himself wearing Professor Quirrell's turban, which insists that he should transfer to Slytherin. Harry adamantly refuses, but the weight of the headwear increases. Malfoy and Snape materialize, mocking him, and the dream concludes with a sudden burst of green light, causing Harry to awaken at midnight. However, he quickly falls back asleep, completely forgetting about the dream. Chapter 8: The Potions Master. Harry is faced with a multitude of unfamiliar and peculiar experiences at Hogwarts. His presence seems to be the topic of conversation among everyone, and there always seems to be an adult nearby whenever he happens to make a mistake. Navigating his way to classes proves to be a challenge due to the ever-changing staircases and perplexing doorways, numbering a staggering 142. The inhabitants of the Hogwarts portraits offer no assistance, as they selectively ignore certain students and engage in their own interactions. Even the ghosts, who glide through doors that Harry is attempting to open, only serve to startle him rather than provide guidance. The only reliable source of direction for new Gryffindors is Nearly Headless Nick, while encounters with Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, result in 2 locked doors and a treacherous staircase whenever Harry is running late for class. To achieve an authentic appearance for Hogwarts Castle, extensive filming took place at various locations in England. These included Christchurch, Oxford, Durham Cathedral, Gloucester Cathedral and Alnwick Castle. Only a few sets were constructed specifically for Hogwarts, namely the Great Hall, the Grand Staircase and the Gryffindor Common Room. As the movies progressed, additional sets were built to depict various classrooms and other areas within Hogwarts. A significant portion of the stonework at Hogwarts, with the exception of the areas filmed on location, consists of plaster that has been painted and weathered to give the illusion of being centuries old. Several Christian groups have raised objections to the Harry Potter series. However, numerous historic churches in the UK, such as Durham Cathedral, Gloucester Cathedral, Lacock Abbey, Christchurch College, Oxford, and in the later movies, St. Paul's Cathedral, were utilised as filming locations for the franchise. These locations served as inspiration for much of the layout and architectural details of Hogwarts. Both Harry and Ron manage to earn Argus Filch's disapproval on their very first morning when they are caught attempting to breach the forbidden third-floor corridor. Filch threatens to confine them to the dungeons, but fortunately they are saved by the timely intervention of Quirrell, who happens to be passing by. Prior to the start of filming, David Bradley and his feline companion decided to lease a remote Irish cottage for a month to gain insight into caretaker Filch's solitary existence. Harry finds all of his classes fascinating, except for history of magic taught by Professor Binns. He quickly realizes that magic is much more than just waving a wand and saying a few words. Professor Binns is a character excluded from the film. The book portrays him as the sole teacher who exists as a ghost, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he passed away peacefully in his sleep. In his first Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall impresses the entire class by transforming her desk into a pig, and then back again. She explains that Transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous forms of magic. Anyone caught fooling around with it will be banned from the class. Although the class is amazed, they soon realize that they won't be turning furniture into animals anytime soon. Only Hermione manages to make progress by turning a match into a needle, earning a rare smile from McGonagall. Harry is relieved to see that his classmates are just as lost as he is. Transitioning to Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which everyone is excited about, turns out to be more of a joke. Professor Quirrell spends the lessons telling stories about his travels, including his encounter with a vampire in Romania and receiving a turban from an African prince for saving him from a troublesome zombie. The classroom of Professor Quirrell, portrayed by Ian Hart, was captured on film at Lacock Abbey in Wiltshire. The specific room used for filming was the warming room. The cauldron scene in the room was not a prop, but an authentic item found at the location. This cauldron is estimated to be more than 500 years old and was once utilized by cooks serving Queen Elizabeth I. During the morning meal of the first Friday, Hedwig delivers a tea invitation from Hagrid. In his next potions lesson, Harry learns that Professor Snape harbors animosity towards him, taunting Harry as their new celebrity and then publicly embarrassing him for his lack of knowledge about potion ingredients. Snape's first name, Severus, is derived from the Latin translation of the nickname of Ivan IV, the Russian star who is widely recognized as Ivan the Terrible. Harry and his friends attend Charms class before potions in the book, whereas in the film they attend it much later. In the potions class, Harry loses points for not answering Snape's questions and for Neville's mistake with the quills in the cauldron. The film includes a deleted scene where Snape helps Harry with the answers and deducts points for his cheek, omitting the potion brewing scene entirely. Harry then decides to bring Ron along to Hagrid's hut for tea. The filming of the scenes at Hagrid's hut took place on site, on a small plot of land in London, which was conveniently close to Leavesden Studios. As a precautionary measure, the hut was dismantled after the shoot concluded to prevent an overwhelming influx of fans from this movie. Both Harry and Ron are taken aback by the appearance of Hagrid's large and intimidating dog, Fang, but soon realize that he is actually quite friendly. Hagrid reassures Harry that Snape's behavior is unwarranted, insisting that there is no reason for Snape to dislike him. Daniel Radcliffe has confessed that he initially felt overwhelmed by Alan Rickman's presence. The sheer power of Rickman's voice was enough to make anyone forget just how deep it was until it resonated within them. Radcliffe admitted to being terrified of Rickman during the first 3 movies, convinced that the actor despised him. However, as time went on, Rickman recognized Radcliffe's genuine passion for acting and dedication to his craft. He even cut short a vacation in Canada to watch Radcliffe perform in Equus, and made a point of attending all of his stage work while he was alive. After each performance, Rickman would take Radcliffe out and discuss his work, offering valuable advice and encouragement. Harry notices an article in the wizarding newspaper, The Daily Prophet, recounting a break-in at Gringotts Bank in a vault that had been emptied earlier that same day. He realizes that the incident occurred on his birthday, the day he and Hagrid visited Gringotts. Additionally, he recalls that Hagrid had emptied Vault 713, taking a small package with him upon departure. With a mind full of questions, Harry departs from Hagrid's company. Chapter 9: The Midnight Duel. Harry has been attending Hogwarts for approximately 2 weeks when he discovers that the Gryffindors will be having flying lessons alongside the Slytherins, much to his displeasure. Harry is not keen on spending more time with Malfoy than necessary. However, Harry soon realizes that he possesses a natural talent for flying. The class is led by Madam Hooch, who gently guides the new flyers off the ground. Additionally, the film adds a moment to this scene that never occurred in the book. While everyone is repeatedly saying "up" to summon their brooms, Ron's broom flies up too quickly and hits him in the face. Unfortunately, Neville has an accident when his broom goes out of control and he ends up breaking his wrist. Madam Hooch takes Neville to the hospital wing, instructing everyone else to remain on the ground in her absence. In the meantime, Malfoy notices a Remembrall that belongs to Neville, picks it up, and starts flying around with it. In the book, Draco Malfoy suggests leaving Neville's Remembrall on a tree for him to find. However, in the film, he proposes leaving it on the roof instead. Harry decides to pursue Malfoy, who throws the ball into the air. With a spectacular catch, Harry safely lands back on the ground. At that moment, Professor McGonagall arrives and scolds Harry, demanding that he follows her. However, instead of punishing him, McGonagall introduces Harry to Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and appoints him as the new seeker for the Gryffindor team. In the book, when Professor McGonagall arrives to take Harry, she appears frustrated. One of the Patil twins and Ron attempt to explain what happened. However, in the film, McGonagall remains calm, addresses Harry by his name, and then asks him to follow her. When McGonagall takes Harry inside to appoint him as a seeker, Oliver Wood is attending Charms class with Professor Flitwick in the book. In contrast, in the film, he is participating in Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Quirrell. Lastly, in the film, McGonagall informs Wood that she has found him a seeker outside Quirrell's classroom. However, in the book, she takes Oliver and Harry to an empty classroom where they discover Peeves writing offensive words on a blackboard. During dinner, Harry eagerly shares the news of his Quidditch team membership with Ron, emphasizing that Wood wants it to remain a secret. In the book, McGonagall informed Harry in the presence of Oliver Wood that his father would have been immensely proud of him and that he was an exceptional Quidditch player himself during his time at Hogwarts. However, in the film, Hermione guides him, along with Ron, to a display case where Harry discovers his father's name on a trophy badge, indicating that he was a seeker. In the trophy cabinet portrayed in the film, located to the right of the Quidditch trophy, there is the Service to the School trophy bearing the partial engraving of Tom M. Riddle. This trophy and the name inscribed on it are verified by Ron in an omitted scene from the film Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. However, their conversation is interrupted when Malfoy approaches accompanied by his cronies, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Malfoy takes the opportunity to taunt Harry about his earlier troubles, escalating on the tension between them. In a bold move, Malfoy challenges Harry to a wizard's duel. Despite Hermione's efforts to dissuade them from breaking the school rules, Harry accepts the challenge. Later that night, as Harry and Ron sneak out, Hermione tries to stop them, but finds herself locked out of the dormitory due to the absence of the fat lady, who has gone for an evening stroll. Determined to join their friends, Hermione tags along. Neville also joins them, having forgotten the password to the common room and ended up sleeping outside on the floor. Arriving at the trophy room, the designated location for the duel, they discover that Malfoy is nowhere to be found. Suddenly, they hear the footsteps of Argus Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, entering the room. Realizing that Malfoy has tricked them, the children quickly hide and then make a hasty retreat. Uncertain of their destination, they accidentally find themselves in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, where they come face to face with a large and intimidating 3-headed dog. Despite their fear, the children manage to return safely to their dormitory. Hermione scolds Harry for his actions, but also piques his curiosity by pointing out that the dog was standing on a trapdoor. The part where Malfoy challenged Harry to a duel, but actually deceived him by alerting Filch, was excluded in the film. Instead, after evading Filch and Mrs. Norris, Harry, Ron, and Hermione stumble upon Fluffy in the forbidden corridor while unintentionally entering the 3rd floor. In the book, Neville was also present with them during their initial encounter with Fluffy. Chapter 10. Halloween. Harry and Ron engage in a conversation about the mysterious object that the dog might be guarding just as the mail arrives. Among the letters, Harry receives a Nimbus 2000, a high-speed broomstick accompanied by a note from Professor McGonagall requesting his presence at Quidditch practice. In the film, Harry receives the broomstick right before his first Quidditch match, not before practice. Malfoy takes the opportunity to inform Harry that first-year students are prohibited from owning broomsticks. In an attempt to get Harry in trouble, Malfoy reports him to Professor Flitwick, who instead expresses admiration for Harry's talent after hearing from McGonagall. This doesn't happen in the film. Professor Phileas Flitwick, a wizard of part goblin descent, is the esteemed head of Ravenclaw House. Later, Harry meets Oliver Wood, who provides him with an introduction to Quidditch, explaining the different positions on a standard team and the equipment used in the game. Oliver specifically outlines Harry's role as a seeker, emphasizing that his primary objective is to avoid other players and capture the elusive Golden Snitch. As the game cannot conclude until the snitch is caught, the seeker holds the utmost importance on the team. Harry's first Quidditch training session in the book takes place at 7 p.m, whereas in the film it occurs during the daytime at an unspecified time. In the film, when Oliver Wood explains the rules of Quidditch to Harry, he says that if the Golden Snitch is caught, then they win. However, this statement is inaccurate because catching the snitch only awards 150 points. If the opposing team is leading by more than 150 points, the team that catches the snitch will actually lose, although the chances of this happening are very low. On the other hand, in the book, Wood states that whichever seeker catches the snitch wins his team an extra 150 points, so they nearly always win. This explanation is more accurate as it emphasizes that the team nearly always wins, rather than guaranteeing a victory. Bludgers, 2 of the balls employed in Quidditch, can be redirected by the beaters using their clubs. Bludger is a legitimate term denoting an imposer, referring to someone or something that imposes. On Halloween, Flitwick commences a lesson on levitation, teaching his students the Wingardium Leviosa spell. Only Hermione manages to succeed, which leads Ron to make a derogatory remark due to his wounded pride. Sadly, Hermione overhears his comment and runs off in tears, catching Harry's attention. Additionally, within the movie, Ron is depicted waving his wand rapidly up and down after failing to correctly perform the incantation. Hermione intervenes, cautioning him to cease his actions to prevent any harm to others. This particular exchange was not present in the original book. Also, when Ron attempts to levitate his feather but fails, Hermione advises him to make the wand movement longer. However, in the film, she corrects him by emphasizing the correct pronunciation of the spell, Leviosa, not Leviosa. In the movie, Seamus Finnegan experiences mishaps in Charms class, with his feather exploding, followed by his cup of water blowing up as he attempts to transfigure it into rum. The recurring theme of Seamus's spells backfiring on him serves as a running joke throughout the film series. Harry and Ron make their way to the Halloween feast, where they are met with a startling announcement from Professor Quirrell. He informs everyone about a massive troll that has infiltrated the building, causing panic among the students. Due to Peeves's absence from the film adaptation, Ron suggests that people are playing pranks, as he believes that a troll couldn't have entered on its own due to their lack of intelligence. However, in the book, Ron suspects that Peeves may have intentionally let the troll in as a Halloween prank. As the prefects guide the students back to their dormitories, Harry realizes that Hermione is unaware of the dangerous situation. Determined to warn her, they set off and unexpectedly stumble upon the troll. Without realizing the consequences, they unintentionally trap the troll in the girls' bathroom, only to discover that Hermione is trapped inside with it. In the film, Harry and Ron spot the troll's shadow emerging and quickly hide. They observe the troll entering a room, and Harry exclaims that it's going into the girls' bathroom. They then enter the bathroom to rescue Hermione. Through their combined efforts, magical abilities, and a stroke of luck, they successfully incapacitate the troll. Trolls typically stand at a height of approximately 12 feet and could weigh up to a ton. The whiskers of trolls are believed to possess magical qualities and are occasionally utilized as wand cores, although they are deemed to be of lesser quality compared to the supreme cores. These creatures have feet with 2 toes, each adorned with large toenails. Trolls exhibit a perilously aggressive and remarkably violent nature, displaying erratic conduct akin to that of giants. Furthermore, in terms of intelligence, they are notably inferior to other species. For instance, despite their shared characteristics, giants appear to possess greater intellect than trolls. Trolls display a distinct affinity for repugnant odors, including dung bombs. Similar to acromantulas, trolls have a preference for consuming human flesh. They savor it in its raw form, although they are not particularly selective about their dietary choices. Additionally, trolls harbor an appreciation for fish. Harry, Hermione, and Ron's triumph is short-lived as Professor McGonagall discovers them and begins to reprimand the boys. In a surprising turn of events, Hermione intervenes and defends Harry and Ron, claiming that they were searching for her. She fabricates a story stating that she bravely confronted the troll alone, while Harry and Ron valiantly attempted to rescue her. This act of loyalty leads to Hermione forming a bond with them. In the film, during the troll scene in the girls' bathroom, Daniel Radcliffe was not physically positioned on the troll's neck, as the movements could have resulted in serious injury. As a result, his presence was incorporated into the scene through digital effects. Also, Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell are present in the bathroom. This is where Harry notices the blood on Snape's leg for the first time. Chapter 11. Quidditch. At the start of November, the Quidditch season begins, marking Harry's debut match against Slytherin. In order to prepare himself, Harry borrows a book titled Quidditch Through the Ages from Hermione. However, their secret rendezvous with the book is interrupted when Professor Snape catches them and takes it from Harry, citing the rule that library books must not be taken outside the school premises. Harry finds this excuse feeble, and his distrust towards Snape intensifies. Furthermore, Harry notices Snape's peculiar limp. Determined to retrieve the book, Harry eavesdrops on Snape's conversation with Argus Filch, where he learns that the 3-headed dog has attacked Snape, leaving a cut on his leg. This revelation only deepens Harry's suspicions. The scene where Harry loses the book Quidditch Through the Ages to Snape outside of school, leading to a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor, is excluded in the film. The Quidditch match commences the following morning. At the start of the game, Harry quickly spots a golden snitch and begins to fly towards it. In the book, Harry is able to fly the Nimbus 2000 during training, whereas in the film, he flies it for the first time during his Quidditch match. However, the Slytherin captain intervenes and pushes him aside, resulting in a penalty. Tom Felton's grandfather appears as an uncredited extra in the Quidditch match, portraying a professor seated next to Lee Jordan. As the game progresses, Harry's broom suddenly starts to jerk uncontrollably. Hagrid suggests that only dark magic could cause such a disturbance in a broomstick's handling. Meanwhile, Hermione notices Snape staring at Harry and muttering to himself, indicating that he may be casting a curse. In an attempt to rescue Harry, the Weasley twins, who are also his teammates, take to the air. In her haste to confront Snape, Hermione accidentally knocks over Quirrell and swiftly moves behind Snape, setting his robe on fire. Miraculously, the spell on Harry's broom is broken and he regains control. He swiftly descends towards the ground and successfully catches the snitch in his mouth, narrowly avoiding swallowing it. The film showcased close to 600 visual effects shots, which required the collaboration of multiple companies. Costume designer Judiana Makovsky revamped the Quidditch uniforms, originally intending to utilize the ones featured on the American book cover, but ultimately found them to be unsatisfactory. As a result, she outfitted the Quidditch players in preppy sweaters, 19th century fencing breeches, and arm guards. Hagrid escorts Harry to his cabin along with Hermione and Ron. Ron informs Harry that Snape had cast a curse on his broomstick. Hagrid expresses doubt, questioning Snape's motive to harm Harry. Harry discloses to Hagrid about Snape's encounter with the dog in the third-floor corridor. Hagrid then tells them that the three-headed dog, Fluffy, belongs to him, and that the creature is protecting a secret known solely by Albus Dumbledore and a man named Nicholas Flamel. To enhance the realism of Fluffy, his heads were designed to move autonomously and possess distinct personalities. The three-headed dog, Fluffy, was designed based on Cerberus, the three-headed dog from Greek mythology who guards the underworld. Chapter 12, The Mirror of Erised. Christmas is drawing near. Malfoy taunts Harry about his need to remain at Hogwarts during the holiday due to his lack of parents. However, Harry is eagerly anticipating spending Christmas away from the Dursleys, especially since Ron will also be staying at Hogwarts. This is because Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are planning to visit Ron's older brother Charlie in Romania. On the day before the holiday, Hermione interrupts Ron and Harry's conversation with Hagrid to search for more information about Nicholas Flamel in the library. While exploring the restricted book section, Harry is caught by the librarian, Madame Pince, and promptly expelled from the area. In the film, Harry and Ron are playing wizard's chess in the Great Hall when Hermione informs them about the restricted section. She is totally appalled by wizard's chess and calls it barbaric. The directors made an effort to accurately portray the children's appearances as described in the novel by having Daniel Radcliffe, Harry Potter, wear green-coloured contact lenses, and Emma Watson, Hermione Granger, wear fake buck teeth. However, due to Radcliffe experiencing discomfort with the contacts and Watson having difficulty speaking clearly with the fake teeth, these concepts were ultimately abandoned. On Christmas Day, Harry and Ron wake up to find presents waiting for them. However, Harry's gifts are noticeably fewer in number. Hagrid gives him a flute, the Dursleys give him a 50-pence coin, Hermione gifts him some fudge and chocolate frogs, and Ron's mother has knitted him a jumper. In addition, Harry receives an invisibility cloak along with an anonymous note informing him that it once belonged to his father and advising him to use it well. In the film, only the cloak is given to Harry, with the jumper appearing in a deleted scene. In the book, Harry reads the message that accompanies the invisibility cloak after trying it on. However, in the film, Harry reads the message before putting on the cloak. Also, Ron is unaware of the cloak's true nature, but in the film, he realizes it is an invisibility cloak when Harry wears it. The movie never discloses the identity of the person who gifted Harry the invisibility cloak during Christmas. However, Professor Dumbledore shares a significant glance with Harry. In the book, it is mentioned that the cloak originally belonged to Harry's father, who entrusted it to Dumbledore for safekeeping. Dumbledore then passed it on to Harry, believing that his father intended for him to have it. Both the books and films suggest that Dumbledore gave Harry the cloak to enable him to unravel mysteries by discreetly observing and eavesdropping on conversations, which could explain Dumbledore's leniency towards Harry's rule-breaking behavior during such instances. Later that night, after a satisfying Christmas dinner and once Ron has fallen asleep, Harry decides to try on the invisibility cloak. With his presence concealed, he ventures into the restricted books section of the library. However, as soon as he opens one of the books, it starts screaming, prompting him to hastily retreat. While hiding from Filch, he stumbles upon an old classroom where he discovers a peculiar mirror in a gold frame. The mirror bears an inscription that reads, "Erised straeru oit ubicafru oit on vosi." I show not your face, but your heart's desire. Curiosity piqued, Harry gazes into the mirror and sees numerous people standing behind him. Yet, when he turns around in the room, he finds no one there. Suddenly, he realizes that two of the individuals reflected in the mirror are his deceased parents and grandparents. Desperate to communicate with them, Harry attempts to speak, but they can only respond through gestures. Harry lingers in front of the mirror for a while, but eventually, he reluctantly returns to his room. J.K. Rowling disclosed during an interview that both sets of Harry's grandparents had passed away, leaving Aunt Petunia as his sole blood relative. Rowling clarified that the decision to eliminate Harry's grandparents was made in order to create a more compelling backstory for him. It was essential for Harry to experience solitude and isolation, a recurring theme in the series, especially when he had to cope with the loss of individuals like Sirius, who had become like family to him. Rowling emphasized that there was no malicious intent behind the deaths, but involving Harry's grandparents in the Harry Potter narrative would have overly complicated matters and detracted from crucial aspects of Harry's character, such as his sense of loneliness. Harry's maternal grandparents, the parents of Lily Potter, were non-magical individuals known as Muggles. They had no connection to the wizarding world until Lily received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In a flashback depicted in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, Lily and her sister Petunia are shown playing as children before they encounter Snape. During this scene, Petunia threatens to reveal Lily's magical abilities to their mother. It can be assumed that Lily's parents were alive at that time. Furthermore, Lily and James married at a young age and had Harry when they were both 20 years old. According to J.K. Rowling, Lily's parents passed away from what she refers to as a normal Muggle death. This event likely occurred within the approximately 10-year period between Lily attending Hogwarts and her marriage to James Potter. However, apart from this information, no further details are provided regarding the timing or circumstances of their demise. Rowling provides additional information about the parents of James Potter, Harry's father, revealing that they were advanced in age when they had James. As a result, James became their only child and was consequently spoiled. In Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, Sirius mentions that he sought refuge with James and his parents whenever he left his own home, indicating that they were alive for a significant portion of James's time at Hogwarts. However, due to their advanced age in the wizarding world, Rowling explains that they fell victim to a wizarding illness, which ultimately prevented them from being a part of Harry's life. The following evening, Harry takes Ron to the mirror room. Ron does not see Harry's parents in the mirror, but instead sees himself holding the Quidditch cup. Mrs. Norris, Filch's vigilant cat, spots them. On the third evening, Ron is fearful of getting caught and refuses to return, as he does not trust the mirror. Therefore, Harry goes back alone. There, he encounters Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore clarifies to Harry that the mirror, known as the Mirror of Erist, reflects the deepest desires of the viewer. Harry is relieved to discover that Dumbledore is not upset. Nevertheless, he cautions Harry that individuals have wasted away and gone insane in front of the mirror. Dumbledore also mentions that the mirror will be relocated and instructs Harry not to seek it out. When Harry inquires about what Dumbledore sees in the mirror, his response is that he sees himself holding a pair of socks. In the mirror scene, Harry was originally supposed to see his entire family according to the book. However, when Dumbledore interrupts Harry's moment with the mirror, it is suggested that he sees his family as well, as indicated by the back of the mirror's frame. Instead of the 3-day duration in the book, Harry encounters the Mirror of Erist 3 times on Christmas in the film. However, the scene where Harry doesn't feel like having fun is only present in a deleted scene. Steven Spielberg was initially in talks to direct the movie, but ultimately turned down the offer. He had expressed interest in making it an animated film with Haley Joel Osment voicing Harry Potter, or incorporating elements from future books. However, Spielberg decided against it, stating that he found it too easy and not challenging enough. There were rumors that J.K. Rowling rejected Spielberg's vision of setting the story in an American high school. Despite this, Rowling clarified that she did not have a say in choosing directors for the movies. Chapter 13. Harry struggles to erase the memory of his parents from his mind. Despite the difficulty, Quidditch practice intensifies. With Snape announced as the referee for the upcoming match, Malfoy casts a leg locker curse on Neville, prompting Harry to uplift Neville's spirits by declaring him to be worth 12 of Malfoy. The Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, with Snape as the referee, is not depicted in the movie. The confrontation between Malfoy and Neville is also omitted. A sudden recollection of Nicholas Flamel's name on a chocolate frog card leads Harry to Hermione, who recalls seeing the name in a book from the library. The team learns that Flamel was a renowned alchemist credited with creating the Philosopher's Stone, capable of transmuting metals into gold and producing the elixir of life, a potion granting immortality. Nicholas Flamel, credited with creating the Philosopher's Stone, has been featured in various novels alongside characters like Batman, Indiana Jones, and Robert Langdon from the Da Vinci Code. He is thought to have been a genuine alchemist born in France around 1330, who some believed successfully created the Philosopher's Stone. His death in 1418 was shrouded in mystery, leading to rumors that he had lived for centuries. The age of Flamel is accurately portrayed in the book and movie. He also made an appearance in Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald. In the movie adaptation, Harry, Ron, and Hermione come across the connection to Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone through a book instead of Albus Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. However, there is a deleted scene that depicts them discovering the connection through a chocolate frog card, which was ultimately changed during the editing process. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff unfolds with Snape showing his usual bias as the referee. Meanwhile, in the stands, Ron and Neville find themselves in a scuffle with Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle after Malfoy's disrespectful comments towards their team. Harry secures victory by catching the snitch in record time, but Ron misses the moment due to his altercation with Malfoy, and Neville ends up in the hospital wing from his fight with Crabbe and Goyle. All of these events have been left out of the movie. Later, Harry observes Snape heading into the Forbidden Forest on a broomstick and follows him, encountering Quirrell and discussing the Philosopher's Stone. Harry suspects Snape of pressuring Quirrell to help him obtain the stone for personal gain, causing concern for Ron and Hermione, who worry about Quirrell's potential betrayal. In the film, Harry eavesdrops on Quirrell and Snape outside the library on Christmas Eve, not in the Forbidden Forest as portrayed in the book. Additionally, due to this alteration, Filch interrupts Snape and Quirrell's conversation in the film by mentioning a student being out of bed with Harry's lamp. However, in the book, after Harry accidentally drops the lamp in the library's restricted section, Filch goes to fetch Professor Snape just as Harry sneaks into the room where the Mirror of Erised is hidden. Chapter 14. Harry, Ron, and Hermione convene with Hagrid, who affirms that the stone is safeguarded at Hogwarts. Hermione persuades him to divulge the enchantments protecting it. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, is under Hagrid's care, in addition to enchantments from Professors Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell, and Snape. Following this, Harry expresses discomfort with the sweltering temperature in Hagrid's abode, only to stumble upon a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg, which he christens Norbert once it hatches. The Norwegian ridgeback, a dragon species indigenous to Norway, primarily inhabit the northern mountains. It is believed to bear a striking resemblance to the Hungarian horntail in terms of its physical appearance. Save for the dark ridges adorning its back, the slightly more brownish texture of its scales, and its comparatively less aggressive demeanor. Possessing venomous fangs, it displays a peculiar preference for large mammals, even those dwelling in water, a behavior uncommon among dragons. Its eggs boast a black hue, and young ridgebacks exhibit the remarkable ability to breathe fire at an earlier stage compared to other dragon breeds, typically within 1 to 3 months. Notably, female ridgebacks tend to exhibit greater ferocity than their male counterparts. Malfoy, who has been eavesdropping, uncovers the dragon. In order to resolve the issue, they persuade Hagrid to dispatch the dragon to Ron's brother Charlie. Ron sustains a bite from the dragon and is escorted to Madame Pomfrey. Harry and Hermione clandestinely transport Norbert in a crate up to the highest tower under Harry's invisibility cloak, and on their way they witness Professor McGonagall escorting Malfoy to detention for violating curfew and spreading falsehoods about Harry and a dragon. They pass the crate to Charlie's associates and descend the stairs, only to realize belatedly that they have left the invisibility cloak behind when they encounter Filch. In the film, Ron doesn't persuade Hagrid to send the dragon to his brother Charlie. He only finds out about this later. Ron doesn't get bitten by it either. Chapter 15. Filch escorts Harry and Hermione to McGonagall's office, where they encounter Neville. McGonagall, visibly disappointed, deducts 50 points from each of them and assigns them detention, which they will serve alongside Malfoy. As a result, their standing among their peers diminishes. It is noted in the book that the other Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, were deeply upset with the trio for losing a significant amount of points. This emotional reaction is not depicted in the film. aside from Gryffindor's initial disappointment at losing the House Cup at the conclusion. However, a magazine article on the DVD release of the film mentions a scene that was filmed but not included in the final cut, showing Harry and Ron observing the House Point hourglasses in the Great Hall. Shortly before exams, Harry overhears Professor Quirrell, who appears to be in distress. Concerned, Harry rushes to the library to inform Ron and Hermione. They suspect Snape of threatening Quirrell and planning to steal the stone imminently. Hermione proposes seeking Dumbledore's help, but Harry declines, citing lack of evidence. Harry, Hermione, and Neville are informed by Professor McGonagall that their detention will commence at 11 o'clock that night. In the film, Neville doesn't get detention, Ron does. In the book, Filch escorts the children to the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid awaits. In the film adaptation, the term forbidden is altered to dark without a clear explanation. However, renaming it the Dark Forest could be more logical, considering the contradiction of labeling it as forbidden and then assigning students to enter it for detention, especially at midnight. The Forbidden Forest origins can be traced back to a period ranging from the 1st millennium AD to the 19th century, as indicated by the Wizarding Examinations Authority's Wizard's Ordinary Magic and Basic Aptitude Test. It is believed that the forest may have initially been a small wood looked after by a group of centaurs. Throughout the centuries following the establishment of the school, numerous students have gone missing in the forest. The forest harbours a diverse array of creatures. Naturally, it is inhabited by ordinary non-magical wildlife, but it also serves as a dwelling for centaurs, unicorns, acromantula, thestrals, bowtruckles, and potentially numerous other creatures. Additionally, there are whispers of the presence of werewolves within its depths. Hagrid presents them with silver unicorn blood and explains that they must locate the injured unicorn. They divide into two groups, with Hagrid leading Harry and Hermione, while Neville and Malfoy accompany Fang. Along the way, Hagrid encounters two centaurs named Ronan and Bane, but unfortunately, they provide no valuable information. Neither of these two centaurs make an appearance in the film. A centaur is a mystical being with the upper body of a human, including the head and arms, seamlessly connected to the lower body of a horse. Despite their humanoid appearance, centaurs are distinct species in their own right and not a hybrid of two different creatures. Renowned for their exceptional skills in archery, healing magic, divination, and astronomy, centaurs boast a fascinating and extensive background. Centaurs, despite their human intelligence, are voluntarily classified as beasts by the British Ministry of Magic. This decision was made because they are dissatisfied with being grouped together with hags and vampires, who are recognized as dark creatures. Suddenly, Hagrid spots red sparks in the sky, indicating that the other group is in trouble. He rushes to their aid and reprimands Malfoy for startling Neville, causing him to send up the sparks. Hagrid then switches Harry and Neville, sending Harry off with Malfoy instead. In the film, Harry and Malfoy take Fang because he's afraid and insists on having the dog protect him. However, Hagrid warns him that Fang is a coward. Hagrid goes with Ron and Hermione. Malfoy is furious and warns him that he will tell his father about their punishment and that there will be repercussions. Eventually, they stumble upon the lifeless body of a unicorn and witness a figure drinking its blood. Malfoy panics and flees with Fang, leaving Harry behind. Fortunately, a centaur named Firenze comes to Harry's rescue, explaining that unicorn blood can sustain a person on the brink of death, but condemns them to a half-life. Those who resort to slaying a unicorn and drinking its blood would supposedly face a cursed existence, although the exact consequences remain shrouded in mystery. Due to its restricted nature, the sale of unicorn blood is tightly regulated by the British Ministry of Magic, rendering it illegal. Mr. Mulpepper's apothecary in Diagon Alley had a notice displayed outside, warning customers against inquiring about the substance. Firenze and Harry Potter share the belief that only individuals with nothing left to lose and everything to gain would be willing to partake in the consumption of unicorn blood. Additionally, unicorn blood is known to be a crucial component in a potion that could provide a temporary physical form for a soul without a body. Firenze reveals that the individual consuming the blood seeks to stay alive until they can obtain the elixir of life and acquire the Philosopher's Stone. He also prompts Harry to consider if he knows anyone who has been yearning for power for years, leading Harry to realize that the mysterious figure is a weakened yet still living Voldemort. Centaurs are renowned for their expertise in divination. The centaurs residing in the Forbidden Forest often hint at their ability to foresee the future, such as when Firenze predicts to Harry Potter that their paths would cross again. Additionally, discussions between Firenze and Bane reference a significant period between the First and Second Wizarding Wars. In the book, Harry is given a ride on Firenze's back, and the centaur accompanies him back to Hagrid along with Draco, Fang, Hermione, and Neville. In contrast, the film excludes this scene, and instead, Draco and Fang join Hagrid, Ron, and Hermione in returning to the location of the incident to search for Harry, Firenze, and the deceased unicorn. Upon returning to the common room, Harry informs Hermione and Ron that Voldemort is in the forest and Snape is seeking the stone to aid in the restoration of Voldemort's powers. Later, as Harry retires to his bed, he discovers that his invisibility cloak has been given back to him. In the scene following the Forbidden Forest, Hermione utters Voldemort's name. Throughout the book, she addresses him as you-know-who. This inconsistency is evident when she mentions Voldemort's name in the 5th movie, as though it is the first time she has ever said it. Chapter 16, Through the Trapdoor. Upon completing their exams, Harry becomes aware of a peculiar coincidence involving Hagrid's strong desire for a dragon, and the sudden appearance of a stranger who possessed one to offer. Inquisitive, Harry, Ron, and Hermione rush to inquire about the mysterious man who bestowed Norbert upon Hagrid. However, Hagrid confesses that he never saw the man's face as he always kept his hood up. Additionally, Hagrid mentions their conversation about Hogwarts and the three-headed dog, Fluffy. The physical appearance of Fluffy, the three-headed dog, is derived from the Staffordshire Bull Terrier breed. Hagrid also reveals that the stranger provided him with drinks while extracting information from him. Inadvertently, Hagrid reveals how to bypass Fluffy, prompting Harry, Ron, and Hermione to embark on a journey. They make their way to Dumbledore's office, only to find McGonagall, who informs them that he has departed for London. When Harry discloses their knowledge of the stone, McGonagall adamantly asserts that no one could steal it. However, the trio realizes that Dumbledore has been lured away and that Snape intends to seize the stone that very night. In the book, when Harry, Ron, and Hermione inform Professor McGonagall about their need to meet with Professor Dumbledore, Harry initially starts to mention that Snape might attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. However, he quickly corrects himself and simply states that someone is planning to steal it. Conversely, in the film, Harry directly states that someone is going to try and steal it, without mentioning Snape. The film omits the scene where Harry, Ron, and Hermione manage to drive away Peeves by pretending to be the Bloody Baron while wearing the invisibility cloak. Consequently, they decide to venture out themselves in an attempt to retrieve it. After Hermione employs a full-body bind curse on Neville for impeding their departure, they proceed to the third-floor room and commence their arduous exploration of the 7 chambers housing the Philosopher's Stone. To their surprise, they discover the door slightly ajar, with a harp lying on the floor. Harry is playing the flute that Hagrid gave him for Christmas, while Fluffy goes back to sleep. Additionally, in the book, the trio possesses a flute that can lull Fluffy to sleep. However, in the film, they enter the room under the invisibility cloak and discover a self-playing harp enchanted by Quirrell. Fluffy remains asleep until the enchantment wears off. Furthermore, in the book, the trio finds the harp under Fluffy's paw, whereas in the film, the harp is positioned at a distance from Fluffy and is seen playing rather than being under its paw. They proceed to go down through the trapdoor and end up in Professor Sprout's room, where they encounter Devil's Snare. Hermione manages to light a fire and drive it away. In the movie adaptation, when Harry, Ron, and Hermione find themselves trapped in the clutches of the Devil's Snare, they employ different strategies to escape. Hermione and Harry manage to break free by remaining calm and relaxed, while Hermione uses Lumos Solum to save Ron. However, in the original book version, Hermione takes a different approach. She quickly locates a damp wall and frees herself before the plant can firmly grasp her. Furthermore, she uses bluebell flames to release both Harry and Ron from the snare. The roles of panic and calmness are also reversed between the book and the film. In the book, Hermione is the one who panics during the encounter with the Devil's Snare, and it is Ron who must snap her out of it. However, in the film adaptation, this dynamic is switched, with Ron being the one who panics and Hermione stepping in to calm him down. They move on to the next room, which belongs to Professor Flitwick. In this room, they find flying keys and broomsticks. Harry discovers a silver key with a broken wing that stands out from the rest, catches it, and uses it to unlock the next door. Another notable difference occurs during the scene where Harry, Ron, and Hermione chase the winged keys. In the book, each of them seizes a broomstick and takes off into the air to pursue the keys. However, in the film, only Harry does so, as there is only one broom available. Hermione's proficiency in spells, Harry's role as a seeker, and Ron's strategic abilities in chess are all showcased individually. The adjacent room belongs to Professor McGonagall and features a sizable chessboard for a round of wizard's chess that Ron assists them in winning, albeit at the expense of sacrificing himself and being knocked unconscious. Ron opted for the center counter opening in the ultimate chess game. This particular opening is considered to be quite unpredictable and challenging for both players due to its asymmetrical nature, making it a rare occurrence for the game to end in a draw. In the book, the chess game illustrates the pieces simply knocking each other out and dragging captured pieces off the edge of the board. In the movie, the chess game was portrayed with the pieces destroying each other, presumably to be fixed with reparo at the end of the game. The chess position for the wizard chess game task was devised by international master Jeremy Silman. Instead of sacrificing Harry on c5 to achieve a quicker checkmate against white, Ron opted to sacrifice himself in order to save Harry. Although Harry's move was not an immediate checkmate, the next move would have resulted in mate, as the queen could have blocked on e3, only to be captured by Harry on the following move. In the film, Hermione stays behind with Ron to get help. Harry continues on by himself. Harry and Hermione proceed to the next room, which is Professor Quirrell's, and discover an unconscious troll sprawled on the ground. Finally, they step into Professor Snape's chamber and come across 7 potions in bottles, accompanied by a scroll providing hints on which one to consume in order to progress. It is mentioned that 3 bottles contain poison, 2 contain nettle wine, 1 will backtrack the drinker, and the remaining one will allow the drinker to advance into the following room. Hermione informs Harry that it is a test of logic rather than magic, a challenge that stumps most wizards. She successfully solves the riddle, and following Harry's guidance, she drinks the potion that enables her to return through the purple flame, while Harry consumes the potion that propels him into the black flame and the ultimate room, where he is taken aback by the individual he encounters. On the journey to the Philosopher's Stone, each obstacle was set up by a teacher. While this was likely the case in the film as well, it was not explicitly mentioned. Quirrell's second mountain troll and Snape's potion riddle were left out in the movie, although they are included in the video game. Due to these exclusions, Hermione remains with Ron after he is injured in the chess match at McGonagall's room, instead of accompanying Harry all the way to the potions room before turning back. Chapter 17, The Man with Two Faces. In the room, it is Quirrell that Harry sees, not Snape. Harry is taken aback when Quirrell reveals that Snape was actually protecting him and that no one would suspect Quirrell of attempting to steal the stone. In the book, Quirrell was aware that Hermione was the one responsible for setting Snape's robes on fire, as he mentioned she had knocked him over during the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match. However, in the film, he does not seem to be aware of this, as Hermione was hidden under the stands and another wizard had knocked Quirrell over instead. Harry's attention is drawn to the Mirror of Erised, which Quirrell believes holds the key to obtaining the stone. To divert Quirrell's focus from the mirror, Harry engages him in conversation. Quirrell discloses that he serves Lord Voldemort and explains the complicated history between Snape, Harry's father, and himself. Quirrell seeks assistance from his master to acquire the stone, and a sinister voice instructs him to use Harry. In the film, Quirrell does not mention Snape's history with Harry's father, as students who despised each other. Harry is instructed to gaze into the mirror, where he witnesses his reflection retrieving and returning the stone to his own pocket. Harry shares with Quirrell that he envisions himself shaking hands with Dumbledore after Gryffindor wins the House Cup. The snake-like voice accuses Harry of lying, prompting Quirrell to unveil the shocking truth on the back of his head. Instead of Quirrell's head, there is another face with red eyes and a snake-like slit for a nose. Harry realizes that this is Voldemort's face, and Voldemort demands the stone from him. In the book, Quirrell turns around to face Voldemort towards Harry. On the other hand, in the film, Quirrell does not turn around, and Harry sees Voldemort's reflection in the Mirror of Erised instead. Harry's parents are shown in the Mirror of Erised in the film, where Voldemort offers to bring them back if Harry gives him the stone. However, in the book, Voldemort tells Harry that his mother needn't have died and urges him to hand over the stone to prevent Lily's sacrifice from being in vain. Despite the pressure, Harry refuses and attempts to flee, but Quirrell captures him. However, upon physical contact with Harry's skin, Quirrell experiences excruciating pain and develops boils in the affected area. In a desperate move, Harry clings onto Quirrell's face and arm, enduring the searing agony in his head until he loses consciousness, just as his arm is forcefully torn away. Additionally, in the book, Quirrell snaps his fingers to conjure ropes that bind Harry, a detail omitted from the film. When Harry tries to flee from Quirrell Voldemort with the stone in his pocket by retracing his steps up the stairs, Voldemort commands that he must stop him, and Quirrell snaps his fingers, causing fire to surround the room, preventing Harry from escaping. In the book, Voldemort kills Quirrell by causing his head to burn, leading to his demise. On the other hand, in the film, Harry defeats Quirrell by touching his face, causing him to disintegrate into dust. Additionally, when Harry grabs Quirrell's face, his entire body disintegrates, allowing Voldemort to escape and leaving Harry unconscious. In the book, Harry is unconscious when Quirrell dies, while in the film, he witnesses Quirrell's demise. Upon awakening in the hospital wing, Dumbledore is present to inform him that Quirrell's attempt to obtain the stone was unsuccessful and that the stone has been destroyed. However, Dumbledore emphasizes that there are still other means through which Voldemort can make a comeback. Despite being unable to be killed, Voldemort abandoned Quirrell to his demise. Dumbledore proceeds to explain that the reason Quirrell couldn't harm Harry was because his mother sacrificed herself to protect him, shielding him with her love. Harry shares with Dumbledore the information Quirrell had previously disclosed about Snape's animosity towards him, stemming from Snape's hatred for Harry's father. In response, Dumbledore clarifies that Snape was reluctantly safeguarding Harry this year as a way to repay a debt owed to James Potter for saving his life during their time at Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione also pay Harry a visit, revealing that Slytherin secured first place in the House Cup. As Harry is unable to participate in the championship Quidditch match, Ravenclaw effortlessly emerged victorious until Madame Pomfrey ushers Ron and Hermione out. Later, Hagrid arrives and presents Harry with a book containing photographs of his parents and relatives. Harry is reunited with Ron and Hermione in the hospital wing in the book, whereas in the movie he finds them standing at the top of a staircase. Hagrid presents Harry with a photo album of his family at the hospital in the book, but in the film he gives it to him at the end of term as they are about to board the Hogwarts Express. Robbie Coltrane's attire and portrayal in Blackadder's Christmas Carol closely resemble his character as Hagrid. Furthermore, there are claims that J.K. Rowling had expressed her intention for Robbie Coltrane to play the role of Hagrid in the movies from the beginning, implying that the aforementioned special might have influenced the conception of Hagrid. This influence extends to the depiction of Hagrid's appearance, as well as the decision to cast Robbie Coltrane as the embodiment of how Hagrid was envisioned to look in the Harry Potter films. The next day, during the final feast of the term, Dumbledore distributes some additional points for the recent events. Ron and Hermione receive 50 points each, while Harry receives 60 points, resulting in a tie with Slytherin for first place. Dumbledore acknowledges the difficulty of standing up to enemies, but also the greater challenge of standing up to friends, as Neville did. As a result, Neville is awarded 10 more points, the highest number of house points he has ever received. This victory places Gryffindor in the lead, winning the House Cup amidst much celebration from everyone except the Slytherins. Gryffindor students are overjoyed, and even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are pleased to see Slytherin's defeat. After packing their trunks, they board the Hogwarts Express to return to the Muggle world. Before heading home, Harry, Ron, and Hermione bid farewell to their friends. The book includes an epilogue where Harry and his friends return to their families, including the Dursleys, while this scene is omitted in the film. Chris Columbus, the producer and director, expressed his dissatisfaction with the visual effects in this film during interviews, describing them as rushed and below expectations. Despite this, he made efforts to enhance the visual effects for Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Nevertheless, the movie still received a BAFTA nomination for Best Visual Effects. The Harry Potter movie with the most Academy Award nominations is this one, with a total of 3. The only other film in the franchise to achieve this feat was the final installment, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. Additionally, this particular movie is the sole Harry Potter film to receive an Oscar nomination for Best Costume. Chapter 1: The Worst Birthday. Harry Potter has come back to the Dursleys' residence for the summer break in the middle of 1992, and his situation is dire. During the summer, the Dursleys have grown increasingly afraid of Harry's newfound magical abilities, leading them to confiscate all of his magical belongings, such as his wand, broomstick, spellbooks, etc., immediately upon his return home. Additionally, they have forbidden Harry from uttering words related to magic within the house, as evidenced by Uncle Vernon's angry outburst when Harry mentions the phrase, "say the magic word," which actually means please. Vernon does mention that Harry is ungrateful. He states that they have looked after Harry since he was an infant, provided him with their best meals, and even gave him Dudley's spare room out of their kindness. The movie suggests that the Dursleys gave Harry Dudley's old bedroom after his first year at Hogwarts, but in reality, he was given the room just before his first year at school in the previous book, as a way to prevent the Hogwarts acceptance letters from reaching Harry. The film does not include the scene where the Dursleys forbid Harry from uttering the word magic. Harry starts to worry about how his professors at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will react if he returns to them without completing his homework, and whether he will be barred from the Gryffindor House Quidditch team due to his inability to practice. However, the Dursleys have allowed him to keep his pet snowy owl, Hedwig, although they have secured her cage with a padded lock to prevent her from leaving during the day or night in order to avoid arousing suspicion from the neighbors. Naturally, this arrangement does not bode well for the owl. Whenever she becomes bored, her screeches echo throughout the house, causing an irritated Vernon to caution Harry that if he cannot control her, she will have to be removed. On Harry's 12th birthday, which falls on July 31st, he experiences an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Hogwarts and his dear friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, are dearly missed. Throughout the entire summer, neither Ron nor Hermione have sent him a single letter, not even to extend their birthday wishes. To add to his sadness, it seems that the Dursleys have also forgotten about his special day. Their primary focus lies on an upcoming dinner that evening, where Vernon, a drill salesman, aspires to strike a lucrative business agreement with a wealthy builder, Mr. Mason. The Dursleys' sole concern is that Harry remains confined to his room for the evening, ensuring he makes no noise and essentially disappears. Over breakfast, Vernon instructs his wife, Petunia, and their son, Dudley, to practice their conversations with the guests. While Uncle Vernon and his son Dudley busy themselves with purchasing dinner jackets in town, Harry seeks solace in the garden to avoid Aunt Petunia's cleaning endeavors. There, he sings a melancholic rendition of Happy Birthday to himself. As he gazes into the hedge, his attention is abruptly captured by a pair of immense green eyes peering back at him from within the foliage. When Dudley approaches and begins taunting him for not having a birthday celebration, Harry's irritation grows, prompting him to frighten Dudley away by pretending to cast a spell that would strip the bush bare. Unfortunately, Petunia emerges from the house upon Dudley's call and punishes her nephew by striking him with a soapy frying pan. She then assigns Harry some chores to complete while leaving him with little time before the arrival of the Masons. As promised, Harry ascends to his room without making a sound during the party. However, upon reaching his room, he discovers an unexpected visitor sitting on his bed. The film doesn't show any of these events, including the creature hiding in the bushes, and any of the extra arguments between Harry and the Dursleys. Chapter 2: Dobby's Warning. The small creature perched on Harry's bed possesses bulging green eyes, bat-like ears, and is dressed in a ragged pillowcase. Harry, still taken aback by its presence, identifies it as the same creature that had been observing him from the bushes earlier that day. The creature stands and introduces itself as Dobby the house elf, prompting Harry to offer a seat on the bed. Dobby breaks into loud sobs upon being treated as an equal by a wizard, causing a momentary pause in the voices of the dinner party guest downstairs. When Harry remarks that Dobby must not have encountered many kind wizards, the house elf begins to bang his head against the window, attributing his actions to self-imposed punishment for speaking ill of his masters, claiming that he was obligated to serve them until he dies. House elves were commonly employed by ancient wizarding families residing in grand residences such as mansions. They dutifully served the wizards and witches, carrying out every command given to them, unless they were granted their freedom. The only way for a house elf to be liberated was if their master bestowed upon them a set of clothes. House elves possess a unique form of magic that does not require the use of wands. Despite their diminutive stature and absence of wands, their magical abilities are remarkably powerful. Additionally, house elves are responsible for crafting elf-made wine. In the book, upon entering his room, Harry finds Dobby sitting silently on his bed. But in the film adaptation, Dobby can be seen gleefully jumping on the bed and laughing. A ball on a stick portrayed the character of Dobby during the filming process. Dobby's ears were inspired by Max, a dog from the art department who would often rest beneath the desks of the designers. Dobby commotion alerts the people downstairs. Upon hearing Uncle Vernon approaching upstairs, Harry swiftly conceals the elf in his closet, just before Vernon enters and reprimands his nephew for the disturbance, which disrupted the punchline of his Japanese golfer joke. Once his uncle departs, Harry releases Dobby. Dobby aims to stop Harry from going back to Hogwarts because he claims it is dangerous. Harry, however, asserts his determination to return to Hogwarts, emphasizing the importance of his friendships there, despite not hearing from them. Unexpectedly, Dobby discloses that he has taken all of Harry's letters and offers them to him on the condition that he stays away from Hogwarts. Harry responds that he needs to go back to Hogwarts, prompting Dobby to jump off the bed and cast a spell on a violet pudding, making the dessert float in the air. However, Dobby's efforts to convince Harry to stay fail, as he ultimately makes the pudding crash to the floor. In the movie, Dobby is depicted as using his levitation powers to transport the cake into the sitting room, where he then drops it onto Mrs. Mason. But it isn't an accident, he does it on purpose. After Dobby disapparates, Harry is immediately blamed for the incident. In the book, whenever Dobby disapparates, the customary loud crack resonates. Nevertheless, in the cinematic adaptations, Dobby materializes and vanishes silently. However, the manner in which he accomplishes this varies across different films. In the present film, he gradually fades away, as if carried away by the wind. Uncle Vernon hurriedly ushers the startled Masons into the dining room, while Harry takes responsibility for cleaning up the mess. In a fit of anger, Uncle Vernon threatens to punish Harry severely. Just when it seems like the situation is under control, an owl from the Ministry of Magic arrives promptly, causing Mrs. Mason to flee in terror due to her intense fear of birds. The Masons' departure in the film was caused by the cake dropping on Mrs. Mason, whereas in the book it was due to Mrs. Mason's phobia of birds triggered by an owl sent by the Ministry of Magic regarding the illegal use of the hover charm at the Dursleys' residence. The owl delivers a warning stating that Harry has violated the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage wizardry. Surprisingly, Harry is not punished, possibly because it is his first offense. This scene was completely cut from the film, and the viewers are not made aware that Harry got caught out by the Ministry of Magic. Only in the third film, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, does Minister Fudge mention the offense. However, upon realizing that Harry is not permitted to use magic outside of Hogwarts, Uncle Vernon locks him in his room. Uncle Vernon's reasoning is that if Harry were to use magic to escape, he would be expelled from school anyway. Since the implementation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1692, the majority of individuals without magical abilities remain oblivious to the existence of magic and the wizarding realm. Wizards and witches have effectively created their own society, which operate independently from the non-magical world. However, there are a few exceptions to this separation, including immediate family members of magical individuals and high-ranking government officials, such as the British Prime Minister. The improper use of Magic Office is responsible for prosecuting violations of the Statute of Secrecy, while the misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office work to prevent enchanted items from falling into the hands of Muggles. Nevertheless, there are certain connections between the Muggle and magical realms. For instance, on occasion, Muggles would enter into matrimony with wizards or witches, consequently gaining knowledge of the enchanting wizarding world. Muggles sometimes give birth to a magical child. The common belief is that this happens when a squib has married into the family in the past, thereby bringing the possibility of magic into the lineage. This latent potential would often manifest after several generations. Certain Muggles know about the existence of the wizarding world, yet deliberately choose to disregard it. One such individual is of course Vernon Dursley, who is well aware that his sister-in-law possessed magical abilities. However, he purposefully remained ignorant of the wizarding world until the arrival of his nephew, Harry Potter. Chapter 3: The Burrow. Harry is punished for a total of 3 days until Hope arrives. The Dursleys' plans are thwarted when Ron, Fred, and George Weasley, concerned about not receiving any communication from Harry throughout the summer, take it upon themselves to borrow their father's flying Ford Anglia and come to Harry's aid. Harry wakes up from a bad dream of someone tapping on his cage. He glances out of his barred window and spots his closest friend, Ron Weasley, seated in a car, hovering in midair, being driven or flown by his twin older brothers. The Ford Anglia, owned by the Weasleys, is identical in colour and model to the car that J.K. Rowling and her childhood best friend used to drive in. Rowling drew inspiration from her nostalgic experiences with the car when incorporating it into her book and then the film adaptation. The four boys work together to remove the metal bars from Harry's window. Fred and George, known for their mischievous nature, skillfully manipulate the lock on Harry's door and silently go down the stairs to retrieve Harry's trunk and his Nimbus 2000. Although they successfully make their escape through the window, Hedwig, the owl, emits a piercing screech, arousing the wrath of Uncle Vernon, who hastily ascends the stairs in a fit of anger. This leads to a competition, as the Weasley brothers tug on Harry's arms while Vernon pulls on his legs. Ultimately, the Weasleys emerge victorious and the group departs into the night sky. The Dursleys are awakened by Hedwig's screech in the book, whereas in the movie they were roused by the sound of the bars crashing onto the grass. Harry's trunk is securely stored in the cupboard under the stairs in the book, where Fred and George manage to sneak into the house and skillfully pick the locks of both Harry's room and the cupboard. However, in the film adaptation, Harry's trunk is simply placed in his room, and Fred and George do not need to sneak into the house at all. In the book, Harry forgets Hedwig, but he manages to reach her just in the nick of time. In the movie, Harry remembers everything. In the book, it is mentioned that during Harry's escape from the Dursleys, all members of the Dursley family make attempts to hinder his escape, but ultimately find themselves hanging from the window. However, in the film adaptation, only Uncle Vernon is shown trying to impede Harry's escape, leading to his own comedic fall out of the window and into a bush. This particular scene was designed to add a humorous touch to the overall sequence. During their journey to the burrow, Harry starts sharing his encounter with Dobby, the mischievous house elf. As he narrates the incident, Fred and George chime in with some intriguing information about house elves. Apparently, these magical creatures are usually owned by wealthy and old wizarding families. This revelation sparks a thought in Harry's mind. Could Dobby belong to Draco Malfoy, his least favourite person at Hogwarts? Convinced that Draco must have sent his house elf to sabotage Harry's return to school, he confides in the mischievous twins. To Harry's surprise, they add another layer to the story. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, was a devoted follower of Voldemort, the notorious Dark Wizard. This connection between Draco and the Malfoy family only strengthens Harry's suspicion. The Death Eaters were Lord Voldemort's most devoted supporters. They were a group mainly made up of wizards and witches who believed in the superiority of pure bloods and dabbled in the dark arts without any hesitation, showing no respect for wizarding laws. Some of them were coerced into joining out of fear or blackmail. During the First Wizarding War, the Death Eaters engaged in a range of sinister activities, including covert attacks, espionage, brutal torture, and the merciless slaughter of both magical folk and innocent muggles. These malevolent acts were carried out by the Death Eaters, often under the command of Voldemort, although not exclusively. As part of their sinister modus operandi, the Death Eaters would leave the ominous dark mark at each location where they committed their gruesome murders. This chilling symbol struck fear into the hearts of the entire wizarding community. However, the Death Eaters faced staunch opposition from the Order of the Phoenix, an organization established by the wise Albus Dumbledore, as well as the Ministry of Magic. These forces retaliated against the Death Eaters' abhorrent crimes, with the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement leading the charge. Following Lord Voldemort's initial downfall, Lucius cunningly evaded imprisonment by weaving a web of lies, claiming he had been coerced under the Imperius Curse. This curse is part of the trio of unforgivable curses. Once it's cast with precision, the victim falls entirely under the caster's command. Despite Lucius's deceit, he and his family retained their esteemed status among the social elite. However, Lucius couldn't conceal his deep-rooted prejudice, which he shamelessly displayed time and again. As the conversation continues, the boys shift their focus to Mr. Weasley, who happens to work at the Ministry of Magic in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts department. It turns out that Mr. Weasley is responsible for fixing the chaos caused by enchanted objects gone awry. The twins explain that their father has a peculiar fascination with muggles and purchased the car specifically to experiment with spells and tinker around with it. In the midst of this captivating discussion, Harry's mind races with new possibilities and connections. Little does he know that this car, with its own magical secrets, will soon become an integral part of his own extraordinary journey. In the movie, Ron greets Harry with a happy birthday as they depart from 4 Privet Drive. This scene differs from the book, where Harry's birthday coincided with the Masons' visit, and Ron did not wish him a happy birthday. Additionally, it is worth noting that in the film, the Weasleys rescue Harry on the same evening, whereas in the book, they rescue him from the Dursleys early the following morning. At the crack of dawn, they reach the Weasleys' ramshackle and chaotic abode known as the Burrow, where they are greeted by a furious and anxious Mrs. Weasley. Harry is astounded by the remarkable nature of the house. To capture an authentic portrayal of the floating set of needles knitting in the burrow, a crew member convinced his mother to be filmed for several hours while she worked on her own knitting project. Also, in the film, Ginny inquires about her missing jumper to her mother, and Molly points out that it is hanging on the cat. The cat in question is actually a cat-shaped decoration on the fireplace mantle, with its tail serving as a makeshift clothes hook. It can be inferred that the jumper had been recently washed and was left to dry on this unique hook-like feature. With a warm welcome for Harry, Mrs. Weasley swiftly transitions into a stormy scolding of her mischievous boys. She is furious that they had taken the car without permission, so she assigns them the task of de-gnoming the garden. Intrigued, Harry decides to join in on this peculiar adventure. Prior to commencing their gnome removal mission, Mrs. Weasley consults a book by the renowned Gilderoy Lockhart, seeking guidance on eradicating household pests. As she admires the book's enchanting cover photo, which winks and moves and praises Lockhart's expertise, it becomes evident that she harbors a secret crush on the author. The de-gnoming process involves scanning their unkempt lawn, plucking out small, leathery, gnome-like creatures from the bushes, and forcefully hurling them into a nearby field, leaving them too disoriented to find their way back. Harry attempts to politely drop a gnome over the fence, but sensing his hesitation, the mischievous creature bites him, prompting him to resort to flinging them with more vigor. This scene was cut from the film adaptation. Following their reprimand, Molly prepares breakfast for them. Shortly thereafter, Arthur Weasley returns home after a long night at work, and he can't help but share his excitement about the peculiar charms he encountered throughout the evening. However, his wife is absolutely furious with him for enchanting their car. Despite his apologies, it's evident that his guilt is overshadowed by his childlike enthusiasm as he eagerly recounts the exhilarating experience of flying in the car. Meanwhile, Ron leads Harry up to his bedroom, passing his younger sister Ginny along the way. It's quite obvious that Ginny has a crush on Harry as she blushes shyly in his presence. Ron's room may be small and adorned with nothing but Quidditch posters, but he is clearly self-conscious and apologetic about it. On the other hand, Harry is captivated by everything he sees, his eyes wide with wonder and excitement. Chapter 4. At Flourish and Blots. Harry remains at the Burrow until his departure for Hogwarts. He relishes his time there, where every item seems to possess a touch of magic. The Weasleys make it evident that they all hold a fondness for Harry. Mr. Weasley is particularly interested in Harry's knowledge of the Muggle world, bombarding him with questions. For instance, Arthur insists that Harry sits beside him during meals, while Molly, who constantly laments the condition of his hand-me-down clothes and his thinness, insists that he consumes extra food. When school supply lists arrive via Owl Post, Ginny becomes unusually clumsy around Harry. Percy, the eldest Weasley sibling still residing at home, is introduced as a studious yet uptight character. The boys, excluding Percy, spend an afternoon honing their Quidditch skills in a hidden field. Ron expresses concern over the financial strain of purchasing school supplies, prompting Harry to feel a pang of guilt due to his inherited wealth. The stark contrast in their financial situations weighs heavily on Harry's mind. A few days later, the Weasleys and Harry are getting ready for their trip to Diagon Alley to purchase their school supplies. They opt for a unique mode of transportation called Floo powder, which involves tossing it into a lit fireplace. This creates a magical pathway that transports the traveler to their desired fireplace. When it's Harry's turn to step into the flames, he accidentally swallows a small amount of hot ash and mutters Diagon Alley. Unfortunately, the Floo powder misinterprets his words and transports him to a dimly lit shop in the infamous Nocturne Alley, adorned with eerie masks and human bones. In the film adaptation, due to mispronouncing Diagon Alley as Diagonally, he mistakenly arrives at Nocturne Alley. To avoid being noticed, Harry finds refuge in a cabinet and unintentionally eavesdrops on a conversation between the shop owner, Mr. Borgin, and Lucius Malfoy, who has just arrived with his son Draco. In the book, Lucius Malfoy was not intended to have long hair initially. Nevertheless, Jason Isaacs, upon being chosen for the role, asked for longer hair to differentiate himself from his on-screen son, Draco. To prevent the hair from obstructing his face, Isaacs had to tilt his head back, enhancing the character's snobbish demeanor by making him appear as if he was looking down his nose at everyone. Actor Jason Isaacs came up with the concept of giving Lucius Malfoy long blonde hair and a walking stick to hide his wand. He became fond of the stick and even attempted to take it off the set at one point, but was apprehended. Draco is expressing his frustration about not being allowed to play Quidditch yet, while Harry Potter is already a member of his Hogwarts house's Quidditch team. In the movie, Harry doesn't encounter the Malfoys in Nocturne Alley. Instead, he explores the shop and experiences a scary-looking hand on a shelf grip him tightly. Lucius discreetly cautions him against showing any signs of disliking Harry, emphasizing that he is highly regarded as a hero in the wizarding community. Subsequently, Lucius discreetly hands over a list of items that the shop owner must sell urgently, just in case the Ministry of Magic decides to search his residence. Meanwhile, Draco idly explores the objects in the shop, expressing his dissatisfaction with Hermione Granger, who consistently outperforms him in all their classes. Lucius, lacking sympathy, sharply retorts that Draco should feel ashamed to be academically surpassed by a non-magical girl. Approximately 15 minutes into the film, viewers catch a fleeting glimpse of the opal necklace within a display case at Borgin and Burke's shop in Nocturne Alley, marking its significance in Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. The Malfoys then depart at last, and Harry swiftly exits the store. He notices a sign that reads Borgin and Burke's. Before he can make a decision on his next move, Hagrid, the kind-hearted and massive gamekeeper of Hogwarts, suddenly appears. Hagrid whisks Harry away, cautioning him about Nocturne Alley, and soon they find themselves back in Diagon Alley. The Weasleys and Hermione are there, anxiously waiting for Harry and relieved to see him. It is strictly prohibited for individuals under a certain age to practice magic outside the premises of Hogwarts. It appears that Warner Brothers was not aware of this rule, as depicted in the scene where Hermione Granger repairs Harry's broken glasses in Diagon Alley. In the original books, Mr. Weasley is the one who utilizes the Reparo charm to mend the glasses, as he is an adult and therefore permitted to use his wand at his discretion. Mrs. Weasley rushes over to Harry, showering him with attention, while Mr. Weasley heads straight for Hermione's Muggle parents, bombarding them with questions. The group makes their way to Gringotts Bank, where goblins protect their riches. Mrs. Weasley empties their family vault, while Harry discreetly stashes his inheritance into his bag. As they explore the enchanting shops, they stumble upon various magical stores before finally arriving at Flourish and Blotts, where they purchase their schoolbooks. A crowd of enthusiastic middle-aged witches eagerly await their turn to have their copies of Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography signed. Lockhart was a brilliant half-blood wizard. During his time at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he excelled as a Ravenclaw student. However, his true fame came later in life when he became a renowned wizarding celebrity. Lockhart captivated readers with his books about dark creatures and his alleged encounters with them. Jason Isaacs initially tried out for the role of Gilderoy Lockhart, but Chris Columbus suggested that he also audition for Lucius Malfoy. Isaacs was hesitant at first because he felt that the character was too similar to his previous role as Captain Hook in Peter Pan, but he didn't want to be impolite and decline. Despite almost rejecting the offer, Isaacs eventually decided to take on the part after being persuaded by his family members. Lockhart spots Harry and insists on taking a photograph with him for the newspaper. In the novel, Harry and the Weasley family's visit to Flourish and Blott's bookstore takes an unexpected turn. Initially, Harry is forced to take photos with Gilderoy Lockhart, even though he has no interest in doing so. However, in the film, Harry doesn't seem to resist taking photos. He excitedly reveals that he will be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts in the upcoming year. In the film, Lockhart does not yet reveal that he will be working at Hogwarts. Instead, Professor Dumbledore reveals this at the Grand Feast once the students are back at Hogwarts. In the midst of it all, the Malfoys gracefully step into the bookshop, ready to unleash their snide comments towards the Weasleys regarding their modest financial state and the non-magical lineage of the Grangers, who happen to be standing close by. Unexpectedly, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy find themselves engaged in a heated brawl right in the heart of the bookstore. In the midst of the scuffle, Malfoy snatches one of the Weasleys' used books, and after Hagrid intervenes, callously hurls the book back at Ginny. Mrs. Weasley is utterly appalled by the spectacle. With heavy hearts, the Weasleys and Harry bid farewell to Hermione and her parents before embarking on their journey back to the Burrow. In the film, Lucius and Malfoy do not get physical. Lucius and Mr. Weasley exchange harsh words and they give each other death stares and move on with their lives. Chapter 5: The Whomping Willow. Harry is having the time of his life during the summer at the Burrow. The night before heading off to Hogwarts, the Weasleys and Harry indulge in a scrumptious meal and dessert, light up wizard fireworks, savor a final mug of hot cocoa, and eventually retire to bed. The following morning is utter pandemonium, with 6 kids packing up for the school year at Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley has charmed his Ford Anglia to accommodate all of them along with their belongings and pets comfortably. After a few trips back for forgotten items, they finally make it to King's Cross just in time to catch the Hogwarts Express at platform 9 3/4. Upon their arrival at King's Cross Station, Harry and the Weasleys found themselves facing a series of delays. Despite the setbacks caused by Fred and George forgetting their broomsticks and Ginny leaving her diary behind, they were determined to make it to Hogwarts. The Hogwarts students access the platform by passing through the wall between platforms 9 and 10, and all the Weasleys manage to do so successfully. However, when it's Harry and Ron's turn to pass through, the wall mysteriously seals shut, preventing them from boarding the train. Without missing a beat, they decide to tail the train in Mr. Weasley's flying Ford Anglia. However, they attract the attention of numerous muggles as they rise in the air. John Richardson, the mastermind behind special effects, transformed a genuine 1962 Ford by removing its interior to reduce weight. He then mounted it onto a rotating crane using a unique gimbal head. The filmmakers connected the car to a modified pickup truck, allowing them to maneuver and spin the vehicle, ultimately creating the flying effect we witness on the big screen. The journey to Hogwarts is a peaceful one. The boys soar above the clouds, watching the Hogwarts Express chug along below. After a few hours, night descends, leaving the boys feeling restless and hungry, wondering when they will finally arrive. Suddenly, the Anglia sputters to a stop and starts descending towards the Hogwarts lake. Despite Ron and Harry's efforts to steer it, the car crashes into the Whomping Willow in the Forbidden Forest. The impact not only damages the car, but also breaks Ron's wand. The tree begins to attack the vehicle. Its branches thrash about, hitting the car and the boys. Harry, Ron, and their belongings are ejected before the car speeds off into the Forbidden. 14 Ford Anglias were wrecked to film the part where Harry and Ron smash into the Whomping Willow. They quickly gather their belongings and make a run for Hogwarts just in time to catch a glimpse of the sorting ceremony through the windows. As they ponder the absence of Professor Snape, the Potions Master himself appears and leads them to his office. In this film, Argus Filch is seen waiting outside the Great Hall for Harry and Ron to arrive by car. This scene mirrors a similar event in the book version of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, where Filch catches Harry and Hermione after assisting Hagrid in getting rid of Norbert and delivers the same warning that they are in trouble. The only variation is that Ron is the one in trouble in this movie. The boys recount their tale, but Snape swiftly silences them, thrusting a newspaper article in their faces that declares Muggles have spotted a flying car. He also scolds them for damaging the Whomping Willow, a tree of great value. Harry and Ron realize they're in deep trouble, and Snape seems to relish the idea of punishing them. He departs to fetch Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster, and Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, where Harry and Ron reside. When these two stern figures arrive, Harry and Ron receive further lectures about their actions. Professor Snape endeavors to have them expelled for their unauthorized presence and violation of wizarding laws. Nevertheless, Albus Dumbledore intervenes by promising to send a letter to Harry and Ron's families. Nonetheless, Professor McGonagall issues a cautionary statement and assigns separate detentions to both boys. Additionally, she informs them that Ginny has been sorted into Gryffindor, granting them an abundance of sandwiches but forbidding their attendance at the start of term feast. Snape is visibly disappointed by their seemingly lenient punishment. Professors Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall return to the feast, but not before leaving Harry and Ron a plate of sandwiches and a jug of pumpkin juice for their dinner. Harry and Ron finish their meal and make their way back to Gryffindor Tower, passing through the portrait of the Fat Lady. Hermione disapprovingly reminds them of the secret password, Wattlebird. As they enter the common room, they are met with an excited crowd eager to hear about their flying adventure. Percy, Ron's prefect brother, approaches them with a stern expression. Hurrying to their rooms, they are greeted as heroes by their amazed roommates, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom. Chapter 6, Gilderoy Lockhart. The morning after their car journey, Hermione's mood is sour as she sits with Ron and Harry at breakfast. Despite this, their other friends are clearly impressed. Suddenly, a group of owls swoops in, delivering letters and packages for the day. Errol, the Weasley family's elderly owl, takes a tumble into Hermione's milk jug. Ron rescues him and notices a red, smoking envelope in his beak. It's a howler. As Ron opens it, the booming voice of Mrs. Weasley fills the Great Hall, scolding him for the car mishap, Mr. Weasley's job troubles, and the danger he put himself and Harry in. From now on, Hermione is back to being friendly, feeling that Harry and Ron have learned their lesson. Then, McGonagall distributes timetables, and their first class is herbology with the Hufflepuffs. The trio heads to herbology class together, where Gilderoy Lockhart, in his flashy turquoise robes, is confidently giving advice to Professor Sprout on handling the Whomping Willow. Lockhart takes Harry aside, expressing deep regret and understanding, blaming himself for the car incident. It becomes clear that Lockhart believes Harry has been seeking fame recklessly ever since their encounter at the bookstore. Harry is shocked and hurt, but he composes himself and joins his classmates in the greenhouse. In the film, Lockhart isn't featured talking to Professor Sprout. In the magical greenhouse, Professor Sprout gathers the students for an intriguing lesson on repotting seedling mandrakes. They are known for their healing properties when fully grown. These little plants, with their pale green color and mottled appearance, possess a remarkable power. They can restore transfigured individuals back to their original form. Hermione, always the knowledgeable one, enlightens her friends about the mandrake's incredible restorative abilities. However, there's a catch. Their cries are fatally loud. To protect themselves, the entire class dons earmuffs before handling these peculiar babies with leaves sprouting from their heads. The next class is Transfiguration, where Ron encounters difficulties due to his damaged wand, despite attempting to mend it with sellotape. Unfortunately, the wand emits a putrid cloud of smoke that fills the air. In the film, Ron turns his rat into a goblet, but it malfunctions. Instead, his goblet has a hairy tail. This scene takes place after the warning of the Chamber of Secrets that has been opened. During the class, McGonagall explains the history of Hogwarts and the evil acts of Salazar Slytherin. On the way to their next class, Harry finds himself approached by a young Gryffindor first year named Colin Creevey. Armed with his camera, Colin timidly requests a signed picture from Harry as proof of their encounter. He goes on to gush about Harry's incredible history, Hogwarts and the wonders of magic, all the while embarrassing poor Harry. To add insult to injury, Draco Malfoy happens to pass by and loudly announces that Harry is giving away signed photos. Ron, ever the loyal friend, steps in to defend Harry, but Malfoy cruelly remarks that one of those signed photos would be worth more than Ron's entire house. Just as tensions rise and a fight seems imminent, Professor Lockhart appears, overhearing the commotion. With his usual flair, he suggests that both he and Harry pose for a signed photo for Colin. Hugh Grant had initially been chosen to play the role of Gilderoy Lockhart, but unfortunately had to step back at the 11th hour due to conflicting schedules with the film 2 weeks' notice. Lockhart mentioned that he did not defeat the Bandon Banshee by simply smiling at him. Banshees are known as Irish spirits that are exclusively female. The text specifically referred to the Banshee as her. Harry, Ron, and Hermione go to their first session with Lockhart, the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Just as they are about to begin the task, a friendly Hufflepuff student named Justin Finch Fletchley introduces himself to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Justin shares an interesting tidbit about his background, revealing that he almost attended Eton, a prestigious Muggle school. This implies that he is Muggle-born, as Eton is not a wizarding institution. However, after showing his parents Lockhart's books and persuading them of the usefulness of wizards, he successfully convinced them to send him to Hogwarts. Lockhart's teaching methods prove to be a complete disaster. He surprises the students with a quiz based on his personal life, favorite things, and accomplishments from his books. The quiz is extensive, with over 50 questions. The class is then tasked with handling mischievous pixies that Lockhart accidentally releases. Unable to control them, Lockhart hurriedly exits the room, leaving Ron, Harry, and Hermione to deal with the chaos. Chapter 7: Mudbloods and Murmurs. Time flies at Hogwarts without much excitement. Harry steers clear of Gilderoy Lockhart and Colin Creevey whenever possible, while Ron's wand continues to cause chaos with spells. One early Saturday morning, Harry is woken up by Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch team captain, for a dawn practice session. Harry quickly gets dressed and heads to the locker room to meet the team, but on the way he bumps into Colin. Colin eagerly asks Harry to explain the rules of Quidditch, which Harry does. In a nutshell, the game involves 7 players on broomsticks, with the Seeker, Harry, needing to catch the Golden Snitch to end the game. 2 bludgers try to knock players off their brooms while the beaters, Fred and George Weasley, work to keep them at bay. The chasers, Alicia Spinett, Angelina Johnson, and Katie Bell, aim to throw the quaffle through the goalpost past the keeper, Oliver Wood, making it somewhat similar to water polo. At last, they emerge from the confines of the room, stepping into the open air to begin their practice. Shortly after commencing their actual practice, the Slytherin Quidditch team, equipped with brand new Nimbus 2001 broomsticks, arrives, leading to a dispute over field time. Amidst the confrontation, it is revealed that Malfoy has assumed the role of the new Slytherin Seeker and is responsible for procuring the team's new brooms. Hermione asserts that their team members earned their position solely based on their natural abilities without resorting to any form of bribery. In response, Malfoy hurls a derogatory term, mudblood, at Hermione, provoking an angry reaction from the Gryffindor team. Ron, in an attempt to curse Malfoy, inadvertently suffers the consequences of his damaged wand, resulting in him being swiftly taken to Hagrid's cabin as he begins to expel slugs. In an interview with Rupert Grint, it was disclosed that the slugs he regurgitated were artificial slugs containing various flavors of slime. He openly acknowledged that these slugs were surprisingly delicious. Ron and Hagrid educate Harry on the derogatory term mudblood used for muggleborns like Hermione. They also discuss the superiority complex of pure-blood wizards such as the Malfoys. Upon their return to the castle, Professor McGonagall assigns detentions to Harry and Ron. Harry assists Lockhart with responding to fan mail, while Ron is tasked with polishing the school's awards. While serving his detention, Harry hears a mysterious voice that Lockhart is unable to perceive. Chapter 8: The Death Day Party. October has arrived, and with it, the rain. Despite the weather, Quidditch practice goes on as usual. One evening, as Harry makes his way through the castle corridors, he comes across nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost who was feeling down. Nick reveals that he was rejected from the headless hunt because his head can't fully come off. Their conversation is cut short when Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, appears. Nick warns Harry to leave before they get caught for tracking mud. Mrs. Norris was born before 1984 and was adopted as the beloved pet cat by Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts School. She has developed an exceptionally strong connection with her owner and promptly notifies him of any students who are misbehaving. As a result, both Mrs. Norris and Filch are despised by the majority of Hogwarts students, and many students aspire to kick her. However, Filch catches Harry and starts to write a punishment complaint. Suddenly, there's a loud crash and Filch rushes out. Harry takes a peek at an open envelope on the desk and discovers a mail-order course called Quick Spell for wizards who aren't completely magical. He quickly puts it back before Filch returns, jokingly telling Mrs. Norris that Peeves will be in trouble for the cabinet incident. Filch is about to scold Harry when he notices the Quick Spell envelope near him, asking anxiously if he read it. Harry denies it, and Filch, looking worried, lets him go. Filch stands as the sole inhabitant at Hogwarts who abstains from showcasing any magical abilities. Within the literary works, it is unveiled that he is classified as a squib, signifying his status as a non-magical offspring born to parents with magical powers. Outside, Nick reveals that he had instructed Peeves to create a diversion, and Harry expresses his gratitude. He asks if there's anything he can do to assist with the rejection from the Headless Hunt. Nick responds with sheer delight, suggesting that Harry attends his 500th Death Day party on Halloween. He adds that during the event, Harry can impress the other headless ghosts by mentioning how terrifying and awe-inspiring the students find Nick. Harry eagerly agrees and extends the invitation to Ron and Hermione. On Halloween, the trio ventures into the dungeons, where they are greeted by eerie, discordant music and the stench of decaying food. They catch glimpses of countless translucent figures. Nick warmly welcomes them, and they explore the surroundings, observing the ghosts as they dance and pass through the table of putrefying food, attempting to taste it. Hermione spots Moaning Myrtle, a ghost from the girls' bathroom, and swiftly guides her friends away, hoping to avoid engaging in conversation with her. Shirley Henderson, known for her role as Moaning Myrtle, holds the distinction of being the most senior actress at the age of 37 to play a student at Hogwarts. As Peeves approaches, he mentions overhearing the three talking about Myrtle and calls her over. Hermione quickly jumps in, saying they were actually complimenting how nice she looked that night. However, Myrtle insists they were mocking her and lists all the negative attributes they might have teased her about: fat, ugly, moping. Peeves adds that she forgot pimply, causing Myrtle to run away in tears. Just then, nearly headless Nick arrives and introduces them to the head of the Headless Hunt. The three students are eager to leave and quickly make their way out during Nick's introduction. As they rush through the passageway, Harry hears a chilling voice whispering about murder. He leads his friends towards the sound, and they find themselves in a deserted corridor with a message scrawled on the wall: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Above them, a petrified cat Mrs. Norris hangs from the ceiling. Suddenly, the halls fill with people leaving the feast, and Draco Malfoy taunts them, saying they'll be next because they are mudbloods. In the film, the Death Day party of nearly headless Nick is sadly absent, only existing in concept art. As a result, in the film, on his way back from enduring a lengthy detention with Gilderoy Lockhart, Harry stumbles upon the petrified Mrs. Norris instead of finding her after the Death Day party. Chapter 9, The Writing on the Wall. Filch catches sight of Mrs. Norris suspended from the ceiling and immediately directs his anger towards Harry, accusing him of being responsible for the cat's demise. Just as tensions rise, Dumbledore appears and swiftly transports Harry, Ron, Hermione, Filch, and Mrs. Norris to Lockhart's nearby office, which the eager Lockhart had offered. The room is adorned with numerous conceited portraits of Lockhart himself, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Dumbledore examines the petrified cat, while Professor McGonagall frets silently and Snape sneers disdainfully. Lockhart attempts to reassure everyone with his supposed expertise in reversing curses, causing Filch to break down in tears. Dumbledore clarifies that the cat is not dead, but merely petrified, and emphasizes that second-year students couldn't have possibly performed such a powerful dark spell. He also mentions that the school will soon have enough mature mandrakes to create a restorative potion, a task that Lockhart eagerly volunteers for. However, Filch remains unconvinced and insists that Harry attacked his cat due to knowing Filch's squib status. Snape interrupts, claiming that the three students were in a suspicious location during the Halloween feast. Ron, Harry, and Hermione explain their attendance at the Death Day party, but Snape questions why they didn't immediately join the feast afterwards. Reluctant to reveal the existence of the eerie, disembodied voice, Harry simply states that they were tired and wanted to go to bed. Snape remains skeptical and suggests removing Harry from the Quidditch team until he tells the truth. However, McGonagall and Dumbledore swiftly dismiss this idea. The three students make their way to their dormitories, with Ron explaining the concept of a squib to Harry, who contemplates the mysterious nature of the Chamber of Secrets. In the movie, the teacher's questioning of Harry, Ron, and Hermione took a different turn due to the incident happening during Harry's detention with Gilderoy Lockhart, rather than on their way back from nearly headless Nick's Death Day party. During his conversation with Dumbledore, Snape hinted that he considered Harry a suspect because he was absent during dinner. This suspicion arose because Lockhart unintentionally made Harry stay behind for detention longer than intended. Hermione then stepped in to explain that they were absent because they noticed Harry's absence and went looking for him. She was about to mention that Harry claimed to have heard a strange voice before hesitating, prompting Harry to lie and say that he had told her he wasn't hungry. Hermione confidently asserts in the movie that the inscription on the wall is etched in blood. However, the book clarifies that the message is merely composed using red paint. Filch maintains a vigilant eye on the crime scene, while Justin Finch-Fletchley flees from Harry, seemingly convinced that Harry is the culprit behind the crime. Meanwhile, Ginny Weasley appears to be terrified of everything around her. In the History of Magic class, Professor Binns, a small, elderly, and dull ghost who teaches the subject, continues to drone on. However, Hermione interrupts by raising her hand and persuading him to delve into the history of the Chamber of Secrets. As the story unfolds, it turns out that the founders of Hogwarts created the school as a nurturing environment for talented young witches and wizards. Everything was going well until Salazar Slytherin caused a rift by expressing his desire to exclude Muggle-born wizards from the institution. Salazar Slytherin's first name is derived from the former Portuguese dictator Antonio de Oliveira Salazar. J.K. Rowling penned a portion of the initial Harry Potter novel during her time in Porto, Portugal. Eventually, Slytherin departed from the school, but not before constructing a hidden Chamber of Secrets. Within this chamber lurked a monstrous creature that would eliminate all non-pureblood wizards from Hogwarts. Slytherin claimed that only his heir would possess the power to control it. The students bombard Binns with a barrage of questions until he becomes irritated, dismisses it all as folklore, and resumes the original lesson plan. Professor Binns, not Professor McGonagall, delves into the origins of the Chamber of Secrets in the book. Cuthbert Binns is the history of magic professor in the series, known for his ability to turn an otherwise intriguing topic into a dull one. Additionally, he holds the distinction of being the sole Hogwarts teacher who is a ghost. Due to his perceived lack of importance in the films, his limited significant contributions to the plot were assigned to different characters. Harry is filled with concern due to this newfound knowledge. Last year, when the Sorting Hat placed him in Gryffindor instead of Slytherin, it had assured him that Slytherin would bring him greatness. However, Harry had strongly desired not to be in Slytherin. Now, he worries about any potential connection he may have with Salazar Slytherin, despite his own hopes and wishes. Unfortunately, it seems that many students in the school believe he is indeed connected to Slytherin. In the film, the rest of the students do not suspect Harry of being a descendant of Slytherin until he speaks Parseltongue to a snake. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione make their way through the corridor, they come across mysterious writing on the wall. They wonder about the source of the water from the night of the attack, and notice a line of spiders hastily scurrying away through a window. Intrigued, they decide to investigate Myrtle's bathroom for any possible clues. Myrtle, as always, is in a gloomy state, and the bathroom itself exudes a rather depressing atmosphere. After a brief search, they leave the bathroom only to encounter Percy Weasley, who scolds them harshly for being in a girl's bathroom and for being in a suspicious location. This exchange leaves both Ron and Harry feeling upset. In the darkness of the night, Harry, Ron, and Hermione engage in a lively discussion, thinking of the possibility of Malfoy being the heir of Slytherin. Hermione proposes an intriguing plan to uncover the truth, brewing a polyjuice potion and transforming themselves into Slytherins. This would grant them access to Malfoy's secrets as they discreetly listen in on conversations within the Slytherin common room. Initially, Ron and Harry express doubt, but Hermione's determination shines through. She suggests obtaining a note from a teacher, allowing her to explore the restricted section in the library, where the recipe for the potion awaits their discovery. Chapter 10. The Rogue Bludger. Following the incident with the mischievous pixies, Lockhart finds solace in his dark arts class by immersing himself in role-playing. As the class comes to an end, Hermione approaches Lockhart with a request. She seeks permission to access a book called Moster Potente Potions from the restricted section of the library, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of the strategies outlined in one of Lockhart's books. Lockhart is genuinely flattered by Hermione's interest in his work, and he gladly signs the slip. Excitedly, Harry, Hermione, and Ron rush to the library, where they are granted access to the coveted book. As they delve into its pages, they discover the intricate and arduous steps involved in creating and using the Polyjuice Potion. However, in the film adaptation, this entire scene was left out, and in the book was conveniently placed in the regular section of the library. Hermione cautions them that it will take a month to brew, provided they acquire all the necessary ingredients, two of which are only available in Snape's personal supplies. By the end, Hermione remains determined to attempt its creation, and she manages to convince the boys to join her in this daring endeavor. Since Moaning Myrtle's bathroom is rarely visited, the trio decides it is the ideal location to brew the potion discreetly. Hermione takes charge of preparing the ingredients they have gathered. Shirley Henderson, known for her role as Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who incessantly weeps in the girls' lavatory, also portrayed Jude in Bridget Jones's Diary. In this film, she is depicted as spending a significant amount of time in the ladies' room, shedding tears over her boyfriend instead of focusing on her responsibilities. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin is about to begin, and as the Gryffindor team gathers for their pep talk, Oliver Wood instills confidence in his players. He reminds them that although the Slytherins may have superior brooms, it is the Gryffindors who possess the true talent and skill. With determination in his voice, Oliver turns to Harry and urges him to catch the snitch at any cost. The movie showcases the match happening under the bright sunlight, while the book predominantly features scenes set in rainy weather. In the movie, a wild bludger smashes into Oliver Wood's broom, causing it to shatter just as Wood tries to alert Harry to be careful. Surprisingly, the book doesn't even touch upon the bludger damaging Wood's broom. As the game starts, Harry takes to the air, his eyes scanning the field for the one and only snitch. Suddenly, a bludger hurtles towards him, relentlessly pursuing him even after being deflected by Fred and George. The Gryffindor beaters valiantly protect Harry, but the Slytherins manage to score goal after goal. The spectators quickly realize that this particular bludger has been tampered with, as it deviates from its usual behavior of attacking all players indiscriminately. In the film adaptation, Hermione takes matters into her own hands and uses the powerful spell Finite Incantatem to obliterate the troublesome bludger after the match, unintentionally causing some damage to Hogwarts property. During a timeout, Harry makes a bold request to Fred and George. He asks them to rejoin the game, allowing him to face the rogue bludger alone while he continues his search for the snitch. Malfoy, the Slytherin Seeker, mocks Harry for his agile dodges, unaware that the snitch is right beside Harry's face. However, in the film, Draco spots the snitch right after Harry does. It happens right after he narrowly avoids being struck by a bludger. This leads to an exhilarating chase between the two of them as they both desperately try to catch the snitch. In the film, their pursuit takes them through the Quidditch stands. Filch is shown backing Slytherin in the movie, standing proudly among the Slytherin fans, while in the books, his allegiance remains a mystery. Lucius Malfoy can be spotted in the crowd watching the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match in the movie, even though this detail is not included in the book. In a moment of quick thinking, Harry pauses, enduring a blow from the bludger, and swiftly dives towards Malfoy. With determination in his eyes, he snatches the snitch and plummets from the sky, victorious. Harry emerges victorious in the game, but his triumph is short-lived as he lands with a painful thud. To his surprise, Lockhart rushes to his aid, attempting to mend his broken arm. However, Lockhart's incompetence leads to a disastrous mistake, resulting in Harry's arm being completely devoid of bones. During the movie, Malfoy skillfully avoids the bludger, but he accidentally tilts his broom too far down, resulting in the tip hitting a beam. This causes him to be flung off his broom and land on the grass, where he ends up doing an unintentional full split. Despite his painful predicament, he continues to groan in agony at the hospital wing until Madame Pomfrey scolds him for making a scene. Hagrid is there when Lockhart tries to fix Harry's arm, unlike in the book. In both the book and the film, Slytherin dominated the match by scoring goals with the quaffle, but the final scores varied. The book recorded a score of 60, 0, while the film showed a score of 90, 30. Eventually, Gryffindor earned 150 points and emerged victorious. In excruciating pain, Harry is swiftly transported to the hospital wing, where he is informed that his arm will have to undergo a lengthy and agonizing process of regrowth. In the film adaptation, the entire team, along with Ron and Hermione, accompanies Harry. Instead of asking them to leave the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey instructs them to make way for her. Madame Pomfrey exhibited a strong sense of ownership over the patients under her care within the hospital wing, becoming somewhat agitated by their visitors. She often emphasized the importance of rest for the patients and promptly requested that visitors vacate the premises. Her expertise in healing magic allowed her to address certain ailments with remarkable speed. Madame Pomfrey made a brief appearance in the background of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, portrayed by an extra. Gemma Jones then took on the role and continued to portray the character throughout the rest of the franchise. As the night wears on, Harry finds himself confined to the hospital wing, awaiting the miraculous regeneration of his arm. It is during this time that an unexpected visitor pays him a visit. Dobby, the mischievous house elf, appears before Harry and reveals his involvement in the recent events. He confesses to causing the bludger to chase after him, as well as preventing him from entering Platform 9 3/4, in the hope that Harry would not arrive at Hogwarts. Dobby fears for Harry's safety, believing that his life is in grave danger due to the reopening of the Chamber of Secrets, but then punished himself for revealing this information. Intrigued by this revelation, Harry eagerly seeks more information from Dobby. However, the determined house elf remains steadfast in his decision to divulge no further details. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the corridor, causing Dobby to vanish into thin air. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey enter the room, carrying a motionless figure that Harry recognizes as Colin Creevey, petrified with his camera still in hand. With a solemn expression, Dumbledore confirms what Dobby had previously disclosed. The Chamber of Secrets has indeed been reopened. Chapter 11, The Dueling Club. After Harry goes to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom the following morning and shares the information he obtained from Dobby, Hermione devises a plan for Harry and Ron to cause a distraction in potions so she can procure the remaining ingredients for the Polyjuice potion from Snape's personal supplies. When McGonagall approaches with a registration sheet for students staying at the school over Christmas, Harry, Ron, and Hermione decide to sign up upon learning that Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle have done so, as it presents an ideal opportunity to drink the Polyjuice potion. By creating a diversion in potions class through Harry's act of throwing a filibuster firework into Goyle's cauldron, Hermione is able to successfully obtain the ingredients without any issues, although Snape remains suspicious of Harry's involvement in the incident upon discovering the firework. Harry later enrolls in a dueling club, which, much to his dismay, is instructed by his least favourite teachers, Lockhart and Snape. In the first session, during a practice duel, Draco Malfoy summons a snake to attack Harry. The filmmakers have made a slight change in the movie adaptation of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. They decided to omit the scene where Harry, Ron, and Hermione cause a ruckus in potions class to steal ingredients from Professor Snape. However, this alteration caused a small continuity error. In the film, Snape accuses Harry of brewing Polyjuice Potion by stealing its ingredients again, even though we never see Harry doing it. Lockhart attempts to banish the creature, but instead, he inadvertently releases it among the students. Harry notices the snake moving towards a Hufflepuff student named Justin Finch-Fletchley and instinctively commands it to stop. Much to his surprise, the snake obeys. However, Justin and the others do not react positively. They only witness Harry speaking Parseltongue, the language of snakes, which they cannot comprehend, leading them to believe that he is encouraging the snake. In the film, Harry and Draco are the sole participants in the duel, whereas in the book, there are other classmates from their year joining in the action, including Hermione, Millicent Bulstrode, Ron, Seamus, Neville, and Justin Finch-Fletchley. In the book, Longbottom causes devastation with the simplest spells. Snape uttered a line that was later altered to Weasley's wand, causes devastation with the simplest spells. After Professor Lockhart selected Ron and Harry to showcase the disarming charm. In the original version, Snape referred to Neville Longbottom instead. Similarly, the film also made a change by replacing the line, "We'll be sending what's left of Finch-Fletchley up to the hospital wing in a matchbox," with "We'll be sending what's left of Potter up to the hospital wing in a matchbox." This modification was necessary as Justin Finch-Fletchley didn't engage in a duel during that particular scene. Rictus Emperor was employed as a stunning spell, causing Malfoy to execute an impressive backflip. However, in the book, Rictus Emperor was described as inducing an uncontrollable tickling sensation in its target. Interestingly, the film omitted the usage of Tarantallegra, a jinx that compels individuals to dance wildly and involuntarily. Furthermore, it was Malfoy himself who decided to attack with a Serpensortia spell, whereas in the book, Snape was the one who planted that idea in his mind. Surprisingly, the book did not mention the spell Evertestatum, but it made an appearance in the film. Harry discovers that Parseltongue is a rare ability associated with Salazar Slytherin, making him the prime suspect among students for being Slytherin's heir. Hermione even suggests that Harry might be a descendant of Slytherin due to the connection. Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue is showcased in the film. However, there is a slight difference between the book and the film adaptation. In the book, the reader is instantly aware of what Harry says when he speaks Parseltongue, just like when he converses with the snake at the zoo in the movie version of Philosopher's Stone. The film portrays it as hissing sounds until Harry clarifies his words to Ron and Hermione. Although the translations of other instances of Parseltongue in the film are not explicitly provided, they align with the translations in the book. During a cancelled herbology lesson, Harry speaks with Hagrid, who discloses that the school's roosters are being mysteriously killed. Shortly after parting ways with Hagrid, Harry encounters a petrified Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick, who is also petrified. Peeves spreads the news throughout the school, and a Hufflepuff student named Ernie Macmillan accuses Harry of being caught in the act. Chapter 12: The Polyjuice Potion. Harry is escorted to Dumbledore's office for the first time, where he witnesses the extraordinary sight of Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, bursting into flames and then being reborn from its own ashes. The animatronic phoenix that was used to represent Fawkes in the film appeared so realistic to the cast, to the point where Richard Harris, who played Professor Albus Dumbledore, mistook it for a genuine living bird upon first glance. Fawkes, the phoenix belonging to Professor Dumbledore, was given the name of Guy Fawkes, who was apprehended in 1605 for his failed plot to detonate the House of Lords in London. Presently, an effigy of him is set ablaze every year on Guy Fawkes Night, which falls on November 5th. Dumbledore's office can be accessed using the password Sherbet Lemon. In the initial book, Dumbledore confesses his affection for lemon drops, a delightful treat enjoyed by muggles. In the book, Harry bravely wears the sorting hat on his head as he questions whether it placed him in the correct house. However, in the film, he stands before the hat, seeking answers. Dumbledore reassures Harry that he does not suspect him of being responsible for the attacks, a belief further supported by Hagrid's testimony. However, a significant portion of the school now firmly believes that Harry is Slytherin's heir. As Christmas approaches, Harry receives a range of gifts including a toothpick, fudge in a tin, a book on flying with the cannons, a new quill, a jumper, and plum cake. With the Polyjuice Potion prepared and Hermione managing to acquire spare Slytherin robes, they plan to transform into Crabbe and Goyle. To incapacitate the real Crabbe and Goyle, they give them chocolate cakes laced with sleeping pills, causing them to fall asleep. Harry and Ron collect their hairs and even borrow their shoes due to the size difference. However, Hermione mistakenly uses her cat's hair instead of Millicent Bulstrode's, resulting in her transforming into a hybrid of a cat and a human. As a consequence, Hermione is confined to the hospital wing for several weeks. In the book, the Polyjuice Potion alters its colors with each strand of hair added, creating a visually captivating transformation. However, in the film adaptation, this magical effect is omitted, leaving the potion's appearance unchanged throughout the brewing process. During the Christmas feast in the Great Hall, Hermione casually mentions that she managed to remove Millicent Bulstrode's hair from her robes. However, the book tells a different story, portraying Hermione and Millicent in the dueling club where Millicent has Hermione in a headlock. It is in this intense moment that Hermione discovers black hair clinging to her robes. In the movie, there's a thrilling scene where Harry and Ron cleverly hide Crabbe and Goyle in a broom cupboard. However, this particular scene didn't make it to the final cut of the movie, but it can still be found in the deleted scenes section. As a result of this omission, when Harry and Ron dash past Crabbe and Goyle, they are left bewildered and disoriented. Actors Jamie Waylett and Josh Herdman accidentally injured themselves while shooting the scene where Crabbe and Goyle munch on the levitating cupcakes. They ended up cutting their mouths on the hooks that were used to secure the cupcakes to the fishing line. The potion in the book is found in one of the stalls, where the trio each drinks from their own glass in separate stalls. However, in the film, the potion is located in one of the sinks, while Ron and Hermione run to cubicles feeling sick, a detail not mentioned in the book. Harry stays at the sink and observes his transformation. In the book, Harry experiences a tumultuous sensation within him, as if a swarm of live snakes had just slithered down his throat. He doubles over in pain, and a scorching heat rapidly spreads from his stomach to the very tips of his fingers and toes. Gasping for breath, he collapses onto all fours, only to be overwhelmed by a dreadful sensation of melting, as if his entire body were bubbling like hot wax. As he watches in disbelief, his hands begin to transform before his eyes, with fingers thickening and nails broadening, while his knuckles bulge like bolts. The stretching of his shoulders becomes excruciating, and a tingling sensation on his forehead signals the creeping descent of hair towards his eyebrows. His robes tear apart as his chest expands, resembling a barrel bursting its hoops. And to add to his torment, his feet are trapped in shoes 4 sizes too small. In the film, however, Harry witnesses a different transformation. He observes his hands bubbling and then gazes into the mirror above the sink, only to witness his face undergo a similar bubbling effect, eventually morphing into Goyle's face. The Polyjuice Potion has varying effects between the book and the film adaptations. In the movies, Harry and Ron's voices remain the same when they transform into Crabbe and Goyle, leading them to mimic their voices instead. This alteration was likely made to prevent audience confusion due to the visual transformation that typically accompanies the potion's use in both Deathly Hallows films. In the film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, there is a continuity error with Barty Crouch Jr.'s usage of the Polyjuice Potion. When he transforms into Moody, his voice does change, which contradicts the rules established for the potion. However, we can view this as an exception since his true identity was concealed until the end of the film. Harry's eyesight alters in the book when he removes his glasses after consuming the Polyjuice Potion. However, in the movie, his vision remains the same, and he only removes his glasses when Draco, disguised as Goyle, confronts him about wearing them. In the film adaptation of the first half of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, there's a possibility of a small continuity error arising. This occurs when Hermione, Ron, and their companions consume the potion to assume Harry's appearance, and Hermione casually mentions that Harry's eyesight is quite poor. Upon being escorted by Draco to the Slytherin common room, Harry and Ron question an unsuspecting Malfoy and learn that despite his desires, Draco is not the heir of Slytherin. In the movie, Ron and Harry sport Slytherin robes borrowed from Crabbe and Goyle. However, in the books, Hermione swipes larger robes from the laundry since all the robes are simply plain black without any house colours. Ron sought out Penelope Clearwater for directions to the Slytherin common room, but she refused to assist him since she belonged to Ravenclaw House. This detail was left out of the movie adaptation. In the Slytherin common room scene, the film leaves out some key details from the book. For example, Draco doesn't show Goyle, Harry, and Crabbe Ron the Daily Prophet article about Arthur Weasley's inquiry at the Ministry of Magic. Additionally, Draco doesn't bring up Dumbledore's love for Muggleborns, although it's clear that Dumbledore still cared for them. The rude mimicking act of Colin Creevey wanting Harry's autograph is also missing. Harry and Ron are informed by Malfoy that 50 years ago, a Muggle-born student perished when the chamber was last opened, leading to the expulsion of the culprit. Additionally, Malfoy reveals details about his father's hidden collection of illegal artifacts. Tom Felton improvised his line when Draco caught Harry disguised as Goyle, saying, "I didn't know you could read." Although Crabbe and Goyle appear more frequently in this film compared to their appearances in other movies, they do not have any spoken lines. This is because their voices were replaced by Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint during the Polyjuice Potion scene. Azkaban Prison isn't mentioned in this scene because Harry doesn't ask Draco about the Chamber of Secrets incident. Instead, Hagrid is the first to mention Azkaban when Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge visit Hagrid's hut. Draco's comment about the Weasleys being an embarrassment to the wizarding world makes Ron clench his fists in the film, while in the book, his face is twisted with anger. In the book, Ron and Harry notice they're changing back to normal when Ron's hair turns red and his nose elongates, prompting them to flee. However, in the movie, Ron spots Harry's scar reappearing, and Harry sees Ron's hair turning red again, leading to a whispered exchange of scar and hair. Additionally, a scene is added where Draco discovers a mysterious package, which he later unwraps to reveal a silver object, a deviation from the original book plot. Chapter 13, The Very Secret Diary. Weeks later, Ron and Harry eavesdrop on Argus Filch as he grumbles about his excessive workload and decides to leave. They make their way to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom only to discover that it is flooded. Myrtle, a melancholic ghost, reveals that she caused the flooding because someone had flushed a diary down the toilet, which ended up on her. Harry picks up the diary and realizes that it once belonged to someone named T.M. Riddle, but it is completely empty. Ron recalls from his detention that Riddle had received an award for exceptional service to the school 50 years ago, as he had another slug attack on the trophy. Hermione deduces that since this aligns with the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened, Tom Riddle might have been rewarded for capturing the culprit responsible for the attacks at that time. Despite all attempts to extract information from the diary failing, Harry feels an inexplicable urge to keep it. On Valentine's Day, Ron and Harry are disheartened to discover that Lockhart has deployed dwarves dressed as cupids throughout the school to distribute and deliver Valentine's Day cards, believing it will boost morale due to his belief that he single-handedly put an end to the attacks. Harry receives a singing Valentine from a cupid dwarf, but in his attempt to avoid the dwarf, he trips and spills ink all over his bag. Ginny becomes alarmed when she sees the diary covered in ink. In the original script, they left out the part where Hermione receives a get well soon card from none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Lockhart's Valentine's Day breakfast in the Great Hall didn't make the cut either. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy tries to steal the diary while Harry is picking up his belongings, but Harry retaliates by stunning him. Percy Weasley, who was present during the incident, scolds Harry for his actions. Later, Harry discovers that despite the ink spill, the diary remains unstained. He decides to write in the diary and is surprised when Riddle responds. Riddle reveals that he was the one who caught the culprit responsible for opening the Chamber of Secrets in the past and offers to show Harry what happened. Harry agrees and is transported back to the 13th of June 1943, where he witnesses the school's former headmaster, Armando Dippet, informing Riddle that the school will be closed due to the death of a Muggle-born girl. The film doesn't show the moment when Harry receives his Valentine and Draco Malfoy attempts to snatch Tom Riddle's diary. Harry disarms Malfoy, but Percy scolds him for using magic in the corridors. Furthermore, when Harry is transported back in time through the diary in the book, he finds himself in the headmaster's office where Professor Dippet is engrossed in a letter from Tom Riddle. On the other hand, in the film, Harry enters a different location below the grand staircase, where Tom Riddle is standing. It is here that a younger Dumbledore appears, engaging in a pivotal conversation with the young Riddle. Riddle is filled with apprehension at the thought of being sent back to the Muggle orphanage where he grew up and developed a strong dislike for. Dippet assumes that Riddle is also Muggle-born, but Riddle corrects him by revealing that he is actually half-blood. He explains that his witch mother passed away and he was left at the orphanage, but before she died, she requested that his first name be Tom, after his Muggle father, and his middle name be Marvolo, after his wizard grandfather. After being dismissed by Dippet and a much younger Dumbledore, Harry decides to follow Riddle into the dungeons. There, Riddle catches a younger version of Hagrid playing with a young acromantula in a cupboard. Riddle accuses Hagrid of hiding the creature responsible for the death of the Muggle-born girl in question and reports him to Dippet. Despite Hagrid's protests that his acromantula, whom he has named Aragog, has never harmed anyone, Riddle remains convinced of Hagrid's guilt. Witnessing this, Harry now believes that Hagrid was the one who opened the chamber 50 years ago and is responsible for the current events. In the book, the ink is scarlet, but in the film, the ink takes on a deep black hue. The difference in color adds a certain mystique to the story, capturing the essence of Tom Riddle's dark intentions. Similarly, in the book, Tom Riddle's diary only reveals his first and middle names as initials, leaving an air of secrecy around his true identity. However, in the film adaptation, his full first and last names are boldly displayed on the diary, emphasizing the significance of his character. These subtle differences between the book and the film adaptation add a unique flavor to the story, allowing readers and viewers to experience the magical world of Harry Potter in different ways. In the movie adaptation, there is an additional scene where Harry and Tom Riddle stumble upon Myrtle's lifeless body, unbeknownst to Harry. She is wrapped in a sheet with her right arm protruding and being carried away by a group of unidentified wizards. This particular event was not depicted in the original book. Furthermore, in the book, it is Armando Dippet who converses with Tom Riddle about the closure of Hogwarts. However, in the film, Dumbledore takes on this role, while Dippet merely makes a brief appearance before turning his back without uttering a word to Tom. After Tom's encounter with Dippet in the book, he encounters Dumbledore, who questions him about his late-night wanderings and advises him to return to bed due to the current unsafe conditions in the corridors. Lastly, during Harry's journey into the memory within the diary, he witnesses Tom Riddle interacting with Rubeus Hagrid. In the book, Tom addresses him as Rubeus, but in the film, he refers to him as Hagrid, just like everyone else. Chapter 14, Cornelius Fudge. Harry, Ron, and Hermione make a collective decision to refrain from asking Hagrid about the ongoing situation in the hopes that the attacks would come to an end. Indeed, nearly 4 months have passed since the incident involving Justin and nearly headless Nick, and the mysterious voice has fallen silent, indicating a stop in attacks. Nevertheless, peculiar occurrences persist. Harry discovers his dormitory in disarray one day, prompting Ron to suspect that someone has been searching for something. Eventually, Harry realizes that Tom Riddle's diary is missing. This development leaves them perplexed, as only a Gryffindor student or a member of the staff would possess the knowledge of the dormitory's password. The following day, the highly anticipated Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff is called off due to another attack, during which Harry once again hears the ominous voice. Professor McGonagall summons Harry and Ron personally, escorting them to the hospital wing where they find Hermione petrified. She has been discovered near the library alongside a Ravenclaw prefect, clutching a small circular mirror. This incident serves as evidence that Harry could not be the heir of Slytherin, as he would never harm one of his friends. In the book, McGonagall cancels the Gryffindor-Hufflepuff Quidditch match using a large megaphone on the field, much to Oliver Wood and the audience's dismay. However, in the film, she simply informs the Gryffindor team as they are heading out, and Oliver is less aggressive about it than in the book. Ginny's attempt to confide in Ron and Harry is left out, although a scene where Ginny sees Harry with the diary is originally in the script. Most foreshadowing hints about Ginny acting strangely are also omitted, but in the film, a close-up of Ginny looking uneasy during McGonagall's announcement about the possible school closure suggests otherwise. Harry and Ron make the decision to approach Hagrid despite the increased surveillance on students. They successfully reach Hagrid's cabin by using Harry's invisibility cloak. Just as they arrive, Cornelius Fudge and Dumbledore show up, but Harry and Ron manage to conceal themselves in time. Fudge announces Hagrid's impending transfer to Azkaban prison as a precaution, based on the belief that Hagrid was responsible for opening the Chamber of Secrets in the past. Lucius Malfoy then arrives and reveals the decision to suspend Dumbledore, a move that seems illogical given the circumstances. Hagrid and Dumbledore impart their final words to Harry and Ron. Hagrid cryptically advises them to follow the spiders for the truth, while Dumbledore emphasizes that he will only truly depart the school when there is no one left loyal to him. He reassures that help will always be available to those who seek it at Hogwarts. Chapter 15. Aragog. Harry and Ron make the decision to pursue the spiders based on Hagrid's suggestion, following Harry's observation of the spiders during a herbology class. In the film, Harry immediately spots the spiders in Hagrid's hut after Hagrid indirectly told them to follow the spiders. So, Harry and Ron follow them and never go to herbology class. Accompanied by Fang, they trace the spiders' path, which leads them to the Forbidden Forest, where all the spiders are mysteriously fleeing from Hogwarts. Despite Ron's intense fear of spiders, the thought of helping Hermione, who is currently petrified, motivates him to continue on. In the forest, they stumble upon Arthur Weasley's enchanted car, driving wildly through the trees. In the book, Ron and Harry search for spiders before bravely entering the forest. However, in the film, Ron is portrayed as fearful and hesitant to venture into the forest and follow the spiders. Ron questions the decision to follow the spiders instead of butterflies, a dialogue not present in the book. Additionally, in the book, Harry, Ron, and Fang are taken to Aragog's lair by the spiders, whereas in the film, they find their own way there. Furthermore, their surprise at seeing the Ford Anglia crashing through the spiders to rescue them is not depicted in the book, although a deleted scene shows them discovering the car before encountering Aragog. The boys persist in following the spiders deeper into the forest until they reach a lair covered in webs. Inside, they are greeted by an elderly Aragog, who discloses Hagrid's innocence and recounts his history from being given to Hagrid as an egg to his role as the supposed monster of the Chamber of Secrets before being relocated to the Forbidden Forest, where he established his colony with Mossag. The acromantulas bear a stronger resemblance to wolf spiders rather than actual tarantulas. However, this observation could be attributed to the historical fact that wolf spiders were the initial type of spider to be labelled as tarantulas. In the novel, Aragog is depicted as blind with milky white eyes. However, in the movie adaptation, his eyes are portrayed as black, suggesting that he can see. When Harry asks about the creature responsible for the girl's death in 1943, Aragog reveals it to be an ancient being feared by all spiders, including the giant ones, and emphasizes the taboo surrounding its name and the incident in the bathroom. Harry and Ron express their gratitude before attempting to depart, only to be stopped by Aragog, who decides to offer them as a meal for his offspring. Aragog shares a close bond with his owner, Hagrid. Despite his natural instinct to harm humans, he chooses to show restraint out of appreciation and respect for Hagrid. Unlike the basilisk, Aragog never personally harmed a human being. He was believed to be a caring father to his offspring, understanding their need for human flesh and allowing them to hunt freely. Aragog has made an exception for Hagrid, preventing his children from attacking him. The spell known as Harry's Arania Exami, which Harry acquired from Tom's diary and employed to fend off the assaulting spiders, did not appear within the book. The situation takes a turn when Mr. Weasley's Ford Anglia crashes through the spiders, allowing the boys and Fang to make a quick escape. Ron is upset with Hagrid for putting them in danger, but Harry clarifies his reasoning. Feeling stuck, Harry and Ron eventually come up with a potential solution after recalling Aragog's mention of a deceased girl in the bathroom. Harry speculates that Moaning Myrtle could be the girl in question. However, with the school on high alert, sneaking into the girl's bathroom near the site of the first attack seems nearly impossible. Furthermore, in the omitted sequence where Harry and Ron stumble upon the Ford Anglia, Harry cautions Ron about the importance of not losing track of the spiders. However, contrary to the book, they ultimately lose the trail and embark on a quest to locate them before being ensnared in Aragog's hideout. It is worth noting that the film neglects to mention Mosag, Aragog's companion. Chapter 16, The Chamber of Secrets. Days later, Professor McGonagall notifies the students that the Mandrake draft will be prepared soon. Later that very day, Harry and Ron successfully deceive Lockhart, who is guiding them to their next lesson by appealing to his vanity. Just as they congratulate themselves, they are apprehended by Professor McGonagall, and Harry must come up with an excuse. They were on their way to visit Hermione in the hospital wing, which was now off limits to visitors. They are now obliged to accompany McGonagall to make their alibi seem plausible. But instead of idling around Hermione's petrified body, Harry notices a piece of paper tightly gripped in her hand. This paper discloses what Hermione had uncovered before she was petrified. She had discovered, based on compelling circumstantial evidence, that the creature in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk, one of the colossal kings of all serpents, elucidating the enigmatic voice that only Harry could hear, as he possesses the ability to speak Parseltongue. The basilisk, a magical creature typically bred by dark wizards, was first successfully bred by Herpo the Fowl. Herpo achieved this by hatching a chicken egg beneath a toad, giving rise to the fearsome basilisk. Breeding basilisks was outlawed during medieval times, a prohibition that remains in place today. To evade detection by the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, breeders could easily conceal the egg by removing it from the toad. The basilisk had the ability to reach lengths of up to 50 feet, displaying a dark green hue or a lighter green shade on its underbelly. In addition, it boasted multiple rows of razor-sharp venomous fangs and striking large yellow eyes. The deadly creature's eyes possessed the lethal power to fatally harm anyone who made eye contact with them. Similar to a dragon's, the basilisk's skin was heavily armored, rendering it impervious to spells aimed at it. Spells such as stunning spells proved ineffective against this formidable beast. Like typical snakes, the basilisk periodically shed its skin as it grew. Basilisks have the potential to live up to 900 years in their natural state, but Salazar Slytherin's basilisk defied this lifespan by surviving for around 1,000 years. This was achieved by utilizing Parseltongue to induce a deep slumber in the creature, effectively halting the aging process and placing it in a state akin to suspended animation. The basilisk's deadly gaze did not claim any lives because of the indirect ways in which people encountered it. Colin Creevey saw it through his camera. Justin Finch-Fletchley saw it through nearly headless Nick. Mrs. Norris saw a reflection in the flooded bathroom, and Hermione and Penelope Clearwater used mirrors to look around corners. Harry discovered that spiders flee from the basilisk, and a rooster's crowing can be fatal to it, shedding light on the mystery of Hagrid's roosters being killed. The book highlighted that the crowing of the rooster is fatal to the basilisk, resulting in Hagrid's roosters being killed due to the heir of Slytherin's aversion to having one near the castle. This detail was omitted in the movie, although Hagrid was depicted holding one of his deceased roosters when he stormed into Dumbledore's office in a bid to defend Harry from expulsion. It was only after realizing that Dumbledore did not blame Harry for the incidents involving Mrs. Norris, Colin Creevey, and nearly headless Nick that Hagrid changed his approach. A scene that was cut from the film shows Harry discovering Hagrid with the rooster and Hagrid sharing his concerns about a blood-sucking bugbear, as well as his intention to seek Dumbledore's approval to cast a protective charm. Hermione's note also mentions pipes, indicating the serpent's movement through plumbing, leading them to the Chamber of Secrets entrance in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. After solving the mystery, Harry and Ron decide to inform the teachers in the staff room. However, they overhear a conversation about another attack, where Ginny has been taken by the basilisk. The heir of Slytherin has left a chilling message: her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Ginny Weasley is ultimately unveiled as the individual responsible for reopening the Chamber of Secrets, although under the influence of Lord Voldemort. The book contains ample foreshadowing leading up to this revelation, as Ginny struggles with a hidden secret and attempts to confess her actions multiple times. In contrast, the movie lacks these hints, making the climactic reveal at the end even more surprising. Instead of facing punishment, Albus Dumbledore shows her kindness, leading to a significant transformation in her character in subsequent films. Harry and Ron are informed that Hogwarts will not be open the next day. The professors then assign Lockhart the task of handling the creature, as he had been boasting about his ability to deal with the attacks. In the book, McGonagall and the other teachers willingly nominate Lockhart to confront the basilisk, resulting in the teachers assembling in the staff room while Harry and Ron conceal themselves in the wardrobe. Conversely, the film portrays the teachers congregating in front of the vandalized message on the wall, which reveals Ginny's capture, while Harry and Ron hide around a corner. Furthermore, in the book, the teachers' subsequent remarks after Lockhart's departure clearly indicate their awareness of his incompetence and their intention to merely remove him from the situation. These comments are omitted in the film. Unlike the book, the film presents the second message on screen. Disheartened, Lockhart heads to his quarters. Harry and Ron decide to inform Lockhart of what they know since he is supposed to confront the monster. They find Lockhart in a state of panic, preparing to flee. When asked why he, a skilled wizard, is leaving, Lockhart confesses that he is a fraud who used memory charms on the actual culprits of the deeds he took credit for in his books. He tries to use a memory charm on the two boys, but they disarm him and, with their wands at the ready, escort him to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. In the novel, Harry and Ron discover Lockhart's true nature as a fraud and incapacitate him by casting a disarming charm and tossing his wand out of the window. However, in the movie adaptation, Lockhart surrenders by dropping his wand in a defeated manner when Harry and Ron aim theirs at his face. Additionally, the book includes instances where Gilderoy Lockhart mentions specific individuals whose accomplishments he not only took credit for, but also erased their memories as a precautionary measure. On the other hand, the film does not provide any explicit examples of Lockhart's victims. Nemini Radford, the pioneer of memory-modifying charms, was the very witch responsible for their development. Her exceptional proficiency with the charm led her to become the inaugural Obliviator of the Ministry of Magic. These enchantments were regularly employed by the British Ministry of Magic in their efforts to safeguard the wizarding realm's secrecy from Muggles. They were utilized whenever a Muggle caught sight of a dragon, or when an enchanted object accidentally ended up in Muggle possession. However, if executed improperly, a memory charm had the potential to erase substantial fragments of an individual's memory and inflict brain damage, making recovery an arduous task. Moaning Myrtle provides an explanation for her death, recounting that the last thing she witnessed was a pair of immense eyes near one of the non-functional sinks. Harry discovers a snake engraving on the tap, which he opens by speaking Parseltongue, revealing the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. In the movie, right before Harry and Ron take the plunge into the vast pit that leads to the Chamber of Secrets, Moaning Myrtle suggests that if Harry were to die in the chamber, he could share the toilet she resides in. However, in the book, she only hints at this offer after Harry, Ron, Ginny, and a recently amnesiac Gilderoy Lockhart exit the chamber. At that point, she expresses some implicit disappointment in the fact that Harry survived. Harry, Ron, and Lockhart descend through a large pipe and find themselves navigating through intricate tunnels deep beneath the school. Within this underground realm, they stumble upon a discarded snakeskin left by the basilisk. At that moment, Lockhart pretends to faint and cunningly steals Ron's wand. With a triumphant declaration, Lockhart intends to erase Harry and Ron's memories. fabricating a story that they lost their sanity upon witnessing Ginny's mutilated body. However, due to Ron's damaged wand, the memory charm misfires, wiping Lockhart's own memory and causing a section of the ceiling to collapse. This unfortunate event separates Harry, who is now headed towards the chamber, from Ron, who is trapped in the direction of the castle by the fallen rocks. Ron is left with no choice but to remain behind and clear a path through the debris, while Harry presses on in his quest to find Ginny. Chris Columbus, the executive producer and director, told cinematographer Roger Pratt to give the movie a darker appearance to match the story's tone. As a result, the sets were illuminated with softer lighting and the color scheme was toned down slightly. This trend persisted throughout the series, with each film becoming progressively darker and more desaturated. Along his path, Harry encounters a wall adorned with stone serpents, which he opens by speaking Parseltongue, granting him access to the chamber. There is an inconsistency in the depiction of the basilisk size between the book and film adaptations, with the snake being implied to be significantly larger in the latter. In Chapter 16 of the book, Harry, Ron, and Lockhart discover the shed snakeskin, and the narration mentions that the creature that had shed it must have been 20 feet long at least. However, in the movie, Ron comments that whatever shed, this must be 60 feet long or more. This alteration was likely done to heighten the suspense and danger of Harry's confrontation with the basilisk, as a 20-foot snake would be more comparable in size to the python Harry encounters at the zoo in the first movie. In the book, Harry traverses a lengthy tunnel in search of the chamber after being separated from Ron and Lockhart, while in the film, the tunnel is condensed into a small room with the entrance to the chamber directly in front of Harry, Ron, and Lockhart. Prior to entering the room, another passage is visible on the opposite side. The book describes the entrance to the chamber where Ginny is held as a solid wall adorned with two intertwined serpents, their eyes gleaming with emeralds. When Harry speaks Parseltongue to unlock the entrance, the serpents move apart as the wall splits open, revealing the chamber. In contrast, the film depicts the entrance as a circular door with 7 snakes positioned around the edge. When Harry uses Parseltongue to open the door, an 8th snake emerges from the cylinder where the other snakes are located. This snake encircles the door, causing the other snakes' heads to retreat as it approaches, ultimately allowing the door to be opened. Chris Columbus aimed for the camera movement to mimic that of a snake, mirroring the basilisks slithering through the castle. Consequently, specific scenes were captured with handheld cameras to achieve a smoother flow. Columbus even physically guided the camera operator to ensure the shots were executed precisely as he envisioned. Chapter 17, The Heir of Slytherin. Harry stands at the end of an extensive, dimly lit hall, where he discovers Ginny lying motionless by Slytherin's statue. The book depicts the statue at the end of the Chamber of Secrets as a complete body statue of Salazar Slytherin, whereas the film portrays it as only a large statue of Slytherin's head and shoulders. Rowling later reveals in Harry Potter page to screen the complete filmmaking journey that the chamber is flooded, and the rest of the statue below his head is submerged beneath the water. This explains why the basilisk was seen emerging from the water near the statue when Harry tries to wake the nearly dead Ginny. The Chamber of Secrets in the book has pillars supporting the ceiling, while the film version lacks any visible support structures. Rushing to her side, Harry drops his wand in his haste to check on her, but she remains unresponsive. Tom Riddle then appears, holding Harry's wand, and reveals that he was merely a memory preserved in his diary for 50 years. Riddle confesses to his past actions, explaining how he had opened the Chamber of Secrets to rid the school of Muggleborns, only to halt his plans when the school was threatened with closure and Dumbledore was onto him. To cover his tracks, he framed Hagrid for the attacks and left behind a diary in the hopes that someone would help him complete his dark mission. Ginny's diary has ultimately ended up in the possession of Tom Riddle, who responded sympathetically to her entries. As Ginny confided her fears, hopes, and emotions to him, she unknowingly transferred a part of her soul to him, fulfilling his desires. Gradually, Riddle grew stronger and managed to transfer a portion of his own soul back into Ginny, effectively possessing her. He used her body to open the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the basilisk and initiating a series of attacks. Additionally, Riddle used Ginny to write threatening messages on the walls. However, Ginny began to suspect the diary's influence and attempted to dispose of it by flushing it down the toilet in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. It was at this moment that Harry stumbled upon the diary. When Ginny saw Harry with the diary on Valentine's Day, she panicked, fearing that Riddle had revealed her involvement in the attacks to him. Consequently, she stole the diary back from Harry's dormitory. The diary once again took control of Ginny, this time with the intention of killing Harry. Under its influence, Ginny wrote her own farewell message on the wall and awaited Harry's arrival, luring him into a trap. Christian Coulson was cast as Tom Riddle, despite being 23 years old and surpassing the age range of 15, 17 that was originally specified for auditions. Riddle, angered by Harry's ability to defeat the powerful dark wizard Lord Voldemort as an infant, explains to Harry that Voldemort is his past, present, and future. To emphasize this connection, Riddle uses Harry's wand to write his full name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, in the air. With a wave of the wand, the letters rearrange themselves to spell, I am Lord Voldemort. Harry comes to the realization that Lord Voldemort's true name is not actually Lord Voldemort, but rather Tom Marvolo Riddle. Riddle explains that he chose to adopt this pseudonym because he couldn't bear to use the name of his Muggle father, who had abandoned him before his birth as a wizard. This revelation occurred when Riddle discovered that his wife was a witch, and descended from Salazar Slytherin to create a new name, one that would instill fear in people. When he eventually became the greatest sorcerer in the world, he rearranged the letters of his birth name. In the movie, Harry reveals Voldemort's true identity as the heir of Slytherin, shortly after Riddle rearranged his name. This revelation does not occur in the book, but the connection between Riddle Voldemort and the heir of Slytherin is still clearly established. However, Harry disagrees with Riddle's claim, asserting that the true greatest sorcerer in the world is Albus Dumbledore, a fact known by everyone. Even when Voldemort was at the height of his power, he feared Dumbledore, and now he is barely clinging to life. Riddle counters by stating that Dumbledore has been driven out of the castle solely by the memory of him. In response, Harry passionately declares that Dumbledore is not as absent as Riddle believes. As a display of his unwavering loyalty, Harry summons Fawkes the Phoenix, who brings along the Sorting Hat. In the Chamber of Secrets book, Harry seeks help from the Sorting Hat, causing the sword to hit him on the head. However, in the film, the sword mysteriously appears in the hat on the ground, which Harry then takes. Riddle dismisses these items as utterly useless. Riddle then calls upon the basilisk to eliminate Harry. Despite Fawkes appearing vulnerable at first, the Phoenix surprises everyone by blinding the basilisk with its beak, rendering its deadly gaze ineffective. Although the basilisk can still detect Harry through hearing and smell, it remains a significant threat. In a moment of desperation, Harry dons the Sorting Hat, hoping for assistance. Instead of a response, a weighty sword with a hilt adorned with rubies descends upon Harry from within the hat. Furthermore, in the film, Tom Riddle's demeanor during the altercation is noticeably more composed in comparison to the book. Apart from exclaiming "no" in astonishment and mentioning that the basilisk can still rely on its other senses, he remains unresponsive to the basilisk's failure to strike Harry. Conversely, in the book, Tom Riddle repeatedly urges the basilisk to detect Harry's scent when it repeatedly fails to locate him during their confrontation. Additionally, the film depicts Riddle asserting that Harry Potter's ability to speak Parseltongue holds no power over the basilisk, as it was specifically trained to only obey him. This detail, however, was absent from the book and contradicted the later revelation that Harry Potter was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. After a series of unsuccessful attempts by the blinded basilisk, it strikes once more, this time directly at Harry. However, Harry swiftly drives the sword into the roof of the basilisk's mouth, ultimately killing it. Unfortunately, during the encounter, one of the basilisk's venomous fangs pierces Harry's arm, injecting a lethal poison. In the film, Harry is chased by the basilisk throughout the Chamber of Secrets, whereas in the book, his battle against the basilisk is swift and efficient. Furthermore, Harry never ascends the statue or enters it in the book. While Riddle revels in his apparent victory, Harry seizes Riddle's diary and thrusts the basilisk fang into it. As if bleeding, ink pours out of the diary, signifying the destruction of Riddle's memory. The book solely indicated that Riddle's recollection wriggled and subsequently vanished after the diary's annihilation, whereas in the film, it was portrayed that Riddle's memory experienced a rupture in its chest cavity, accompanied by luminosity, subsequently resulting in the destruction of his eyes and infliction of damage to his countenance, ultimately leading to the emergence of gaping cavities throughout his body upon detonation. In the book, Harry Potter merely pierced the diary once, whereas in the film, he punctured the diary thrice, with 2 of the stabs targeting distinct sections within the book, and it's the final one originating from the exterior. Ginny awakens from her unconscious state. With Harry on the brink of death, Fawkes, the Phoenix, sheds tears onto the wound. The remarkable healing properties of Phoenix tears instantly cure Harry. Together, Harry and Ginny make their way back through the chamber to locate Ron and Lockhart. However, Lockhart has lost all recollection of his identity and whereabouts. Holding onto Fawkes, Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart ascend the tunnel, aided by the Phoenix's ability to carry heavy loads. In the film, Ginny displays a noticeably more composed demeanor upon waking up shortly after the eradication of Tom Riddle's memory, in contrast to the book. In the book, Ginny not only acknowledges her involuntary involvement in the catastrophe, but also visibly succumbs to the overwhelming distress caused by the entire ordeal. Furthermore, due to the alteration in the sequence of events involving Fawkes healing Harry and the annihilation of the diary, as mentioned earlier, Ginny also becomes aware of Harry's injury, which was not depicted in the book. Additionally, in the book, Fawkes uses his tears to heal Harry while Riddle is still alive. On the other hand, in the film, Fawkes only uses his tears to heal Harry after Riddle's destruction. They emerge in the bathroom of Moaning Myrtle, where the entrance seals shut once again, and proceed to McGonagall's office. In the book, when Harry and Ginny stumble upon Ron and Lockhart, Lockhart, who has lost his memory, greets them with a simple hello. He then questions whether the 3 of them live in the chamber, to which Ron promptly denies. However, in the film adaptation, this scene takes place before Harry enters the chamber and discovers Ginny and Lockhart causing the tunnel to collapse. Lockhart greets them with a hello and proceeds to ask Ron who he is. Ron hesitantly responds that he is Ron Weasley. Lockhart then questions his own identity, prompting Ron to inform Harry that Lockhart's memory charm has backfired, leaving him clueless about his own identity. Lockhart picks up a stone, tosses it lightly, and inquires if Ron resides in the chamber, handing him the stone in the process. Ron firmly denies this. In a surprising turn of events, Ron takes the stone and strikes Lockhart on the left side of his head, causing him to fall back, presumably unconscious. The chamber departure is portrayed in contrasting ways in the film and the book as the characters conclude their journey with Fawkes. In the book, the journey concludes in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom where the entrance seals shut, and they proceed to McGonagall's office. The film depicts the characters being transported by Fawkes to a cave entrance in a cliff under the gleaming full moon, landing on the Hogwarts grounds before heading to Dumbledore's office. The transition to Hogwarts grounds and the subsequent visit to the headmaster's office are not shown on screen. Chapter 18, Dobby's Reward. At McGonagall's office, Harry, Ron, and Ginny discover Dumbledore, McGonagall, Arthur, and Molly Weasley, who are overjoyed to see them alive. Harry is concerned that Ginny will be accused of being responsible for the attacks, but Dumbledore astutely decides that Voldemort is the true culprit and merely used Ginny's body. After Ginny departs to rest, Harry and Ron are awarded 200 house points each for Gryffindor and receive an award for their exceptional services to the school. Dumbledore then requests a private conversation with Harry. Harry expresses his worry that he should have been sorted into Slytherin. Dumbledore discloses that Voldemort transferred some of his powers to Harry when he gave him his scar, which explains Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue. Parseltongue is characterized by a hissing sound resembling that of a snake when spoken, making it incomprehensible to most individuals, with Dumbledore being a notable exception. In addition to conversing with serpents, those who possess this ability also appear to have the power to sway the intentions of snakes to some degree. It is an extremely rare ability, typically passed down through generations as a hereditary trait. Excluding Herpo the Foul, who lived centuries before him, the majority of Parselmouths are believed to have lineage tracing back to Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore asks why Harry believes the Sorting Hat placed him in Gryffindor despite possessing numerous Slytherin qualities. Harry confesses that the only reason he was sorted into Gryffindor was because he had requested it. Dumbledore confirms this and imparts the wisdom that their choices, rather than their abilities, reveal their true selves. He draws attention to the sword that Harry had retrieved from the hat, now noticing Godric Gryffindor's name engraved on it. Dumbledore asserts that only a genuine Gryffindor would be capable of extracting it. In the book, Dumbledore requests Ron's assistance to escort Professor Lockhart to the hospital. Conversely, in the film adaptation, Lockhart's presence is completely omitted from the scene in Dumbledore's office. Instead, Dumbledore instructs Ron to deliver release papers to Azkaban via Owl, aiming to secure Hagrid's release. However, in the film, the scene is set in Dumbledore's office instead, and Arthur, Molly, and McGonagall are not shown. Lucius Malfoy storms into McGonagall's office, expressing his anger over Dumbledore's return to the school. Dumbledore calmly explains that the governors requested his return upon learning about the attack on Arthur Weasley's daughter. It turns out that Malfoy had coerced the governors into voting for Dumbledore's dismissal by threatening to curse their families. Dobby enters the room with Lucius, revealing his loyalty to the Malfoys. A tense exchange occurs between Dumbledore and Malfoy, during which Dumbledore and Harry, with Dobby's subtle hints, uncover Lucius's attempt to frame Ginny by planting Riddle's diary in her belongings during the altercation at Flourish and Blotts. Although Dumbledore lacks concrete evidence to prove his accusation, he warns Malfoy against any further schemes, as Arthur Weasley would not hesitate to uncover the truth. This is the last Harry Potter movie to showcase Richard Harris as Hogwarts headmaster, Professor Albus Dumbledore. The film was released shortly after his passing due to Hodgkin's disease. Both Chamber of Secrets and its follow-up, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, were dedicated in honor of his memory. Harry outsmarts Malfoy by giving him one of his socks, which he then passes on to Dobby, resulting in the House Elf's freedom. Dobby expresses his gratitude towards Harry before disappearing. The British Ministry of Magic established a series of regulations known as the Guidelines on House Elf Welfare, which aim to address the treatment of house elves. However, it is worth noting that these guidelines were not effectively enforced by the Ministry of Magic by 1996. Consequently, numerous wizarding families, including the Malfoys and the Blacks, continue to mistreat their house elves despite the existence of these regulations. House elves are required to follow all commands issued by their masters. Although they may have felt inclined to defy these instructions on occasion, they are bound by the principle that their master's commands are paramount, thus compelling them to self-inflict punishment in the event of disobedience. House elves exhibit unwavering loyalty towards their masters, refusing freedom unless presented with clothes. This loyalty is considered a code of honor among their kind, leading them to fulfill their duties to the best of their abilities, even at the risk of their own lives. This loyalty could render them powerless if commanded by their masters. In the book, Harry cleverly hides the diary in his sock to free Dobby, then convinces Lucius Malfoy to throw it so Dobby can catch it. However, in the film, Harry places his sock inside the diary and tricks Lucius into giving it to Dobby without realizing it. After Dobby is freed in the book, Lucius Malfoy menacingly raises his wand at Harry, only to be stopped by Dobby. On the other hand, in the film, it appears as though Lucius Malfoy is about to cast the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, before Dobby sends him flying across the hall. The consequences of this event include the cure of the petrified individuals, Hagrid's release from Azkaban, Lockhart being sent to a hospital, and Lucius Malfoy losing his position as a school governor. In the movie, the interaction between Lucius and Harry right before Lucius departs Dumbledore's office was not part of the script. It was entirely improvised by the actors in the moment. Jason Isaacs felt compelled to say something, and Chris Columbus encouraged him to experiment. In the movie, Harry confronts Lucius about the diary incident after Lucius has already left, and Dumbledore, although still indirectly cautioning Lucius, is not informed by Harry about Lucius's involvement with the diary. In the movie, Lucius arrives at Dumbledore's office and Harry immediately recognizes Dobby. It dawns on him that Dobby's masters are the Malfoys, which clarifies why Dobby was reluctant to share information or stop punishing himself. In response, Lucius subtly threatens the house elf. However, this particular scene is not depicted in the book, mainly because Dobby's connection to the Malfoy family had already been speculated earlier on. In the novel, Harry confronts Lucius for intentionally providing the diary to Ginny Weasley at Diagon Alley while they were in Dumbledore's office. This confrontation takes place while Lucius is meeting with Dumbledore, who also issues a veiled threat to Lucius and forces the board of directors to dismiss him. However, in the movie, Harry accuses Lucius after he has already left. The book concludes with Harry returning to the Muggle world at King's Cross, where Ginny reveals that Percy is dating Penelope Clearwater, a Ravenclaw prefect. The film ends with the dinner scene. However, the film leaves out the moment when Gryffindor triumphantly secures the House Cup once again, although the implication remains intact. In the book, Hermione embraced both Harry and Ron when she revealed that she had been cured. However, in the film adaptation, she only hugged Harry while giving a hesitant handshake to Ron. This alteration was a result of Emma Watson's reluctance to publicly hug both Daniel Radcliffe and Rupert Grint. During filming, Watson's hug with Radcliffe had to be frozen for a few seconds to achieve the desired effect, as she broke the hug too quickly. This unintentionally hinted at the hesitant development of romantic feelings between Hermione and Ron in the subsequent films. Furthermore, when Hagrid arrives, he apologizes for his tardiness and explains that his release from Azkaban was delayed due to a lost letter requesting his release. He then proceeds to blame a bird named Errol for the letter getting lost, causing Ron to display a slightly embarrassed expression. This particular scene was not included in the original book. Chapter 1: Owlpost. Late at night, Harry Potter is hiding under his bedsheets with a book, a torchlight, ink, quill, and parchment, working on an essay for school. The topic is the medieval witch hunts. It isn't easy. He has to make sure he doesn't leave any ink stains on the sheets and remains quiet, as his relatives, the Dursleys, are terrified of magic. They would likely lock him up in the cupboard under the stairs if they knew he was writing a paper on the subject under their roof. Harry recalls how the Dursleys confiscated all his magical tools at the start of the summer holidays, only for him to sneak some back when the opportunity arose. He didn't use magic to retrieve them, since it's forbidden for underage wizards outside school. Instead, he picked the cupboard's lock where the Dursleys had stashed his books and tools. Harry is being more cautious than usual now because he's already on thin ice with the Dursleys. Earlier that summer, his friend Ron Weasley called the Dursley house, which infuriated Harry's uncle, Vernon. Ron's lack of understanding of how telephones work and his shouting throughout the conversation only made things worse. After the phone call, Harry had been severely reprimanded for giving the number of the Dursley house to other wizards. Now, after completing the paragraph on Wendelin the Weird, a witch who enjoyed being burned at the stake, something that didn't actually harm witches or wizards, Harry decides to stop for the night. Crawling out from under the sheets, he realizes it's just after midnight, meaning he has turned 13. However, this doesn't fill him with excitement as it might other children. Based on previous birthdays, he expects nothing. The Dursleys have always treated him with indifference, especially on such occasions. Harry walks to the window to enjoy the cool night air, thinking about his owl, Hedwig, who is out hunting. Although owls serve as postal couriers in the wizarding world, Harry had to promise the Dursleys he wouldn't send any letters with Hedwig before they allowed him to let her out to hunt. As he stares at the night sky, Harry's thoughts turn into his parents and their killer, Lord Voldemort, who attempted to murder him when he was a baby, leaving him with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Voldemort has tried to end Harry's life twice since then, with the latest attempt only a few weeks previous, but has failed each time. While scanning the sky, hoping to catch sight of Hedwig, Harry notices something flying in front of the moon. It doesn't look like an owl. As the shape draws closer, Harry steps aside to let it enter through the window. Not one owl, but 3 of them, 2 carrying an unconscious third, land on Harry's bed. The injured one is Errol, the Weasley family's aging bird, while one of the others appears to be from Hogwarts, Harry's school. The third is Hedwig, Harry's own snowy white owl. All 3 birds have parcels tied to their legs. The tawny one from Hogwarts takes off immediately after Harry collects its package. Harry tends to Errol, who seems weak but is slowly recovering from the journey. Harry opens Errol's package first. Inside, he finds a birthday present, a card, and a newspaper clipping. Seeing the moving figures in the photograph, Harry deduces that it's from the Daily Prophet. The clipping informs him that the Weasley family has won a significant amount of gold from the Daily Profit Prize Galleon draw, which they used for a month-long holiday in Egypt to visit their eldest son, Bill. Ron's birthday card offers more details, saying Egypt is amazing and telling him about the tombs his brother Bill opened as a curse breaker. Although most of the prize money went toward the holiday, some will be used to buy Ron a new wand. Harry recalls the night Ron's old wand broke during an accident involving a flying car and a tree. As a postscript, Ron mentions that his brother Percy has been made head boy at Hogwarts. Ron's package contains a sneakoscope, a spinner-like object that lights up and spins when a suspicious person is nearby. However, when Harry places it on his bedside table, it remains still. Hedwig's parcel is from Hermione. In her letter, she explains that she wasn't sure how to send her gift from France, where she's vacationing with her family, worried it might be opened at the border. Luckily, Hedwig solved that problem for her. Hermione writes about her holiday and how her research made her essay on witch hunts much too long. She also mentions Percy's promotion to head boy and the Weasleys' trip to Egypt, with some jealousy, as she thinks Ron can learn a lot there. Although Harry expects a book from Hermione, knowing her, he is surprised to find a broomstick servicing kit instead. As a skilled Quidditch player with his own racing broom, this is a perfect gift for him. The last package is from Hagrid, as Harry can tell by the barely legible handwriting. Inside, something seems to have jaws and Harry hears it snap shut. While he trusts Hagrid wouldn't send him anything truly dangerous, Harry also knows Hagrid has unusual ideas about what's considered safe. The man is well known for adoring dragons and keeping flesh-eating giant spiders as pets. Cautiously, Harry opens the package to reveal a book titled The Monster Book of Monsters. True to its name, the book attacks Harry, trying to bite him. After a struggle, Harry manages to restrain it by wrapping a belt around its covers and securing it shut. Hoping the Dursleys didn't hear the commotion, Harry opens Hagrid's letter. It's brief, explaining that Harry will need the book for school and wishing him a happy birthday. Though Harry finds the note suspicious, he is still grateful for the gift and card. The final letter in the package is from Hogwarts, signed by Deputy Headmistress Professor McGonagall. It doesn't mention Harry's birthday, but includes his book list for the upcoming term and details about the Hogwarts Express. It also informs him that as a third-year student, he's allowed to visit Hogsmeade, the only village in Great Britain inhabited entirely by witches and wizards. Harry's excitement dims. He knows the Dursleys are unlikely to sign the permission slip required for him to visit. They would refuse simply to make him miserable. Deciding to deal with that problem in the morning, Harry goes to bed, for once feeling happy on his birthday. In the movie, the film includes very little from this chapter, only showing Harry under his blanket attempting to perform a Lumos Maximus spell to illuminate his room. Uncle Vernon, suspecting Harry is up to something, tries to catch him by bursting through the door. This contradicts the book, where it's clearly stated that underage wizards aren't allowed to use magic during the summer holidays. This movie's director, Alfonso Cuarón, has a distinct style compared to the previous two films by Chris Columbus. Alfonso trades Columbus's warm, inviting color palette for cooler, darker tones, giving the film a more ominous atmosphere. The world in Alfonso's adaptation feels worn down, slightly sinister, and as if it's in a state of decline. Chapter 2: Aunt Marge's Big Mistake. The next morning, Harry finds the three Dursleys, Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and their son Dudley, in the kitchen. The new TV, a request from Dudley who finds walking from the living room to the fridge tiresome, is on. The newscaster reports on an escaped prisoner named Black. Harry, whose unruly hair is unacceptable according to his uncle, thinks he appears well kept compared to the long-haired, neglected convict on the screen. Uncle Vernon expresses concern that the report doesn't specify where Black escaped from, insisting the man could be outside their house for all they know. Aunt Petunia checks the street through the kitchen window, hoping to spot the prisoner strolling down Privet Drive. Harry thinks she would relish the opportunity to call the police, as she enjoys meddling in others' affairs. Uncle Vernon asserts that law enforcement should recognize that people like Black deserve a swift end rather than imprisonment. Aunt Petunia agrees. Once the topic of Black is exhausted, Vernon brings up Aunt Marge, and Harry, hoping for a negative answer, asks if she plans to visit. He recalls various occasions when Uncle Vernon's sister tormented him, most recently a year before he started at Hogwarts. Vernon informs him that Marge will stay for a week and warns Harry not to be rude or use any magic around her, nor mention it. He tells Harry that to Marge's best knowledge, he attends a school for troublesome children called St. Brutus's Secure Centre for Incurably Criminal Boys. Upon being asked, Dudley refuses to join his father for the ride to the train station, opting instead to continue watching TV. Harry, however, gets up and follows Uncle Vernon. He tells his uncle about Hogsmeade and the permission form, arguing that beating him up won't make Aunt Marge forget about magic, should he accidentally let something slip. He promises, however, to keep quiet about his true nature if Vernon agrees to sign the form. Reluctantly, Uncle Vernon agrees, and Harry heads to his room to send Hedwig and Errol to Ron's for the week, knowing the owls would reveal his weirdness. Hedwig does not hide her disapproval at this. Soon, Uncle Vernon's car pulls up outside. Harry opens the door and gets knocked in the stomach by Aunt Marge's suitcase for his troubles. Marge is the female version of the robust Vernon, right down to the moustache. Ignoring Harry, Marge greets Dudley and Petunia. She brings along her old, bad-tempered bulldog, Ripper. After spending as long as possible with Marge's luggage, Harry joins the Dursleys in the kitchen. Aunt Marge immediately attacks him verbally, insisting he should be grateful to Vernon and Petunia for providing him with a home. She claims she would have sent him to an orphanage without hesitation. Harry thinks he would be better off, but remains silent as her tirade continues. Marge hopes St. Brutus still uses corporal punishment and advises Petunia to authorize extreme measures in dealing with Harry. Sensing trouble, Uncle Vernon quickly changes the subject. The days of Aunt Marge's visit pass in a similar manner. At one point, she blames Harry's shortcomings on his mother, Petunia's sister. That goes too far. In response, Harry makes her glass explode in her hand, but Marge dismisses it, believing she simply grips glasses too tightly. Vernon and Petunia still suspect magic. To distract himself during Marge's conversations, Harry focuses on the Handbook of Do-It-Yourself Broom Care from Hermione's gift kit. This strategy works reasonably well, but it gives him the appearance of a somewhat slow-witted child, a suspicion Aunt Marge is quick to voice. Finally, Marge's last evening at Privet Drive arrives. Petunia pulls out all the stops for dinner, which Marge appreciates, and thanks to Vernon, wine and brandy flow freely. Aunt Marge, quite intoxicated, confronts Harry, first comparing him unfavorably to the overweight Dudley, and then once again blaming his parents. She asks about his father's profession, and Vernon claims James was unemployed. Marge finds this both amusing and believable and continues to berate James Potter. This is too much for Harry, who, frustrated and forgetting the rules of the handbook, reacts. Shouting ensues, with Harry insisting his father wasn't unemployed and that his parents didn't die in a car crash as the Dursleys claim. The situation escalates, and Aunt Marge begins to inflate like a balloon, shocking the Dursleys and her dog. Leaving the panicking Dursley family and the floating Aunt Marge behind, Harry storms out and retrieves his trunk and other possessions. He uses magic this time, no longer caring about the consequences. Vernon catches up with him in the foyer, demanding he reverse Aunt Marge's balloon state. Harry refuses, saying she deserves it, and threatens Uncle Vernon with his wand before dragging his trunk behind him. He leaves the house. In the movie, the film retains much of the chapter's essence, but changes some elements for pacing. Marge is just as rude and insufferable as in the book, if not more so. Notably, while the book portrays Harry's use of magic as involuntary, the film presents it as a deliberate act. With an angry expression and lights flickering around him, Harry appears to be letting his emotions get the better of him. Moreover, the scene of Aunt Marge's inflation relies on practical effects rather than CGI, with only her floating away and some string removal being used. Chapter 3: The Night Bus. Lugging his heavy trunk, Harry walks street after street. It isn't until he sits on a wall in Magnolia Crescent 10 minutes later that he starts to feel scared. Panic sets in. He is left home with no place to go, and he has broken wizarding law by performing magic and attacking a muggle. He knows his Hogwarts career is likely over, and the Ministry of Magic will soon be searching for him if they aren't already. Ron and Hermione would help him, but from their letters, Harry knows they are both abroad. Without Hedwig, he can't even write to them. With no assistance in sight, Harry devises a plan. He will use his broomstick to fly to London, withdraw his money from the bank, and disappear for good. However, the plan never comes to fruition. As he bends over his trunk, searching for his invisibility cloak, Harry senses someone watching him. He turns around and magics a light onto the end of his wand, revealing a large dog-like creature. Instinctively, he steps back and stumbles over the open trunk, landing in a rain gutter. As he lies there, he sees a vehicle coming, appearing out of nowhere. He narrowly avoids being run over by a triple-decker bus parked now next to the footpath. It is purple, just like the uniform of the conductor, who introduces himself as Stan Shunpike and explains that Harry has hailed the night bus, the favorite public transportation of witches and wizards, by raising his wand when he fell. Stan asks why Harry is on the ground, and Harry tells him about the enormous dog-like creature. However, the spot where it stood is now deserted. Stan notices Harry's scar, but Harry hides it behind his hair and claims his name is Neville Longbottom, hoping to complicate matters for the Ministry if they are searching for him. Soon, he boards the night bus with Stan's help and pays the fare, stating he wants to go to London. It turns out the magical bus can take him anywhere, as long as it's not overseas. After settling on a bed near the front, Harry meets the driver, an old man with thick glasses named Ernie Prang. With a loud noise, the bus departs and, in mere seconds, arrives in Wales. Initially, Harry worries about Ernie's apparent incompetence as a driver, but he soon realizes that objects on the streets, like lampposts and mailboxes, leap out of the way on their own. Unable to sleep, Harry wonders if Aunt Marge is still floating under the ceiling of the Dursleys' kitchen. Stan soon produces the Daily Prophet, and Harry quickly recognizes the man on the front page, Black, the escaped convict from the Muggle News. He tells Stan where he saw Black, and the conductor condescendingly explains that Black is, in fact, a dark wizard. Then he lends the newspaper to Harry. From the article, Harry learns that Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban after 12 years of imprisonment. He killed 13 people with a single curse and is considered so dangerous that Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, warned the Muggle Prime Minister about him. Harry thinks Black looks like a vampire. After returning the Daily Prophet, Stan tells Harry that Sirius Black was a follower of you-know-who. Harry then says Voldemort's name, causing Ernie to steer the night bus into a building which promptly moves away, letting the bus pass unscathed. Stan appears rattled, as most ordinary wizards and witches are when they hear the Dark Lord's real name. After apologizing, Harry asks for the full story, and Stan and Ernie recount how, after you-know-who's fall, Black was hunted down. Refusing to surrender, he blew up half a street, killing a wizard and 12 muggles. The Ministry sold the incident to Muggle authorities as a gas explosion. After the gruesome act, Sirius Black apparently lost his mind and allowed the Ministry officers to take him away while laughing uncontrollably. Once their reminiscing concludes, Stan adds that nobody has escaped Azkaban before, but even so, Black has little chance of evading the prison guards much longer. Ernie, clearly fearful of the guards, urges Stan to change the subject. Harry is now concerned that he might end up in Azkaban like Black for inflating Aunt Marge, and he fears Stan will entertain the bus passengers with his story in the days to come. When everyone else leaves the bus, it's Harry's turn. He asks to be dropped off at the Leaky Cauldron, the Wizarding Inn in London. Upon arrival, none other than the Minister for Magic awaits him. Stan and Ernie learn Harry's true identity, and Fudge leads Harry inside the inn, asking Tom, the keeper, for a private room. Once in there, Fudge introduces himself unnecessarily, as Harry has seen him before while being invisible. Over tea and biscuits, Fudge tells Harry that Aunt Marge has been deflated and her memories of the incident erased. He adds that the Dursleys, though angry, are willing to see him next summer if he stays in the inn for the rest of the holiday and spends Christmas at school. Confused, Harry asks about his punishment, insisting he broke the law. The minister dismisses it, stating that blowing up an aunt isn't a big deal. Harry reminds him that last summer he received an official warning just because a house elf levitated a cake in the Dursley house. Fudge seems to hide something, then goes to the offensive, asking if Harry wants to be punished. Harry finally backs down. Just now, it occurs to him that having the Minister for Magic personally dealing with a young wizard's antics is unusual. After renting him a room, Fudge advises Harry not to return to the Muggle world and to stay in Diagon Alley, which opens from the back of the Leaky Cauldron. Harry agrees, though Fudge again refuses to explain why. Curious about Sirius Black, Harry asks for the latest news, and Fudge assures him that the Azkaban guards will catch Black soon. He looks just as frightened of them as Ernie was. Finally, Harry mentions the Hogsmeade permission form, which Uncle Vernon never signed. Fudge says he cannot sign it, stating that he isn't a relative, despite being the Minister for Magic. After Fudge leaves, Harry is shown to his room, where Hedwig is already waiting. Exhausted, he soon falls asleep. In the movie, this chapter is largely retained in the film, with dialogue directly lifted from the novel. Aunt Marge is worse off here. Instead of floating under the ceiling, she appears drifting in the night sky as Harry walks away from Privet Drive. Unlike the book, the night bus doesn't roam the countryside. Instead, it navigates the traffic of London. The film plays Ernie's poor driving for comedy, with Harry falling over multiple times as the bus performs magical stunts to avoid collisions. This version of Stan Shunpike is more brusque, showing impatience with Harry. Another change is that instead of 2 weeks, Harry only has one night at the inn, and Fudge has already bought his books, which he gives to Harry. Thus, Harry receives the Monster Book of Monsters, which in the novel is a birthday present from Hagrid. Chapter 4, The Leaky Cauldron. Harry enjoys his limited freedom in the Leaky Cauldron and on Diagon Alley. Surrounded by other witches and wizards, not to mention a variety of other creatures, he finishes his homework and explores the wizarding shopping street, where he tries not to spend his entire inheritance on things he doesn't need. Though many magical objects catch his eyes, one item in particular tempts him: a brand new racing broom. It's called Firebolt, and according to the sign in the shop Quality Quidditch Supplies, it's even better than Harry's own top-tier Nimbus 2000. Assuming an astronomical price tag, however, he decides against buying the broom. Careful financial decisions aside, he has to spend some of his gold on school equipment. New robes, potion ingredients, and books are required for the new term. On arriving at Flourish and Blotts, the bookshop on Diagon Alley, Harry notices many copies of his birthday present from Hagrid, the Monster Book of Monsters. As his own, these books are also moving on their own accord, fighting one another in the cage they are displayed in. When the shop clerk is told that he doesn't have to catch one of them for Harry, the man is relieved and proceeds to tell him how inconvenient the monster books are, comparing them to another tome about invisibility, of which every single copy has disappeared. While acquiring his other new books, Harry spots a cover with a black dog on it. This reminds him of the one he had seen back in Little Whinging, and the clerk warns him not to buy the book, as it is an unsettling read about bad omens. Harry heeds the clerk's advice and leaves the book at the shop. Back in his room, Harry convinces himself that the omen on the book cover couldn't have been the dog he saw. With September drawing close, he keeps an eye out for Ron and Hermione. While they remain absent, Harry runs into other schoolmates over the days, such as Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, and Neville Longbottom. After giving up on meeting them before the train journey the next day, Harry is hailed by Ron and Hermione on the last day of the summer vacation while strolling Diagon Alley. The friends reunite at the ice cream shop where Harry had finished his paper on witch hunting. It soon turns out that Ron and Hermione know what happened to Aunt Marge through Ron's father, Mr. Weasley, who works at the Ministry. Harry's two friends have very different views of the events. While Ron is amused, Hermione points out that Harry could have been expelled from Hogwarts. That raises the question of why he wasn't. Ron assumes it's because he's Harry Potter, adding that if he, Ron, would do anything similar, the Ministry of Magic and his mother both would bear down on him hard. When Harry asks if they are done shopping, Ron shows off his new wand and remarks how weird the monster book is. Hermione, who has 3 times more new books than Ron, lists the subjects she will be taking in the new term. Ron is having a hard time understanding why Hermione, who's Muggle-born, wants to attend Muggle studies, and Harry voices worries about her schedule too. Instead of answering those, Hermione says she still has some money left and she would like to buy an owl. At Harry's suggestion, the friends head to the pet menagerie, where she can buy an owl and Ron can have his ailing rat, Scabbers, looked at. Upon entering Magical Menagerie, Ron tells the witch behind the counter that he's worried about his pet rat. The witch offers Ron a new one, as she suspects Scabbers is dying of old age. When the boy refuses, she produces some medicine instead. At this moment, something called Crookshanks by the witch attacks Ron and then goes for Scabbers. The rat escapes, escaping the shop, and Ron and Harry follow it, leaving behind Hermione to buy her owl. After the boys recover the terrified rat, they try to guess what attacked it, as it was in their opinion too big to be a normal cat. Soon, they catch up with Hermione, who's holding the culprit, Crookshanks, a big orange creature. Ron isn't happy with her purchase, but she is overjoyed with her new cat and says Crookshanks will stay in her room, so Scabbers won't be in any danger. Returning to the inn, Harry, Ron, and Hermione meet Mr. Weasley, who's reading the Daily Prophet. Harry, facing the escaped murderer Sirius Black's photo once again, asks the older wizard if the Ministry has any leads on him, but the answer is negative. Ron asks if there is a reward for catching the murderer, but his father scolds him, saying that Black is way too dangerous for a 13-year-old kid, but the guards of Azkaban will no doubt catch him soon. The rest of the Weasley family arrives, all greeting Harry warmly, though in Ginny's case, who has a huge crush on Harry, somewhat awkwardly. Soon, the little company is having a good-natured dinner. During the 5-course meal, Fred and George are making fun of the newly appointed head boy, Percy. At one point, Harry learns that the Ministry will send cars for them so they can reach King's Cross comfortably, and Mr. Weasley acts a little suspicious as to why. This news seems to surprise everyone else. After dinner, once the Weasleys, Hermione, and Harry have all retired, Harry hears noises. It's Ron and Percy in the room next door. The older boy accuses Ron of stealing his head boy badge, despite Ron having a missing item, Scabbers' medicine, himself. Harry offers to check if Ron left the rat tonic downstairs where they dined and leaves. On his way down, he hears another argument between Mr. and Mrs. Weasley this time, behind closed doors. Embarrassed, he wants to sneak away when he hears his own name. It turns out Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban only to kill him. Mr. Weasley thinks Harry is mature enough to deal with the truth, while Mrs. Weasley wants to protect him, arguing that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world, and it would make no sense to scare the boy if he's safe anyway. Her husband isn't so sure, recalling that on more than one occasion when Harry managed to get into trouble inside the school, and adding that they thought Azkaban was impossible to escape to. As an answer to those worries, Mrs. Weasley brings up the headmaster of the school, Albus Dumbledore. Unable to reach a conclusion, the Weasleys go to sleep, and Harry can finally search for the rat medicine, which he finds immediately. On his way back, he also spots Percy's head boy badge in the possession of Fred and George, who has transformed it to say Big Head Boy instead. After returning the rat tonic to Ron, Harry goes back to his room. Thinking about the overheard argument, he now understands Fudge's request for him to stay in Diagon Alley, and the cars the Ministry was about to send as well, all for his safety. Harry sides with Mrs. Weasley on one thing. Seems logical that if the Dark Lord himself, Voldemort, was afraid of Dumbledore, his faithful servant, Sirius Black, would be too. On the other hand, he reflects that Mrs. Weasley sees him as a helpless child, while he, in fact, he has fought Lord Voldemort 3 times already, and so far he has survived. Harry is also wondering about those guards Mr. Weasley had mentioned, as he noticed that whoever talked about them was afraid of them. With Dumbledore on board and deeming Sirius Black a lesser threat than his master, Harry realizes that he is more annoyed than scared. As the way things are, with all the extra security in place, he will be perfectly safe, but he has no chance of visiting Hogsmeade Village next to the school. Lastly, he remembers the black dog he had seen back at home, and the other one on the cover of the book about deadly omens. He tells his mirror that he's not afraid and he's not going to be murdered, and the mirror cheers on his good spirit. In the movie, this chapter is almost entirely missing from the movie version. When we first see Crookshanks, he's already at the Leaky Cauldron chasing Scabbers, and when Harry follows them, he sees Ron and Hermione arguing about their respective pets. In the film version, Mr. Weasley immediately draws Harry away from the others and tells him the truth about Sirius Black, asking him to promise he won't go after Black, which Harry finds rather odd. Interestingly, in this scene, one of the guests of the Leaky Cauldron reads Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time. Chapter 5. Tom woke Harry the next morning with a cup of tea. Ron barges into the room, complaining that Percy is accusing him of dripping tea all over Percy's photo of Penelope Clearwater, his supposed girlfriend. Then Ron states that the sooner they get to Hogwarts away from him, the better. Harry is about to tell Ron about overhearing the conversation between Ron's parents, but he decides not to when Fred and George barge into the room. Congratulating Ron on infuriating Percy again, they go downstairs where they see Mr. Weasley reading the paper, while Mrs. Weasley tells Hermione and Ginny about a love potion she made as a younger girl. Ron asks Harry about what he was going to say, but Harry says he'll tell him later. Harry doesn't get another chance to talk to Ron about it, as leaving is a rather chaotic experience. Ron and Hermione argue about Crookshanks and Scabbers. Hermione assures the caged Crookshanks that he'll be allowed out of his cage once they're on the train. Ron, fearing for Scabbers' life, declares that she won't. Harry is led by Mr. Weasley to a couple of Ministry of Magic cars. They look natural, somewhat classic with a dark green colour, and their drivers dressed in similar colours of emerald. Harry gets in the car first, shortly joined by the usual gang: Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and then, to Ron's disgust, Percy. The trip to King's Cross is uneventful compared to Harry's experience on the night bus. The cars appear to be more or less like normal cars, though it is revealed that the cars seem to find gaps in the traffic that no ordinary vehicle would manage. The family make their way through the platform 9 3/4, with Mr. Weasley leaning against the barrier and casting Harry a certain look. Harry follows suit, and they both step through into the wizarding platform. The family say their goodbyes. At the sight of Penelope, Percy goes pink and begins smoothing his hair before heading over, chest puffed out to show off his head boy badge, something which he clearly values greatly. Harry and Ginny witness this and do their best to control themselves, but are forced to turn away to hide their laughter. They lead their way to the back of the train, where they unload their possessions and their animals. After unloading their items and their familiars, Mrs. Weasley says goodbye to everyone, making sure to give each of the children a kiss. Harry is embarrassed by being included in this, but he also admits to himself that getting an extra hug from her was a good thing. She tells Harry to take care, showing obvious worry for his safety, and then gives each of her children some homemade sandwiches, reassuring Ron that no, they're not corned beef. While she's busy with the children, Mr. Weasley calls Harry over to one side. He warns Harry about Sirius Black, but he explains that he knows, admitting to have overheard them. Then Mr. Weasley admits that he's disappointed that Harry found out this way. Harry reassures him that this is a good thing, as now Mr. Weasley doesn't have to worry about breaking his promise to Fudge. Harry explains that he's not scared. After all, he can't be worse than Voldemort, leaving Mr. Weasley feeling proud at Harry's bravery, admitting that it's clear that Harry is built of stronger stuff than Fudge seems to think. Then he warns Harry to not go looking for Sirius Black, though Harry is confused as to why he'd go looking for someone who wanted him dead. Mr. Weasley makes a point of Harry swearing he won't go looking for him regardless of what he might hear. This suggests that there is something about Black that may encourage Harry to seek him out, despite the man's dangerous nature. After the Weasleys leave, Harry tells Ron and Hermione that they need a word in private. Ginny is told to go away, prompting some hurt feelings. Then they remark on the stranger, a man of young features, yet whose hair is flecked with grey. This is revealed to be Professor Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, as is pointed out by Hermione. Harry reveals what he overheard during Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's private conversation. Ron agrees with Harry's previous sentiment that you'd be crazy to go looking for Sirius. They hear a noise which turns out to be Ron's sneakoscope. The thing has been damaged since it was last tied to Errol's leg. Ron suggests that they take it to Hogsmeade, the only all-witch settlement in the whole of Britain. Ron remarks that he wants to get in Honeyduke's, a famous sweet shop. Hermione remarks that Hogsmeade was the site of the Goblin Rebellion in 1612, and some place known as the Shrieking Shack is supposed to be the most haunted place in Britain. Harry is deflated to hear all this, revealing that the Dursleys didn't sign his permission forms, and Fudge will not let him out of the grounds, meaning he has to stay. Ron suggests asking Fred and George, as they know every secret passage out of the castle. Later on, Professor Lupin is still asleep. Draco turns up with his cronies Crabbe and Goyle. Draco begins to mock Ron on his father's money troubles. The presence of Lupin is enough to stop Malfoy from causing any real trouble. After a while, the train begins to slow and then stops. Everything is dark, making it hard for Harry to see. Still, some distance from the school, they suggest that maybe the train has broken down. Neville comes in, blundering about as usual. Then, in the darkness, they hear a sound. Professor Lupin, now finally awake, holds up a handful of flames. He warns them to stay where they are. Before anyone can move, the door to the cabin opens. There, they come face to face with a cowled figure so tall it reaches the ceiling. The hand of this thing was grey and wet, like something dead. The creature takes in a deep breath, and Harry feels the cabin grow intensely cold. As he begins to pass out, he hears someone screaming. Harry awakes to see that he's on the floor. With lanterns above him, he feels that the Hogwarts Express is moving again. Ron and Hermione help him up and make sure he's okay. Harry asks who screamed, but it appears that it didn't actually happen. Lupin offers him chocolate, telling him it will help. It's explained that the thing was a Dementor of Azkaban. Lupin then heads off to talk to the driver. Alone, Hermione and Ron ask if Harry's okay. They say it looked like Harry was having a fit. Lupin approached the Dementor, wand drawn, and told it to go away, suggesting that these things are not good creatures. Harry explains that the presence of the creature left him feeling like he'd never be happy again. Lupin returns, and after reminding Harry that the chocolate isn't poisoned, Harry eats it and begins to feel better immediately. The rest of the journey is conducted in silence. At the final stop, they meet Hagrid. He leads them to a series of stagecoaches, all of which appear to be driven by invisible horses. That, or they're drawn by nothing. When arriving at the gate, Malfoy comes over, mocking Harry on fainting. Lupin puts an end to it, but it's clear by Draco's observations of the professor's shabby attire that he doesn't think much of the man. They head on into the Great Hall, where Professor McGonagall demands to see Harry and Hermione privately. She assures them that there's nothing to be worried about. Alone, Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, enters. Harry is embarrassed at all this fuss. The two staff remark on the presence of Dementors in school, claiming that it is an ill omen. After discussing the potential measures to make him well again, Madame Pomfrey suggests some chocolate. Harry explains that Lupin already gave him some, to which Pomfrey is pleased to have a defense teacher who knows what he's doing. McGonagall asks to speak to Hermione privately about her school schedule. After they've finished, Harry and Hermione head back to the hall where Ron has kept them a seat. Dumbledore is giving a talk to the newcomers. He talks of the Dementors, and Harry remembers Mr. Weasley commented on how Dumbledore did not approve of them being here. He warns the students about where the Dementors will be without the school, offering warnings. Then, Dumbledore introduces two new teachers. Ron remarks on the look Snape gives Lupin. There's clearly some history between the two, a look beyond anger, it was loathing. The next teacher is revealed to be Hagrid, the new Care of Magical Creatures teacher. The applause for Hagrid is impressive, meaning that he is beloved by staff and students alike. Once the introduction is over, the feasting begins. The tables fill with delicacies. Harry, Ron, and Hermione talk about Hagrid's new position, saying that they can't wait to congratulate him. Once everything is finished, they approach the teacher's table where they praise Hagrid. In turn, the newly elected teacher claims that this is in all thanks to them. The scene ends with them heading to the common room where Percy explains that the new password is Fortuna Major. Neville expresses misery at this not being one for remembering. Harry looks around, feeling that he is finally home. In the movie, the Weasleys have already warned Harry, leading to the intro of this scene being on the train. Mrs. Weasley hands Ron the rat, claiming, "Don't lose him." Harry discusses the events back at the Dursleys. The conversation is similar to the book in that Hermione warns that Harry could have been expelled. Percy and his subplot over Penelope and his role as head boy are removed from these scenes, as are most of the scenes now show Ginny and Harry. The arrival of the Dementor is played more like a horror scene, with the moisture turning to ice and the slow reveal of this wraith-like entity. It's played in daylight, unlike the book, allowing us to get a good look at the creature. In this version, Lupin is forced to remove the Dementor via a spell, whereas in the book, it's more of a dialogue with the potential for conflict. This would suggest something of Dementor intelligence in the book, whereas in the movie, it's played more like a ghost or monster. Ginny isn't present in the aftermath on the train, so we don't get to see how other people react, such as Neville complaining about the cold, and Ginny giving a small sob. In the feast hall, the emphasis on Lupin and Snape's rivalry isn't alluded to. This does remove some of the opinions of teaching staff regarding Dementors. The scene ends with a joke involving the door to the common room, where the portrait is a terrible singer. Chapter 6: Talons and Tea Leaves. When Harry, Hermione, and Ron enter the Great Hall for breakfast the next day, the first thing they find is Draco. His first act is to imitate Harry fainting, a mocking attempt to shame Harry for his experience with the Dementor. Hermione tells Harry to ignore him, trying to stop Harry from engaging. Pansy Parkinson, a fellow Slytherin, then jumps in, mocking Harry with cries that the Dementors are coming. Harry then drops into a seat next to Ron on the Gryffindor table. George hands out the new third year's schedules and then asks about Harry. Ron explains that it's all because of Draco, to which George and Fred remark on how Draco wasn't so brave when the Dementors came to their part of the train. Fred remarks that Draco almost wet himself, but then George admits that he wasn't much braver himself. Harry comments that at least they didn't faint like him, to which George explains that their father had to go to Azkaban, and when he returned, he was pale and shaking. He then explains that Dementors suck the joy out of a place and eventually the prisoners go mad. Fred then breaks the tension with a reminder on how Gryffindor is to face Slytherin in Quidditch, first game of the season. Harry reflects on how the last time they had faced each other in Quidditch, Draco had come off the worst of the two. This brings him some hope. Hermione then examines the new timetable. She seems pleased that they'll be starting some new subjects today. Ron remarks that there must be a mistake as Hermione has 10 subjects a day and there simply isn't enough time. Hermione brushes this off, claiming that she has fixed it all with Professor McGonagall. Ron tries to point out that she has 3 lessons all at the same time, and there is no way she can be in 3 places at once, to which Hermione chides him, claiming that such a thing would be impossible. She attempts to move on, asking him to pass the marmalade, and when Ron refuses to drop the subject, she pushes back, inquiring as to why he cares. After all, she has fixed it with McGonagall. Hagrid then enters the hall. He wears a moleskin overcoat, and in a strange and possibly humorous gesture, he appears to be swinging a dead polecat about. Hagrid approaches the table and then admits that he's been up since 5 getting everything ready. It's clear that he's nervous. After all, this is his first ever lesson. After Hagrid wanders off, Ron wonders what kind of lesson Hagrid has planned. It's clear by his question that Ron is somewhat worried. They finish their breakfast, and then as everyone begins to leave for their first lesson, Ron remarks that they have divination class and it's all the way up on the top floor of North Tower. They say goodbye to Fred and George, and after passing the Slytherin table, Draco mimes another fainting fit to mock Harry. Ignoring Draco, they head up to the top floor, where a panting Ron remarks that there must be an easier way to get up here. Hermione and Ron argue over the correct way to get to the lesson, while Harry stares into a painting of a vast stretch of grass. Slowly, a knight rides into view, demanding to know what these strangers want in his lands. The knight makes a show of demanding a duel, but soon falls over, showing himself to be nothing but comedic relief. Harry asks whether the knight is okay after his fall, to which the knight continues on before, albeit somewhat more embarrassed. Harry takes this moment of exhaustion to inquire further about the North Tower. The knight responds to this by vanishing from sight and claiming that they are on a quest. His demeanor becomes friendly as he tells them to follow him. The 3 follow the sound of his voice and the clink of his armor. Occasionally, they spot him moving from picture to picture along the way through the halls. They follow up a winding staircase till, at last, they hear the sound of their class. The knight bids them farewell and suggests that should they need his aid, they should call upon Sir Cadogan. Once the knight leaves, Ron remarks that they will call upon him should they need someone mental. They reach a landing where they can see the classroom in the distance. above them is a trapdoor. After Harry inquires to the teacher how they should reach the class, the trapdoor opens, giving them the way in. They climb up the trapdoor and emerge in something between an attic and a tea room. There, they meet Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher. Trelawney suggests that divination is the most difficult of lessons, likely because one needs the sight in order to make use of the art form. Harry and Ron share a look of humor, likely driven by Hermione's fear that maybe her book skills won't be enough to pass. The professor then goes on to explain the nature of the lesson, basic methods, and then developing further over the coming terms. She states that Neville should worry about his grandmother, and one girl should fear a red-haired man, which leads to her being scared of Ron, who is sitting close by. The professor claims that classes in February will be missing due to flu and her losing her voice, an insight into her power and potential, or the ravings of a mad woman, or the signs of someone who likes to play games. The answer for now remains a mystery. She then asks that the class split into pairs, and then they will begin to divine shapes from the tea leaves. Then, after remarking that Neville will break one cup, and then suggesting that he should pick the blue pattern, as she's fond of the pink, Neville then responds by breaking the cup. Harry and Ron pair up. There, after swallowing down some scalding tea, Ron asks Harry to read his future. Harry, not seeming to take the class too seriously, remarks that he sees nothing but a load of soggy brown stuff. He then notes that Ron appears to have a troubled future, filled with suffering, but he'll be happy about it. Not making much sense, Ron quips that perhaps Harry needs his inner eye tested. Ron then attempts to read Harry's future, noting everything from suggestions of working in the Ministry of Magic to something about hippos or sheep. This attracts the attention of the professor. She, in turn, remarks on several ill omens in Harry's future, most of which are rebuffed by Hermione, who appears to find this lesson beneath her, or at least the opinions of her professor. Trelawney then gives the cup a final swirl and then shows visible fear. Apparently, Harry has something called the Grim, an ill omen amongst ill omens. None of the other children show signs of knowing what the omen means. The professor then explains in her dramatic fashion that the Grim is the sign of death. Harry reflects on the sightings of strange dogs, and after showing signs that he is taking it all a bit too seriously, Hermione comes to his rescue, claiming that the image in the cup does not look like the Grim to her. Whether this is true or an attempt to soothe Harry's nerves is unknown. The professor remarks that Hermione has little aura and therefore doesn't know what she's talking about. Though that doesn't stop Seamus from stating that it only looks like the Grim from one angle, and to turn the cup and squint reveals instead a donkey, a far less ominous and more humorous image. Harry, making light of the situation, asks whether everyone is finished figuring out whether he's going to die or not. Professor tells them that this is the end of the lesson, and Harry is left feeling uncomfortable, with even Ron refusing to meet his gaze. They leave the class, heading off to McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Harry chooses to sit at the back of the class, likely out of embarrassment from the last lesson. He thinks about how people keep looking at him like he might die at any moment. At this moment, it's clear that Harry is missing what McGonagall is saying about Animagi, a kind of shape-shifting wizard. He isn't even watching when she transforms into a cat. She wonders out loud what has gotten into the class, likely after a lackluster response to her transformation. In all likelihood, the class is still in shock, worried about Harry's ill omen. In response, Hermione fills her in on their last lesson in divination. The professor then inquires, rather dryly, which of the students is going to die this year, suggesting that this is a regular occurrence. She then remarks that this happens every year, and then makes a comment that she does not speak ill of her colleagues, a harsh comment in itself. She furthers this by stating that divination is an imprecise art form and should not be given too much credence. She ends with a joke that Harry looks well enough to not be excused from any homework, though if he does die, he doesn't have to worry about handing it in. After the lesson, they head to the hall for something to eat. There, Ron appears glum and surly. Hermione attempts to cheer Ron up, reminding him of McGonagall's remarks. Ron's mood isn't lessened, and he inquires as to whether Harry has been seeing any strange dogs lately. Harry replies that he saw a black dog when he left the Dursleys. Hermione suggests this as nothing special, while Ron reminds her of the grim omen. Ron remarks that grims are terrifying and scare wizards, saying that they aren't just an omen, but a cause of death. The situation rises in tension when Ron states that Hermione doesn't have the right aura, as previously stated by Trelawney. She then remarks that if she's bad at divination, then so be it. She prefers her arithmancy class, to which Ron states that it makes no sense. After all, she was with them all morning. Then, after lunch, they head to their magical creatures class with Hagrid. The class was held at Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There, Harry notes the presence of Slytherin students, most notably Draco and his underlings. For a moment, Harry fears that they'll be taken into the forest, and he remembers the previous times there, none of which were overly pleasant. Instead, Hagrid wanders off to bring something out. Hagrid begins with the book, quite literally showing them how to open the book without it attacking you. Hagrid, looking sad at the fact that no one knows how to open one, states that you must stroke the spine, clearly an oversight on his behalf. Malfoy mocks Hagrid on how he should have guessed to stroke it. Hagrid in turn looks to Hermione, somewhat crestfallen, likely doubting himself already. Harry jumps to Hagrid's aid, likely in part due to his already rising anger to the Slytherin. Hagrid wanders off for a moment, leading Malfoy to comment on the lowering standards of the school, especially in hiring someone like Hagrid. Once again, Harry jumps to his defense, telling Draco to shut up. Draco, in turn, mocks him about the Dementors again. Shortly after, Hagrid returns with Buckbeak the Hippogriff, something of a cross between a bird and a horse. Hagrid then goes on to explain that hippogriffs are proud and must be treated with respect. Harry agrees to go first, taking in Hagrid's suggestions of bowing, and if the hippogriff bows back, then it means you can stroke him, and if not, well, it's best to get away quickly. Harry, though clearly afraid, manages to bow to the hippogriff, and then, in an astonishing display, Buckbeak bows back, a sign of respect and friendship. Hagrid, in a moment of joy, suggests that Harry could ride Buckbeak, something which Harry isn't overly sure if it's a good idea. Still, Hagrid is overly confident and helps him up. Harry flies around on the back of Buckbeak and then comes back down, to the cheering applause of everyone but Draco and his cronies. After bowing to Malfoy, he remarks that this whole ordeal was easy, after all. If Harry could do it, then it was obvious. But then, after insulting the beast, Buckbeak attacks Draco. Draco is injured, claiming that he's dying. Hagrid ends the class and takes him away, while the rest of Slytherin comment on how Hagrid should be fired. After the class, the three comment on how Malfoy may have ruined things for Hagrid. They find Hagrid, who suspects he's to be fired soon enough. Hagrid is drunk, and Hermione's attempts to console him are met with reproach, and cries that they shouldn't be out after dark. In the movie, the first difference is the introduction of the weeping willow when it squishes a bird. We skip the comments about Hermione's schedule and the trip up the stairs where they meet the knight. The divination lesson is played off similar to the book, though it leans more into the humour and farce. The scene is much shorter, giving no opportunities to show Trelawney as a possible true seer with such things as Neville's cup. Instead, we focus on Harry and his grim omen. The next scene occurs on the way to Hagrid's class. There, we gain some insight into Hermione's strange schedule, where she talks about ancient runes being a more interesting lesson, though Ron remarks that she can't take that lesson as it's the same time as divination. Hagrid's class, though similar, differs in some key ways. For instance, in the movie, he is more confident, playing the stroke the spine comment as more of Draco asking a stupid question, rather than the book version where Hagrid is played off as a more kindly and sensitive man, lacking in confidence. The Buckbeak scene with Draco also plays differently. In the movie, Draco approaches the creature without bowing, showing a disdain for Hagrid's lesson. However, the book has Draco tame Buckbeak with a bow, but it's his comment on it being an ugly brute that makes the bird attack him. This would suggest an understanding of language, making it a sentient animal, whereas in the movie it appears more or less to be of regular animal intelligence. Chapter 7. The Boggart in the Wardrobe. Malfoy doesn't reappear in class until late on Thursday morning, when Slytherin and Gryffindor were halfway through double potions. Harry thinks to himself that Draco carried himself into the hall as if he were a survivor of some kind of war. Pansy inquires as to whether it hurt. Malfoy says that it did. but then winks at Crabbe and Goyle the moment she looks away. Snape informs the class to settle down, which causes Harry and Ron to scowl at each other, sharing a thought that if it were them who had walked in late to the class, they would have received attention. It's stated that Snape favors his own house as leader of Slytherin and thus gives them special privileges. Today, they were making a new shrinking potion. Malfoy states that he can't cut up the roots needed due to his injury, and Snape responds by telling Ron to do it for him. Ron responds by stating there is nothing wrong with Draco's arm, but this only spurns Draco further, telling him to listen to the professor. Ron does as he is told and chops up Draco's roots in a rough and uneven fashion. This doesn't deter Draco, who then tells Snape, which leads to Ron having to trade his carefully chopped roots for the rough chopped. Once finished, Snape then requests that Harry skin Draco's fig, which he demands with a look of spite reserved just for Harry. Draco then inquires as to whether Harry has seen Hagrid lately, which he then goes on to state that he won't be a teacher for much longer. He states that his father has complained to the ministry, stating that his father has great influence. Harry suggests that this is why Draco is putting on this act, to which he replies that it has other benefits too, then demanding that Ron cut up his caterpillars. Neville then begins to panic as his supposed acid green potion turns orange. Snape chides him, demanding to know if anything goes through his head in front of the entire class. Hermione jumps in, asking if she could help Neville, but Snape tells her no, remarking that he didn't ask her to show off. Seamus tells Harry that the Daily Prophet has sighted Sirius Black. He claims that the sighting was close, but Sirius avoided capture as it was a muggle who saw him, giving him time to get away before the ministry could apprehend him. Malfoy inquires malevolently whether Harry intends to capture Sirius single-handedly. He then goes on to say that if it were him, he wouldn't leave it to the Dementors. Harry goes to speak, but at that moment, Snape tells them to leave their potions to stew before they are drunk. And then he adds that afterwards they can test out Neville's, which earns a few laughs from Crabbe and Goyle, all while Neville sweats with nerves. Harry asks Ron if he knows what Draco is on about. Why would he want to hunt down Sirius? Ron states that Draco is making it up to get Harry to do something stupid. At the end of the lesson, Snape heads to Neville, who is cowering by his cauldron. Snape tells everyone to gather around so that they can see what will happen to Neville's toad. He claims that if Neville had followed the instructions, the toad will shrink to the size of a tadpole, and if not, the toad will likely be poisoned. Snape administers a few drops to the toad, causing it to shrink. The Gryffindors applaud and cheer, while Snape looks on with a sour expression. Snape then takes 5 points from Gryffindor, claiming that Hermione helped him despite Snape's request to not do so. Leaving the classroom, Ron asks why Hermione didn't lie about helping Neville, but he turns to see she's already gone. It makes no sense as she was right behind them. A moment later, they see Hermione coming the other way, panting. Ron asks how Hermione did it, to which she wonders what he's talking about. Ron then inquires as to what she's keeping in her large stuffed bag. Hermione states that these are the books from her various lessons. Ron suggests that they don't have any of the lessons in the bag today, and Hermione brushes it off, wondering what they'll have for lunch today. Alone with Harry, Ron suggests that maybe Hermione is hiding something. The next scene states that Lupin wasn't there when they arrived at the dark arts class. He arrives later, looking shabbier, though healthier than when Harry met him on the train. Lupin states that they should put away their books as this is to be a practical lesson. The class follow him out into the hall where they meet Peeves the poltergeist, stuffing the nearest keyhole with chewing gum. Peeves repeats the phrase "Loopy Lupin" over and over. Normally, he is somewhat respectful to staff, and the students look to Lupin and find him smiling. Lupin suggests that Peeves remove the gum from the keyholes, as otherwise Filch won't be able to access the broom closet. Peeves, in reply, blows a raspberry. Lupin then casts a spell, causing the gum to shoot out and head up the nose of Peeves, sending him off. With that, they set off again. They head to a staff room where they find Snape. The teacher remarks that he has no intention of staying, and then warns Lupin not to teach anything too taxing, as Neville isn't capable of much unless Hermione is there to help him out. Lupin responds by stating that he wants Neville to assist him in the operation, and believes he will do a good job. He leads them to a wardrobe on the far end, which in turn gives a sudden bang. Lupin assures them that there's nothing to worry about, and that it is only a boggart inside. He goes on to state that boggarts prefer dark, enclosed spaces, all while the students watch in fear. He inquires as to what a boggart is, and Hermione explains that a boggart is a shapeshifter, something that takes on whatever sight it thinks will frighten us most. Lupin goes on to say that once the door opens, the boggart will assume the form that frightens us most, and then asks Harry if he can see their advantage in knowing this. Harry suggests that with so many students, the boggart won't know which form to choose. Lupin agrees. He goes on to explain that laughter is the best way to defeat a boggart. He then asks Neville what it is he fears most, to which Neville admits it's Snape. Everyone laughs but Lupin, who appears thoughtful. He then inquires as to the clothing Neville's grandmother wears, and then asks him to think of it in his mind's eye. Lupin explains that if Neville is successful, the boggart will choose someone else, so they best come up with their own funny image to counter it. Harry wonders what he is most scared of, starting off with Voldemort, but then begins to think on about the Dementor. Lupin calls everyone off so Neville can have the first interaction. A moment later, the door opens and out comes Snape, reaching for his wand. Neville recites the charm, Ridiculous, and Snape is suddenly wearing grandmother clothes. Everyone cheers and laughs, and Lupin calls on the next student. The lesson continues, changing from one monster to the next, till finally it lands by Harry. Then, before he has a chance, Lupin calls the boggart to him. The boggart takes on a silvery orb shape, to which Lupin remarks lazily, Ridiculous. He awards points to everyone in the class, including Harry and Hermione, who didn't participate but did answer questions. Harry, feeling like he was purposefully stopped from being given a chance, feels let down. Lavender inquires as to why Lupin would be afraid of a crystal ball. In the movie, the potion lesson is absent from the movie. We start right away in the boggart lesson. Snape is missing from the beginning, though Neville's fear remains the same. One difference is that although Neville's fear of Snape remains the same, Lupin makes a joke of Neville's fear, stating that he frightens them all. Azkaban, Chapter 7. Chapter 7, The Boggart in the Wardrobe. Malfoy doesn't reappear in the book, it is said loudly. Ron is second to try in the movie, whereas in the book, he is last. The charm works differently, removing the spider's legs in the book, but giving them roller skates in the movie. Parvati is next, and unlike the book, her creature is a snake rather than the mummy from the book. Harry is after Parvati, which is different from the book as the boggart appears to be bouncing from one student to the next. The removal of the Snape scenes, both in potions and in dark arts, removes the opportunity to paint both teachers as opposites. Snape bullies Neville in both classes and makes favourites of Slytherin, especially Draco. In contrast, Lupin treats Neville with kindness, standing up for him when Snape mocks him in front of the class. Draco's threat of getting Hagrid fired, as well as him getting Harry and Ron to help him in potions, which is absent from the movie. Chapter 8, Flight of the Fat Lady. In no time, dark arts became most people's popular class. Only Draco and his gang had something bad to say about Lupin, commenting on the shabbiness of his robes, stating that he dresses like an old house elf, but no one else cared that Lupin's robes were frayed and patched. After Bogarts, they began to study Redcaps, a nasty little goblin-like creature that lurks wherever there has been bloodshed. Harry remarks to himself that he only wished his other lessons were as enjoyable, worst of all being potions. Snape is in a particularly vindictive mood these days. He did not take news of the boggart turning into himself wearing Neville's grandmother's clothes lightly. He did not find it funny. This results in him bullying Neville more than ever. Harry also reflects on his divination class, trying to ignore the way Trelawney looks at him, with tears in her eyes. Nobody liked care of magical creatures, stating that it appeared that Hagrid had lost his confidence after last time. The Quidditch season was approaching, and Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor team, calls a meeting. With this being Oliver's last year at Hogwarts, he addressed the team with a note of desperation in his voice. He states that this is their last chance, his last chance, to win the Quidditch Cup. He states that Gryffindor hasn't won the cup in 7 years. Driven by Wood's determinism, the team begins to train 3 evenings a week, despite the rising cold, wet, and mud. Harry returns from practice to find the common buzzing excitedly. Ron explains that they're excited about the first Hogsmeade weekend on Halloween. Harry throws himself down into a chair, the joys of practice draining away. Hermione states that they'll catch Black soon, and then Harry will be able to come. Ron states that Black isn't fool enough to try something in Hogsmeade and suggests that Harry talk to McGonagall, as the next Hogsmeade might not be for ages. Harry agrees to try. During the night, while Harry works on his star chart, Crookshanks leaps on Ron and begins to scratch to get at Scabbers. The rat escapes, with Crookshanks close behind. They catch him. Ron states that there's something odd about Crookshanks, claiming that it isn't an ordinary cat, that it understood him when he stated that Scabbers was in his pocket. Hermione claims that Crookshanks could smell him, that is all. The next morning, Ron is still angry at Hermione. He barely talks to her through herbology, even though all three are working together on a pufferpod. Hermione asks about Scabbers. Ron replies that he's at the bottom of Ron's bed, shaking. In Transfiguration, Harry is determined to talk to McGonagall about the trip to Hogsmeade. He becomes distracted when Lavender begins to cry. It turns out that her rabbit was eaten by a fox. Lavender then states that it's the 16th of October and that Trelawney made a prediction that the thing she was dreading would happen on the 16th of October. Hermione inquires whether Binky, the rabbit, was old. Lavender says that he was young, to which Hermione asks why she was worried he was going to die. She then goes on to state that the rabbit didn't even die on this day, so, technically, Trelawney's prediction didn't come true. Though, Ron steps in, claiming that Hermione doesn't care much for other people's pets. At this moment, the professor enters, stopping Ron and Hermione from saying more. At the end of the lesson, the professor asks the students to hand in their permission slips for Hogsmeade. Harry inquires about whether he'll be allowed without a permission slip, but the professor tells him no, stating that it would be against the rules. Ron tells Harry not to worry, at least there's the Halloween feast. The feast is always good, though Harry reflects it'd be a lot better after a trip to Hogsmeade. Ron suggests using the invisibility cloak, though Hermione reminds him that the Dementors can see through it. Halloween morning, Harry awakes with the rest and goes down for breakfast, feeling depressed. Hermione says they'll bring him sweets from Honeydukes as she looks desperately sorry for him. Ron agrees, and it's clear that both Ron and Hermione have forgotten their squabble. Following the others to the gates where Filch is crossing off names from his clipboard, Draco inquires as to whether Harry isn't going because he's scared of Dementors. Harry ignores him and makes his way back up the common. After refusing to hang out with some of the younger students, Harry leaves again, with the fat lady asking why he bothered to wake her up. Harry wanders around, but soon comes into contact with Filch, who demands to know what he's doing. When it's clear he's not going to Hogsmeade, Filch tells him to go back to his common room. On the way back, Lupin calls out to him. After inquiring about Ron and Hermione, Lupin tells Harry to come in, stating that he's just taken a delivery of a Grindylow for next lesson. This is a water demon. He offers Harry a cup of tea and Harry agrees. He states that he's only got tea bags, but then remarks that Harry is likely to be sick of tea leaves at this point. Harry asks how he knows, to which Lupin replies McGonagall told him. He then asks whether he is worried. Harry thinks of telling him about the dog he'd seen in Magnolia Crescent, but decides not to as Lupin already doubts his ability to take on a boggart. Lupin asks whether something in worrying Harry, to which he lies, saying that there isn't. Harry asks why he wasn't allowed to face the boggart, to which Lupin replies that he feared it would take the shape of Voldemort. Harry states that he was thinking of the Dementors, to which Lupin is impressed, stating that Harry fears fear most of all. A moment later, Snape enters with a potion. He tells Lupin to drink the potion immediately, adding that he's made a whole cauldron's worth. Lupin drinks down the potion, and when Harry inquires why, Lupin states that he's not been feeling well. Harry fears for Lupin's safety, suggesting that Snape would do anything for a chance to teach dark arts. But Lupin shows no sign of understanding his meaning. Later on, Ron and Hermione return with as much sweets as they could carry. Harry asks where they've been, and it's revealed that they've been everywhere. Dervish and Bangers, the Wizarding Equipment Shop, Zonko's Joke Shop, into the 3 Broomsticks for Butterbeer, and more. Harry explains the situation with Lupin and Snape. Ron, thinking the same as Harry, is shocked to hear that Lupin drank it. They head down to the feast, where Hermione explains that it'd be strange for Snape to want to kill Lupin in front of Harry. Down at the feast, Hermione and Ron help themselves to double helpings, despite being already full from Hogsmeade. Harry watches Lupin, noting his animated conversation, though he does note that Snape appears to be looking at Lupin more than normal. After they've finished, they head back to the common room where there's a gathering. Ron asks why people haven't gone in yet, and then Percy heads through, stating that he's head boy. Then, in a sudden sharp voice, Percy states that someone should go and get Dumbledore. Dumbledore arrives a moment later. It turns out that the fat lady had left her painting, which was now slashed up. He demands that they send out a search party to find her, but Peeves the poltergeist states that she doesn't want to be found. After inquiring who attacked the painting, Peeves says that it was Sirius Black. In the movie, the film removes the dark arts lesson on red caps, as well as the rising popularity of Lupin. It also removes Lupin's shabby and patched clothes, as well as Draco's disdain, and comments on his attire. The movie removes the tension between Ron and Hermione who fears for Harry's safety. It also removes the scenes involving Scabbers and Crookshanks, as well as any comment about Crookshanks being more than a normal cat. Instead, we begin with the students at the gate getting ready for a trip to Hogsmeade, and Harry looking on disappointed. We then cut to a scene with Harry and Lupin. Unlike the book, Lupin and Harry's relationship is closer, with the two of them talking in private, with Lupin commenting on how Harry's eyes are like his mother's. There's a closeness and friendliness in the scene that does not exist in the book, with Lupin informing Harry that he was close to his mother, stating that she was there for him at a time when no one else was. Moreover, he goes on to state how Harry's father had a talent for getting into trouble, which is also missing. Book Lupin is more professional and reserved. A scene involving the fat lady and the common room plays out the same as the book, though without Peeves, so we have the fat lady reveal that it was Sirius Black who slashed up her painting. Chapter 9, Grim Defeat. An atmosphere thick with fear and uncertainty fills the air. After the Gryffindors return from witnessing how Sirius Black has attempted to break in, Professor Dumbledore's immediate response is to gather all the students in the Great Hall, where he informs them that they must remain there for the night, while the professors conduct a thorough search of the castle and its grounds. There's no room for argument. Everyone must stay together for their safety. The other houses, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, soon join them, all equally bewildered and anxious about what is going on. The atmosphere is heavy as the students settle in for an uncomfortable night, with Percy Weasley, proud of his new head boy status, taking charge of organizing the prefects and maintaining order. As Dumbledore leaves to oversee the search, a wave of his wand causes the long tables to fly against the walls, creating space for the sleeping bags that appear in their place. The hall is buzzing with whispers and excitement, and though Percy orders everyone to get into their sleeping bags, most students are too preoccupied with the night's events to sleep. After all, Sirius Black, a notorious criminal, is believed to have breached the castle's defenses. How had he managed to get into the castle, with its numerous protective enchantments and the Dementors patrolling the grounds? Some students speculate wildly. A Ravenclaw suggests that Black might have apparated into the castle, appearing out of thin air. Others offer even more far-fetched ideas, like Black flying in or using disguise charms to sneak past the guards. The conversation is full of nervous speculation, and theories about Black's capabilities grow more outlandish with each passing minute. Hermione Granger, however, dismisses these ideas with her characteristic logic and knowledge. She reminds her friends that it's impossible to apparate within Hogwarts grounds due to the powerful enchantments that protect the castle. Hermione also points out that the Dementors stationed around the school would never let someone like Black slip past them unnoticed. Despite her reassurances, however, the students can't help but feel uneasy. After all, Sirius Black is no ordinary criminal, and his escape from Azkaban had already proven that he was capable of extraordinary things. The tension is so thick that it is becoming difficult for anyone to truly rest. As the night drags on, the hall grows quieter. The dim light from the enchanted ceiling, which mirrors the night sky outside, casts a faint glow over the room. Every hour, a professor returns to check on the students, ensuring that there is no disturbance. Around 3 in the morning, many of the students have finally fallen asleep, lulled by the constant whispers and the starry sky above them. However, Harry Potter remains awake, listening to the soft footsteps of Percy Weasley pacing between the sleeping bags, making sure no one is talking. At this same hour, Dumbledore himself makes an appearance. Harry, lying awake and pretending to sleep, overhears Dumbledore and Percy discussing the search. Dumbledore reassures Percy that the Gryffindors will be able to return to their tower the next day, once a temporary guardian has been assigned to the entrance. The fat lady who guards the portrait hole had refused to admit Black without the correct password, leading him to attack her in frustration. Though the fat lady remains shaken and in hiding, Dumbledore believes she will recover soon. Just as Dumbledore finishes his report, Professor Snape enters the hall. In a low voice, Snape informs Dumbledore that the 3rd floor and dungeons have been searched with no sign of Black. Dumbledore, calm as always, acknowledges the thoroughness of the search but admits that he hadn't expected Black to linger. As the conversation continues, Snape brings up a point of contention, suggesting that Black could not have entered the castle without help from someone inside. This thinly veiled accusation is met with a firm response from Dumbledore, who refuses to believe that anyone within the school would betray them. It's clear, though, that Snape harbors deep doubts. This exchange only heightens the mystery and tension, and Harry can sense that this issue is far from resolved. The next few days at Hogwarts are dominated by rumors and gossip. The students can talk about nothing else but Sirius Black. Theories about how he entered the castle grow wilder and wilder with each retelling. One particularly absurd rumor claims that Black can transform into a flowering shrub, an idea Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff shares with great seriousness during her biology class. Meanwhile, Gryffindor is adjusting to a new guardian for their common room, Sir Cadogan, a mad, eccentric knight in a painting, notorious for challenging students to duels and constantly changing the passwords. His antics are more annoying than reassuring, and no one is particularly happy with the replacement. As the Gryffindors deal with the chaos surrounding the attempted break-in, Harry finds himself under increased scrutiny from the staff. Teachers seem to appear out of nowhere, trailing him through the hallways. Even Percy has taken on the role of watchdog, which Harry suspects is at his mother's request. However, the final blow is yet to come. Quidditch has always been Harry's escape, a place where he can channel his energy and forget about the dangers that seem to follow him. However, Professor McGonagall, ever the voice of reason, summons Harry to her office for a serious conversation. She informs him that Sirius Black is specifically targeting him, a revelation that doesn't surprise Harry, as he had overheard Mr. Weasley discussing the matter with Mrs. Weasley. Although McGonagall expresses concern for Harry's safety, particularly during Quidditch practices, Harry insists that he must continue playing, especially with the first match of the season fast approaching. McGonagall reluctantly agrees to let him play, but only under the condition that Madam Hooch supervises all of the practices for added protection. As the day of the match draws nearer, Harry and the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team prepare themselves for what they expect will be a fierce game against their arch-rivals, Slytherin. However, just days before the match, the team receives unexpected news. Instead of facing Slytherin, they will be playing against Hufflepuff. Captain Oliver Wood is furious, believing that the Slytherins have deliberately faked an injury to their seeker, Draco Malfoy, in order to avoid playing in the treacherous weather. With the switch in opponents, the team must quickly adjust their strategies, as Hufflepuff's style of play is vastly different from Slytherin's. The change leaves the team rattled, and the pressure to perform weighs heavily on all of them. The day of the match arrives in the middle of one of the worst storms Hogwarts has seen in years. Rain lashes down in torrents, and the wind howls across the Quidditch pitch, making it nearly impossible to see or hear. Harry, already soaked to the skin, struggles to keep his broom steady in the fierce wind. His glasses are constantly fogging up, and the rainwater makes it difficult for him to see anything, let alone the tiny golden snitch. The conditions are brutal, and the game quickly becomes a chaotic struggle against not only the opposing team, but also the elements. Hufflepuff's new seeker and captain, Cedric Diggory, presents a formidable challenge. Taller and heavier than Harry, Cedric's size gives him an advantage in the stormy conditions. His weight allows him to better withstand the wind, while Harry struggles to keep control of his broom. As the match progresses, Harry becomes increasingly frustrated by his inability to see through the rain. However, during a brief timeout, Hermione rushes to his aid, casting a charm on his glasses to repel the water. The spell works, and for the first time in the match, Harry can see clearly again. However, the storm continues to rage, and the match becomes even more dangerous. Lightning cracks across the sky, and as Harry scans the stands, something catches his eye. A massive black dog silhouetted against the stormy backdrop sitting in the highest empty rows of the stadium. It's the same dog Harry had seen in previous encounters, and its appearance shakes him to the core. In the split second that Harry is distracted by the dog, the atmosphere changes. Just as Harry's focus is pulled away, the air around him changes. The wind, though still howling, seems to lose its sound, and an eerie, unnatural silence falls over the pitch. A wave of cold sweeps over Harry, colder than the storm, colder than anything he's ever felt. He knows instantly what is happening. The Dementors have come onto the field. Looking down, Harry sees them. At least 100 Dementors are gliding across the pitch below him, their faces hidden, but their chilling presence unmistakable. The cold seeps into Harry's very bones, and once again he hears the distant screams of his mother, the echoes of her final moments before she was murdered. The memory is too much for Harry to bear. His grip on his broom falters, and before he can do anything to stop it, he begins to fall. The cold overwhelms him, and as the wind whips past, he loses consciousness before he even hits the ground. Thankfully, Dumbledore holds what could have been a fatal blow, stopping Harry from sustaining any major injuries. Harry then comes to in the hospital wing, disoriented and in pain. His teammates, along with Ron and Hermione, surround him, concerned and shaken by the incident. Fred and George Weasley break the grim news. Gryffindor lost the match. Cedric Diggory caught the snitch just after Harry fell, unaware of the chaos with the Dementors. Despite Cedric's attempts to call for a rematch, the victory stands and Gryffindor's perfect Quidditch record has been broken. The defeat hits Harry hard, especially since it's the first time he has failed to catch the snitch. To make matters worse, Harry learns that his beloved broomstick, the Nimbus 2000, was destroyed in the fall. When he had fallen from his broom, it had been blown away by the storm and ended up crashing into the Whomping Willow, one of the most dangerous trees on the school grounds. Hermione gently tips the broken remains of the broom onto Harry's bed, a pile of splintered wood and twigs. The Dementors, the loss, and now his broom, all are grim reminders of the mounting challenges he faces. The book spends significant time detailing the aftermath of Sirius Black's break-in. The chapter includes extensive dialogue, such as Hermione logically debunking wild theories, and Harry overhearing Snape accusing someone inside Hogwarts of helping Black. In contrast, the film condenses these events. The scene in the Great Hall is cut, and instead, the movie quickly moves to the Quidditch match. Harry does not a physical dog that distracts him in the film, unlike in the book. This chapter is also the first to properly introduce Cedric Diggory, which is pretty cool since he will become incredibly important in the next book and film. Chapter 10, The Marauder's Map. Harry is in turmoil. After the disastrous Quidditch match, Harry finds himself not only nursing physical wounds, but emotional ones as well. His treasured Nimbus 2000 broomstick has been completely destroyed by the Whomping Willow. Such a loss has left him in a state of deep sorrow. Though the damage to the Nimbus is irreversible, Harry refuses to let anyone discard its remains, keeping the shattered pieces close by as if they were the last remnant of a dear friend. Madame Pomfrey insists on keeping Harry in the hospital wing to recover over the weekend, and though friends come to visit and cheer him up, including Ron, Hermione, and even Ginny Weasley, who brings him a handmade get-well card, nothing seems to lift Harry's spirits. Beneath his melancholy over the loss of the broomstick, Harry is haunted by something far darker: the Grim. The mysterious black dog-like figure has now appeared twice in his life, and both sightings have been followed by near-death experiences. This eerie connection leaves Harry with a growing sense of dread that his death might be imminent. Harry is troubled by his growing suspicion that the Grim, a death omen in the wizarding world, might be stalking him. Yet, he shares none of these fears with Ron or Hermione, aware that Ron would panic while Hermione, ever the rationalist would dismiss it as superstition. This secret fear festers within him, creating a sense of isolation from his friends, even as they try to comfort him. Alongside the fear of the grim, Harry is grappling with another terror, the Dementors. Every encounter with these ghastly prison guards fills him with more than just fear. They bring Harry face to face with the most traumatic moment of his life, the death of his parents. Each time a Dementor comes near him, Harry can hear his mother's screams as she desperately tries to protect him from Voldemort, followed by the cruel laughter of the Dark Lord before he kills her. No one else seems to suffer in this way from the presence of Dementors, and Harry feels a deep shame and frustration that he cannot control his reactions. He worries that his vulnerability makes him weak, though he tells no one. When Harry finally returns to his regular classes on Monday, he is once again thrust into the daily routine of Hogwarts. Although the familiar setting provides a sense of distraction, it also brings new challenges. Draco Malfoy, always eager to exploit any opportunity to mock Harry, taunts him incessantly over his fall during the Quidditch match. Malfoy's relentless impersonations of Harry falling from his broom, as well as his cruel mimicry of Dementors, pushes Ron to his breaking point, resulting in an outburst during potions class. In retaliation, Professor Snape, who never misses an opportunity to show his bias towards Slytherin, deducts 50 points from Gryffindor, further souring Harry's mood. Despite these frustrations, there is a glimmer of hope when Professor Lupin returns to teaching after his recent illness. Harry has always found Lupin's presence to be calming, and his lessons are both engaging and reassuring compared to Snape's harsh demeanor. However, Harry's relief is short-lived, as he cannot keep his questions about the Dementors to himself any longer. In a private conversation after class, Harry asks Lupin why the Dementors seem to affect him more than others. Lupin's response is honest and direct. The Dementors feed on despair and fear, and because Harry has endured more trauma than most, particularly the murder of his parents, he is more vulnerable to their effects. This explanation brings Harry both relief and sadness. On the one hand, he is comforted by Lupin's reassurance that his reactions are not a sign of weakness, but a consequence of his tragic past. On the other hand, it deepens his sense of being different from his peers. He feels set apart by his experiences, marked by a past that no one else can truly understand. Lupin also tells Harry that Dementors are among the foulest creatures in existence, drawn to decay and misery, which explains why they linger around places like Azkaban, the wizarding prison where Sirius Black had been incarcerated. Harry is fascinated by the idea of Azkaban and horrified by what Lupin describes. The prison is isolated on a remote island, but it is not walls or water that keep the prisoners trapped. It is the Dementors themselves. Their presence robs the inmates of all hope, leaving them to rot in their own despair. It is no wonder, Lupin explains, that many of the prisoners go mad within weeks. Harry's thoughts turn to Sirius Black, the infamous criminal who had somehow managed to escape Azkaban, a feat that was thought to be impossible. Lupin shares Harry's bewilderment, remarking that Black must have found some way to resist the Dementors, though no one knows how. This thought weighs heavily on Harry. Not only had Black been able to escape from a place that was supposed to be inescapable, but he had done so while being constantly surrounded by Dementors, creatures capable of sucking the very soul out of a person. The mystery of Black's escape becomes another troubling question in Harry's mind, as he wonders whether the fugitive is truly as mad and dangerous as everyone believes him to be. Though Lupin promises to help Harry learn how to defend himself against Dementors, the lessons must wait until after the holidays. Despite the delay, the promise of learning a way to protect himself from reliving his parents' deaths gives Harry hope. This, combined with the news that Ravenclaw has trounced Hufflepuff in their recent Quidditch match, leaves Harry feeling slightly more optimistic. This means that Gryffindor is not yet out of the running for the Quidditch Cup, and their chances remain alive if they can win their remaining matches. This rekindles Oliver Wood's fervour, and the team soon returns to intense practice sessions in the cold December rain. Harry, riding a slow and jerky school broom, yearns for a new broomstick of his own, though the loss of his Nimbus 2000 still stings. As the Christmas season approaches, Hogwarts is transformed. The castle is adorned with decorations, Professor Flitwick's classroom twinkles with magical fairy lights, and the students buzz with excitement over the upcoming holidays. Many are planning to return home, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione all decide to remain at school. Harry knows that Ron and Hermione are staying to keep him company, though they offer other excuses. Ron claims he can't stand spending time with his older brother Percy, while Hermione insists she needs to use the library. Regardless of their reasons, Harry is grateful for their support. The festive atmosphere at Hogwarts is only slightly dampened for Harry by the knowledge that there will be another Hogsmeade trip just before the holidays, and once again, he will be the only third year unable to attend. While his friends look forward to their Christmas shopping in the village, Harry resigns himself to another day alone, flipping through a borrowed copy of Witch Broomstick and dreaming of the broomstick he can't yet afford. On the day of the Hogsmeade trip, as Ron and Hermione wrap themselves in scarves and cloaks to head out into the snow, Harry makes his way back to Gryffindor Tower. The castle is eerily quiet, with most of the students either in Hogsmeade or scattered elsewhere. As he walks along a deserted corridor, he is unexpectedly hailed by Fred and George Weasley, who are hiding behind a statue. The twins, always up to something mischievous, beckon Harry into an empty classroom and present him with what they describe as an early Christmas present. What they offer Harry is an old, worn piece of parchment. But this is no ordinary parchment. It is the Marauder's map. To Harry's astonishment, the map reveals every inch of the Hogwarts castle, including secret passages, and, most remarkably, the location of every person within its walls, represented by tiny ink dots. Fred and George explain that they no longer need the map, having memorized its secrets, and they entrust it to Harry with instructions on how to use it. The map proves to be more than just a tool for sneaking around the castle. For Harry, it offers the key to something he has longed for, a way to visit Hogsmeade without permission. The map reveals several hidden passages leading out of Hogwarts, and while many of these are known to the caretaker Filch, one leads directly to the cellar of Honeydukes, the sweet shop in Hogsmeade. With this knowledge, Harry realizes that he can slip out of the castle unnoticed and join his friends in the village. Though Harry briefly remembers Mr. Weasley's warning never to trust anything that can think for itself, if you can't see where it keeps its brain, the temptation to visit Hogsmeade is too strong. Convinced that he's not doing anything harmful, Harry decides to take the risk. Using the map, he makes his way to the statue of a one-eyed witch, taps it with his wand, and says the incantation Descendium. To his amazement, the statue's hump opens, revealing a passageway. Harry's journey through the secret tunnel is long and winding, but the thought of reaching Honeydukes sustains him. After what feels like an hour of crawling through the narrow, earthy passage, Harry finally emerges in the cellar of the sweet shop. Carefully avoiding the shopkeeper, Harry sneaks upstairs and slips into the crowded shop, where no one notices his arrival amidst the throng of Hogwarts students. For Harry, being in Hogsmeade is exhilarating. The village is blanketed in snow, the shop windows are filled with festive displays, and the air is filled with the scent of sweets and holiday cheer. Harry reunites with Ron and Hermione, who are shocked and impressed by his unexpected appearance. The three friends explore the village, stopping in shops and marveling at the Christmas decorations. For Harry, this visit to Hogsmeade is not just about enjoying the village, it is about defying the restrictions that have kept him apart from his friends and experiencing a sense of freedom that he has rarely ever known. Their joy, however, is cut short when they enter the Three Broomsticks pub. As they settle in with mugs of warm butterbeer, Harry's heart sinks when he sees Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, and none other than Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, entering the pub. Harry quickly hides under the table, with Ron and Hermione pressing him down to avoid being seen. From his hiding spot, Harry listens as the adults discuss the latest developments in the search for Sirius Black. To Harry's shock and horror, he learns for the first time the full extent of Black's betrayal. Fudge and McGonagall recount how Black, once James Potter's closest friend and Harry's own godfather, had been the Potters' secret keeper under the Fidelius charm. This powerful spell was supposed to keep the Potters' location hidden from Voldemort, but Black had betrayed them, revealing their location to the Dark Lord and leading to their deaths. After Voldemort's attack, Black had then murdered Peter Pettigrew, another close friend, along with a group of innocent muggles. The news leaves Harry reeling. He had always known that Black was responsible for his parents' deaths, But to learn that Black had been his father's best friend and had deliberately betrayed him is a blow that cuts deeper than Harry could have imagined. As Fudge continues to speak, Harry learns that Black had been taken to Azkaban for his crimes, but his escape from the prison remains a mystery. Fudge describes a visit he made to Azkaban before Black's escape, noting how eerily normal Black had seemed, even under the constant watch of Dementors. Unlike other prisoners who were reduced to muttering shells of themselves, Black had remained calm, even asking Fudge for a newspaper so he could do the crossword. This unsettling detail leaves Fudge and the others worried that Black's mental state may be more stable than they had previously believed, making him even more dangerous. The conversation turns to speculation about Black's motives. McGonagall, Fudge, and Hagrid all express concern that Black may be trying to rejoin Voldemort, though they acknowledge that Voldemort is currently powerless and in hiding. Still, the thought of Black reuniting with his former master terrifies them, as it could mean the resurgence of the Dark Lord and a return to the dark times of the First Wizarding War. As the adults leave the pub, Harry emerges from his hiding place shaken to his core. The knowledge that Sirius Black, the man who had once been his parents' closest friend, had betrayed them and caused their deaths is a revelation that leaves Harry feeling angry, hurt, and confused. His world has been upended by this new information, and he is left grappling with the enormity of Black's betrayal. Though Ron and Hermione try to comfort him, there is little they can say to ease the pain of what Harry has just learned. The truth about Black's role in his parents' deaths adds a new layer of complexity to Harry's understanding of his past, and it fuels a growing desire for justice, or perhaps revenge against the man who had destroyed his family. In the days that follow, Harry's thoughts are consumed by Black. The anger he feels toward the fugitive is intensified by the knowledge that Black is still at large, possibly plotting to kill him. The promise of Lupin's lessons on defending against Dementors is now more important than ever, as Harry becomes increasingly determined to prepare himself for the next encounter with Black, or with the Dementors who seem to follow him wherever he goes. The knowledge of Black's betrayal has left a deep scar on Harry's heart, but it has also strengthened his resolve to uncover the truth about his past, and to confront the dangers that lie ahead. The road to justice and perhaps vengeance is fraught with peril, but Harry knows that he must face it head-on, just as he has faced every other challenge in his young life. The Marauder's map in the Harry Potter books differs from the films, being a single parchment rather than a folded map, and showing people as dots instead of footprints. It reveals true identities even under disguises like Animagus or Polyjuice Potion, but has blind spots such as the Chamber of Secrets and the Room of Requirement. Made using the homunculus charm, it passed through multiple hands from the Marauders to Filch. Fred and George, Harry and McGonagall uses it in The Cursed Child. Despite its power, it can't distinguish between people with the same name. Chapter 11, The Firebolt. Harry is still grappling with the recent, devastating revelation about his parents' deaths. The knowledge of what he had heard in Hogsmeade continues to hit Harry hard as he returns to the castle, his mind swirling with anger, confusion, and sadness. He is so preoccupied with his thoughts that the journey back to Hogwarts from Honeydukes passes in a blur. The shock of this new information consumes him entirely, and as he makes his way through the castle, all he can think about is why no one ever told him the truth. Ron and Hermione, Harry's closest friends, are aware of what Harry has learned as they overheard the same conversation, but they don't bring it up right away. They can see how troubled Harry is and decide to give him space for the time being. At dinner, they sit with him in silence, nervous and worried, but are unable to speak openly because Percy Weasley is sitting nearby. Once the meal is over, they head to the Gryffindor common room where the twins, Fred and George, have set off dung bombs as an end-of-the-term prank. Taking advantage of the distraction, Harry slips away quietly to the dormitory, needing solitude to process his emotions. In the dormitory, Harry reaches for the leather-bound photo album Hagrid had given him 2 years earlier. The album contains magical photographs of Harry's parents, allowing him to see them as they once were, alive and happy. Harry flips through the pages, looking at the pictures, searching for one in particular. When he finds it, he stops. It's a picture of his parents' wedding day. His father, James Potter, stands with his trademark untidy hair, beaming up at the camera. His mother, Lily, looks radiant with happiness, her arm linked with James. And standing beside them, laughing and smiling, is their best man, none other than Sirius Black. Harry stares at the picture, stunned by the contrast between the joyful, handsome man in the photo and the twisted, dangerous criminal he knows Black to be now. How could this man, so close to his parents, have turned on them? How could he have handed them over to Voldemort? These questions gnaw at Harry, and the more he thinks about it, the more his anger and hatred grow. He wonders if Black had already begun working for Voldemort when this picture was taken. Was he already plotting their deaths even as he stood beside them, laughing and celebrating their wedding? Overwhelmed with emotion, Harry slams the album shut and stuffs it back into his cabinet. The image of Sirius Black smiling with his parents stays with him, replaying in his mind like a nightmare he can't escape. He takes off his glasses, pulls the hangings around his bed, and tries to block out the world. Despite his exhaustion, Harry cannot sleep. He lies awake, his mind racing with visions of Black's betrayal. In his mind's eye, he sees Black blasting Peter Pettigrew, his former friend, into pieces. Harry doesn't know what Black's voice sounds like, but in his imagination, it's full of excitement and triumph as Black betrays the Potters, muttering to Voldemort that he has been made their secret keeper. Voldemort's high-pitched, cruel laughter follows, the same laughter Harry hears whenever Dementors get too close. The memory of his mother's screams, something he hears every time a Dementor approaches, torments Harry. It's the last thing he hears before he finally falls into a troubled sleep, just as dawn breaks. When Harry wakes up later that morning, he finds the dormitory deserted, except for Ron, who is eating a peppermint toad, and Hermione, who is buried in homework. The common room is otherwise empty as it's the first day of the holiday break and most students have already left for home. Harry is still exhausted and his emotions are raw. Ron and Hermione can tell how shaken he is, but they try to tread carefully. Ron, always less subtle than Hermione, immediately points out that Harry looks terrible. Hermione, always more cautious, begins the conversation with a gentle warning. She tells Harry that she knows he must be upset after what they overheard the day before, but she warns him not to do anything rash. She specifically urges him not to go after Sirius Black, reminding him that it's too dangerous and that Black isn't worth risking his life over. Ron, ever blunt, reinforces this, telling Harry that Black isn't worth dying for. Despite their attempts to calm him, Harry's anger proves to be too deep, and their words don't have the soothing effect they intend. Harry listens, but feels they don't truly understand the depth of his pain and anger. He looks at his two friends and, in a rare moment of vulnerability, reveals something he has kept to himself until now. Every time a Dementor gets too close, he hears his mother's screams as she pleads with Voldemort to spare his life. Harry tells them how impossible it is to forget such a sound, and how difficult it is to sit idly by knowing that Black, the man who betrayed her, remains free. It is this revelation that explains why Harry's hatred for Black runs so deep, and why the idea of doing nothing feels unbearable to him. Hermione, visibly horrified by Harry's confession, pleads with him not to act on his emotions. She tries to reassure him that the Dementors will eventually catch Black, and that justice will be served when Black is returned to Azkaban. But Harry, still consumed by the thought of Black's escape, points out that Black is unaffected by Azkaban the way other prisoners are. He isn't broken by the Dementors the way most people would be. Harry's frustration grows as he considers the possibility that Black might never face true punishment for what he has done. When Ron, increasingly nervous, asks Harry if he plans to kill Black, Hermione jumps in, trying to defuse the situation. She insists that Harry doesn't want to kill anyone, but Harry remains silent, unsure of what he truly wants. All he knows is that doing nothing feels intolerable. Sensing the tension, Ron tries to change the subject by suggesting they visit Hagrid. It's been a while since they last saw him, and a visit might help distract Harry from his dark thoughts. Hermione initially protests, reminding them that Harry isn't supposed to leave the castle for safety reasons. But Harry, determined to get some answers from Hagrid, insists they go. He wants to know why Hagrid never told him about Sirius Black, given how much Hagrid knew about his parents. With this, the three friends bundle up in their winter cloaks and make their way through the snow-covered grounds to Hagrid's cabin. The cold is biting and the snow makes their journey slow, but the sight of Hagrid's cabin, looking like an iced cake in the snow, offers some comfort. However, when they knock on the door, there is no answer. The sound of strange moans from inside the cabin alarms them, and they wonder if something has happened to Hagrid. After knocking again, the door creaks open, revealing a distraught Hagrid with red, swollen eyes. Tears are streaming down his face, and he immediately collapses onto Harry, sobbing uncontrollably. It takes both Ron and Hermione to help pull Hagrid off Harry and guide him to a chair inside the cabin. Once Hagrid is seated, they try to comfort him and ask what's wrong. Hagrid, still crying, pushes a letter across the table toward them. The letter is from the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, informing Hagrid that Buckbeak, the hippogriff who had attacked Draco Malfoy during a lesson, is to face a trial. Despite Dumbledore's defense of Hagrid, the committee has sided with Lucius Malfoy, and there is a real possibility that Buckbeak will be executed if the trial doesn't go well. Hagrid is devastated, convinced that the trial will be unfairly biased against him and Buckbeak. He explains that the committee has a reputation for siding with powerful wizards like Lucius Malfoy, and he fears that no matter how much evidence they present, Buckbeak will still be found guilty. The thought of losing Buckbeak is unbearable for Hagrid, who has always had a deep affection for magical creatures, no matter how dangerous they might seem to others. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately offer to help. Hermione, ever the academic, suggests that they research past cases involving magical creatures to see if they can find any precedent that might help Buckbeak's defense. They promise Hagrid that they will do everything they can to help him, and their words bring him some comfort, though he remains deeply worried. The visit, though somber, gives Harry a temporary distraction from his anger towards Sirius Black, as he now has something else to focus on, helping Hagrid and saving Buckbeak. As the Christmas holiday continues, the mood at Hogwarts lightens somewhat. On Christmas morning, Harry is woken by Ron, who excitedly points out the pile of presents at the foot of Harry's bed. Among the gifts, Harry finds a large, mysterious package. When he unwraps it, he is stunned to find a firebolt, the fastest, most advanced broomstick on the market. The firebolt is every Quidditch player's dream, and Harry is overwhelmed by the gift's magnificence. He cannot believe someone has given him such an incredible broom, especially since there is no note or card to indicate who the sender is. Ron is equally thrilled, already imagining how jealous Draco Malfoy will be when he sees Harry flying on a firebolt. They speculate about who might have sent it, wondering if it could be Dumbledore or perhaps Professor Lupin. However, Harry dismisses the idea that Dumbledore would send him such an expensive gift, as it would violate school rules. Hermione, however, is less excited and considerably more concerned. She immediately suspects that the firebolt could be a trap, possibly sent by Sirius Black with malicious intent. Hermione's caution frustrates both Harry and Ron, who are eager to believe that the gift is genuine. But Hermione's suspicions only grow, and she eventually decides to report the mysterious gift to Professor McGonagall. To Harry's horror, McGonagall confiscates the firebolt, saying that it needs to be checked for jinxes or curses before Harry can use it. Harry is devastated, and both he and Ron are furious with Hermione for going behind their backs. The confiscation of the firebolt creates a rift between the trio, with Harry and Ron feeling betrayed by Hermione's actions. This chapter has many notable differences from its film adaptation. In the book, Harry receives the firebolt anonymously, while in the film, he receives the firebolt at the very end of the movie, as a gift from Sirius Black. Also, the film doesn't use voiceover to verbalize how Harry is feeling about Black's betrayal and Buckbeak's upcoming trial. Also, the tension between Harry, Ron, and Hermione is condensed significantly in the film. Chapter 12, The Patronus. Harry is still feeling a mix of anger and disappointment toward Hermione, who, in an effort to protect him, reports his newly acquired firebolt to Professor McGonagall. Hermione fears that the broom, which Harry receives as an anonymous gift, might be jinxed, possibly sent by Sirius Black to harm him. As a result, McGonagall confiscates the broom to run tests, leaving Harry and Ron infuriated with Hermione, whom they believe has overreacted. The firebolt is more than just a broomstick to Harry. It represents the best broom in the wizarding world, a symbol of freedom and superiority in Quidditch. Having it taken away so soon after receiving it makes Harry feel as though he has been robbed of something special. Ron shares Harry's frustration, viewing Hermione's actions as an unnecessary interference and a breach of trust. From Ron's perspective, Hermione's insistence that the broom be checked for curses is tantamount to wrecking something valuable. Her concerns, while rooted in a genuine desire to protect Harry, are seen by the boys as overly cautious and meddlesome. This creates a rift between the trio, with Hermione isolating herself from the common room, seeking refuge in the library to avoid the tension. Despite the friction between Harry and Hermione, the return of the rest of the students to Hogwarts after the holiday break provides some needed distraction. The once quiet and tense atmosphere of Gryffindor Tower becomes lively again as students flood back into the castle, bringing noise and energy with them. The return of school life helps lift Harry's spirits somewhat, and the focus shifts to more pressing matters, particularly the upcoming Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, is particularly eager to ensure that Harry is fully prepared for the match, as Harry's performance is critical to Gryffindor's chances of winning the Quidditch Cup. Wood, determined to improve Gryffindor's standing after their loss to Hufflepuff earlier in the year, discusses the importance of Harry having a top-tier broom. He is concerned about Harry still not having a broom to ride, as his old shooting star would be a serious disadvantage against Ravenclaw's team. Ron informs Wood about the firebolt, leading to an excited reaction from Wood, who understands the significant advantage that a firebolt would give their team. However, Wood is dismayed when Harry explains that the broom has been confiscated for jinx testing. Although Harry reassures him that Professor McGonagall is simply being cautious due to the threat posed by Sirius Black, Wood is undeterred. He promises Harry that he will speak with McGonagall and try to convince her to release the broom as soon as possible, understanding how crucial the firebolt could be for their team's success. As classes resume, Harry is eager to begin his anti-Dementor lessons with Professor Lupin. Harry's encounter with the Dementors during the previous Quidditch match leaves him deeply shaken, and he is determined to learn how to defend himself against them. His fear of losing control again, especially during another important match, fuels his desire to master the Patronus Charm, a spell known to repel Dementors. However, before his lessons with Lupin begin, Harry endures his other classes, including a Care of Magical Creatures lesson with Hagrid. Although the January weather is harsh, Hagrid manages to make the lesson enjoyable by introducing the students to salamanders, fire-dwelling creatures that thrive in heat. The class spends their time gathering wood and leaves to keep the salamanders' bonfire blazing, providing a welcome distraction from the cold. However, not all classes are as enjoyable. In divination, Professor Trelawney continues to make grim predictions about Harry's future. She teaches palmistry and warns Harry that his lifeline is unusually short, reinforcing her earlier predictions of danger and death. While Harry is accustomed to Trelawney's ominous warnings, they still linger in his mind as a reminder of the potential threats he faces, particularly with Sirius Black still at large. Yet, it is Lupin's defense against the dark arts class that Harry is most eager for, knowing that it will lead to his first anti-Dementor lesson. True to his word, Lupin schedules the lesson for Thursday evening. Harry feels both excitement and apprehension as the time approaches, aware that mastering the Patronus Charm is no easy feat. The charm requires immense concentration and the ability to summon a powerful, happy memory to fend off the Dementor's despair-inducing powers. When Thursday evening arrives, Harry makes his way to the History of Magic classroom, where he begins his training. Lupin arrives carrying a large packing case containing a boggart, a magical creature that takes the form of whatever a person fears most. For Harry, this means the boggart will take the form of a Dementor, making it a suitable stand-in for his lessons. Lupin explains that the Patronus Charm is advanced magic well beyond what most young wizards can manage. A Patronus acts as a protective guardian, repelling Dementors by embodying positive emotions that Dementors cannot feed upon. The charm's success hinges on Harry's ability to focus on a single, intensely happy memory while performing the incantation. Harry struggles to think of a memory strong enough, eventually settling on his first time flying on a broomstick, a moment of pure exhilaration and joy. When Harry attempts the charm for the first time, he produces only a thin wisp of silvery vapor, far from the solid Patronus he needs to fend off a Dementor. Still, Lupin encourages him, explaining that even this small result is impressive for a young wizard attempting such an advanced spell. Harry's initial excitement quickly turns to frustration as he realizes how difficult the task ahead will be. Undeterred, he prepares to try again, this time against the Boggart Dementor. As the Boggart takes the form of a Dementor, Harry feels the familiar coldness and despair wash over him. He struggles to maintain his focus on the happy memory, but the overwhelming presence of the Dementor causes him to lose concentration. Instead of repelling the Dementor, Harry is overcome by the sound of his mother's voice, pleading with Voldemort to spare him. The memory of his parents' death, particularly hearing his mother's final moments, floods Harry's mind, and he collapses under the emotional weight of it. When Harry regains consciousness, Lupin helps him up and offers him a chocolate frog to counter the effects of the Dementor. Although Harry is physically fine, the emotional toll of hearing his mother's voice again leaves him shaken. He explains to Lupin that the memory is stronger this time, and Lupin suggests that Harry try focusing on a different happy memory for his next attempt. Despite the difficulty of the lesson, Harry remains determined to master the charm, knowing that he cannot afford to be vulnerable to the Dementors in the future. In the following lessons, Harry continues to struggle, though his Patronus gradually becomes more substantial. With each attempt, he is able to produce a faint, silvery shape, though it is still not strong enough to fully drive the Dementor away. The emotional strain of the lessons takes its toll on Harry as he is repeatedly confronted with the memory of his parents' death. Hearing his mother's voice, as well as his father's attempts to protect them, leaves Harry feeling both devastated and oddly comforted. These moments are the only times he can hear his parents again, even though they are filled with pain and loss. Harry is conflicted. While he wants to master the charm and fend off the Dementors, part of him clings to the echoes of his parents' voices, as they are the only connection he has left to them. Outside of his lessons with Lupin, Harry's school life becomes increasingly hectic. Wood continues to press him about the firebolt, urging him to push McGonagall for updates. Ron, too, is eager to see the firebolt returned, as he understands how crucial it will be for their upcoming Quidditch match. However, McGonagall is firm in her decision to hold on to the broom until all necessary tests are completed. This leaves Harry feeling frustrated and anxious as he knows that time is running out before the match against Ravenclaw. In addition to the tension surrounding the firebolt, Harry notices that Hermione is becoming more and more overwhelmed with her schoolwork. Despite the rift between them, Harry and Ron cannot help but notice that Hermione seems to be taking on an impossible workload. She is constantly buried in books and charts, and her schedule seems to defy the limits of time, as she appears to be attending multiple classes at once. Although Ron and Harry are curious about how she is managing this, they are too preoccupied with their own concerns to investigate further. Things take a turning point when McGonagall finally returns the firebolt to Harry, much to his and Ron's delight. The broom is deemed safe, and Harry is overjoyed to have it back just in time for the match. However, this moment of triumph is overshadowed by a new conflict. Ron discovers that his pet rat, Scabbers, is missing, and all that remains are traces of blood and a few ginger cat hairs, suggesting that Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, is responsible for Scabbers' disappearance. This reignites the tension between Ron and Hermione, further straining their already fragile friendship. In the film, this chapter differs in regards to the confiscation of the firebolt. In the book, Harry receives the firebolt early on, and it is confiscated by Professor McGonagall for testing after Hermione reports it. This creates tension between Harry, Ron, and Hermione, which is central to the chapter's emotional dynamic. However, in the film, this subplot is taken off entirely, as Harry only receives the firebolt at the end of the movie. The scenes with Harry's lessons with Professor Lupin are also condensed. The film showcases more of Harry's frustration and fear as he struggles to produce a Patronus, yet the book highlights that he feels more scared and emotional, thus being the reason why he struggles to master the charm. The complexities of Harry's relationship with his parents, as well as the prolonged training, are far more developed in the book. Chapter 13, Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw. The tension continues to build between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The disappearance of Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, continues to drive a deep wedge between him and Hermione, making it seem as though their friendship might be irreparably broken. Ron's anger festers, and his grief over Scabbers' loss fuels an unrelenting bitterness toward Hermione, who remains convinced that Crookshanks had nothing to do with the rat's disappearance. Their once close bond seems shattered, with Harry caught in the middle, unsure how to navigate the situation. Ron, still livid, lashes out at Hermione for not taking the threat to Scabbers seriously, pointing out that Crookshanks has been after his rat for months. Hermione, however, refuses to accept the blame. She insists that Ron has no proof and that Crookshanks is innocent. This impasse between them leaves Harry in an uncomfortable position. Hermione's frustration grows when Harry, trying to be reasonable, sides with Ron, suggesting that the evidence points to Crookshanks. Feeling betrayed, Hermione becomes defensive, accusing Harry of always siding against her, whether it's over Scabbers or her earlier stance against Harry's firebolt. With emotions running high, Hermione distances herself from both of them, throwing herself into her schoolwork and leaving Ron and Harry on their own. Despite the fact that Scabbers was a dull and aging rat, Ron had formed a strong attachment to him. His grief is compounded by the fact that he sees Crookshanks as the culprit and Hermione as complicit. Fred and George, Ron's older brothers, try to lift his spirits by reminding him that Scabbers wasn't exactly a model pet. Fred jokes that the rat's death was probably quick and painless, but Ron doesn't appreciate the humor. He clings to the few fond memories of Scabbers, especially the time the rat bit Goyle, one of Draco Malfoy's cronies. But these memories only deepen Ron's sorrow. In an effort to cheer Ron up, Harry suggests that he join him at Gryffindor's Quidditch practice. Gryffindor is set to face Ravenclaw in an important match, and the practice will give Ron the chance to ride Harry's newly acquired Firebolt, a state-of-the-art racing broom that has been the talk of the school. The promise of flying the Firebolt is enough to distract Ron from his grief, at least temporarily. Together, they head down to the Quidditch pitch, where the Gryffindor team is preparing for their final practice before the big game. The Firebolt is not just any broomstick, it's the fastest and most advanced broom available. Everyone at Hogwarts, from the students to the teachers, is in awe of it. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor who oversees Quidditch practices, inspects the Firebolt before practice begins, marveling at its balance and design. She compares it favorably to older models like the Nimbus series in the Clean Sweeps, emphasizing that the Firebolt's precision and speed are unmatched. Her enthusiasm only heightens the team's excitement, but eventually she hands the broom back to Harry, allowing practice to begin in earnest. When Harry mounts the Firebolt and kicks off the ground, the sensation is beyond anything he's ever experienced. The broom is so responsive that it feels as though it's reading his thoughts, turning and accelerating with the slightest touch. As he flies around the pitch, the wind whipping through his hair, the stadium below becomes a blur of green and grey. The Firebolt's speed and agility are exhilarating, and Harry performs sharp dives and tight loops with ease, impressing his teammates. He feels completely in control, and the power of the broom fills him with confidence. During practice, Harry proves his skill by easily catching the golden snitch multiple times, outpacing even the bludgers that are sent flying in his direction. His mastery of the Firebolt is undeniable, and the rest of the Gryffindor team performs flawlessly, inspired by Harry's incredible display. By the end of practice, even Oliver Wood, the team captain known for his relentless criticism, is completely satisfied. He can't contain his excitement, proclaiming that nothing can stop them from winning the match tomorrow. The team is riding high on confidence, and the Firebolt seems like the key to their success. However, Wood briefly raises a concern at the threat of Dementors. The terrifying creatures had appeared during a previous Quidditch match. Wood, though optimistic about their chances, asks if Harry has mastered the Patronus charm, the only defense against Dementors. Harry, thinking of the feeble Patronus he's been able to produce so far, assures Wood that the Dementors won't show up again. The rest of the team agrees, convinced that Dumbledore, the headmaster, won't allow the Dementors anywhere near the stadium. With that worry pushed aside, the team ends practice on a high note, ready for the challenge ahead. After the practice, Harry hands the Firebolt to Ron, who has been eagerly awaiting his chance to fly it. Ron mounts the broom with a look of pure joy and takes off into the darkening sky. As Harry watches his friend soar through the air, he feels a sense of satisfaction knowing that the Firebolt has brought Ron a brief respite from his troubles. Night falls and the sky turns inky black as Ron flies around the pitch. But the peaceful moment is interrupted when Harry notices something unsettling. While watching Ron fly, Harry spots a pair of gleaming eyes staring at him from the edge of the Quidditch pitch. His heart skips a beat as he immediately thinks of the Grim, the spectral black dog that has haunted him throughout the year, a symbol of death. The sight sends a chill down his spine, but when Ron lights his wand, they discover that the eyes belong to none other than Crookshanks, Hermione's cat. The cat disappears into the shadows before they can do anything, leaving Harry and Ron feeling uneasy. Relieved that it wasn't the Grim, but still unnerved by the encounter, the two boys head back to the castle. They discuss the firebolt, marveling at its speed and smoothness, but Harry can't shake the feeling of dread that lingers after seeing the glowing eyes in the dark. As they walk through the castle grounds, the shadowy presence of the Grim remains in the back of Harry's mind, though he tries to push it aside. The next morning, the excitement surrounding the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw match reaches its peak. The firebolt is the center of attention in the Great Hall, drawing stares and whispers from students at every table. Even the Slytherins, who usually revel in mocking Harry, seem awestruck by the magnificent broom. Draco Malfoy, unable to hide his jealousy, sneers at Harry, making snide comments about his luck and the possibility of failure. But Harry is unfazed. The confidence he gained from the practice session on the firebolt gives him an unshakable belief that Gryffindor will win. As match draws near, Harry feels the familiar mix of nerves and excitement that comes with every Quidditch game. The weather is perfect. Clear skies, a light breeze, ideal conditions for flying. The Gryffindor team walks out onto the field to thunderous applause from their supporters. On the opposite side, the Ravenclaw team stands ready, their seeker, Cho Chang, the only girl on their team, standing out with her short stature and graceful demeanor. Harry can't help but notice that Cho is not only an excellent flyer, but also quite pretty. This momentary distraction sends a flutter through his stomach, though he quickly refocuses on the task at hand. The game begins, and Harry kicks off into the air, the firebolt shooting upward with incredible speed. He soars around the stadium, scanning for the golden snitch, while the commentator, Lee Jordan, excitedly describes the action. The firebolt's unmatched agility gives Harry a significant advantage over Cho, who is flying a Comet 260, a far inferior broom. Though Cho is a skilled flyer and tries to keep up with Harry, she can't match the firebolt's speed and precision. She repeatedly cuts across Harry's path, attempting to block him, but he easily outmaneuvers her. As the game progresses, Gryffindor takes an early lead, but Ravenclaw begins to close the gap. Harry stays focused, his eyes constantly searching for the snitch. At one point, he spots the elusive ball near the ground and dives after it, Cho hot on his heels. Just as Harry is about to catch the snitch, a bludger sent by a Ravenclaw beater hurtles toward him, forcing him to swerve at the last second. The snitch vanishes and the crowd groans in disappointment. The match intensifies, with both teams battling fiercely for control. Gryffindor remains in the lead, but the margin is slim. Harry knows that if Cho catches the snitch before him, Ravenclaw will win. Determined not to let that happen, he uses the firebolt's superior acceleration to his advantage, weaving through the players and flying circles around Cho. But Cho is persistent, staying close to him and preventing him from getting a clear shot at the snitch. Then, just as Harry sees the snitch again, something terrifying happens. 3 Dementors glide onto the pitch, their dark, hooded forms sending a wave of cold fear through the air. Harry's heart pounds in his chest, but he doesn't panic. With lightning-fast reflexes, he draws his wand and shouts the incantation for the Patronus charm. To his amazement, a powerful silver figure erupts from the tip of his wand, charging toward the Dementors and driving them away. The Patronus, though brief, is enough to clear Harry's mind, allowing him to refocus on the game. The snitch is still within reach, and with a burst of speed, he races toward it. Cho tries to block him, but the firebolt's agility gives Harry the edge. In a blur of motion, he stretches out his hand and grabs the snitch, securing Gryffindor's victory. The stadium erupts into cheers as the Gryffindor team swarms Harry, celebrating their hard-fought win. Down on the ground, the Gryffindor supporters flood the pitch, lifting Harry onto their shoulders and cheering his name. The victory is especially sweet after the challenges they've faced throughout the year, and the firebolt has proven to be the key to their success. As the celebration continues, Harry catches sight of Professor Lupin, who quietly congratulates him on his impressive Patronus. But Lupin also reveals that the Dementors Harry had fought off weren't real Dementors at all. They were Slytherin students, including Draco Malfoy, disguised in Dementor cloaks in an attempt to sabotage Harry during the game. Professor McGonagall, furious at their actions, gives the Slytherins detention and docks 50 points from their house, further sealing Gryffindor's triumph. Back in the Gryffindor common room, the victory party rages on. Fred and George sneak off to retrieve butterbeer and sweets from Honeydukes, and the celebration lasts well into the night. Everyone is in high spirits, except for Hermione, who sits alone in a corner, deeply engrossed in a massive book. Despite Harry's efforts to get her to join in the festivities, Hermione remains distant, still upset over her falling out with Ron. Ron, for his part, shows no signs of reconciliation, making passive-aggressive comments about Scabbers that only deepen the rift between him and Hermione. The tension between them is palpable, even amid the joyous atmosphere of the party. Finally, the night ends when Professor McGonagall arrives to break up the celebration, insisting that everyone go to bed. Harry and Ron head up to their dormitory, still buzzing from the excitement of the day. But their victory high is cut short when Ron wakes in the middle of the night, screaming that Sirius Black, the infamous escaped prisoner, had been standing over him with a knife. The dormitory erupts into chaos and Ron insists that he wasn't dreaming. Black had been there, right next to him. The news spreads quickly through Gryffindor Tower, sending shockwaves of fear and confusion. Professor McGonagall is called to investigate, and it's soon revealed that Sir Cadogan, the bumbling knight who guards the Gryffindor common room, had let Black in because he had the passwords. The revelation that someone had carelessly left the passwords out in the open shocks everyone, especially when Neville Longbottom is singled out as the guilty party. The conflict between Ron and Hermione over Scabbers' disappearance is downplayed in the movie. Moreover, the firebolt plays a major role throughout the book, particularly in the Quidditch scenes, yet in the movie it is non-existent until the final scene. The Gryffindor vs Ravenclaw match was never shown in the film. Alongside Malfoy and his cronies attempt to sabotage Harry by pretending to be Dementors during the match. Chapter 14, Snape's Grudge. A heavy atmosphere of unease, tension, and mounting fear continues to permeate Gryffindor Tower. Sirius Black has made a second audacious attempt to break into Hogwarts, sending shockwaves throughout the castle. The Gryffindor students stay awake all night in the common room, anxiously awaiting news on whether Black has been caught. As dawn breaks, Professor McGonagall returns, delivering disappointing news. Once again, Black has managed to escape. The sense of vulnerability weighs heavily on the students, particularly Harry, as they realize how close the dangerous fugitive came to harming them. In response to the break-in, the castle's security is significantly tightened. Everywhere Harry goes, he sees signs of the enhanced protections put in place by the staff. Professor Flitwick can be seen teaching the castle's front doors to recognize an image of Sirius Black, ensuring that the fugitive cannot re-enter undetected. Filch, the castle caretaker, is frantically boarding up cracks and even mouse holes, leaving nothing to chance. The fat lady, who was previously attacked by Black, has returned to her post guarding the Gryffindor common room, but she is visibly shaken. To assuage her fears, the school has hired a group of security trolls to patrol the corridor outside her portrait. These trolls, with their menacing appearance and gruff mannerisms, add to the already oppressive atmosphere within the castle. Despite the increased security measures, Harry can't help but notice that the one-eyed witch statue on the third floor, which conceals a secret passage to Honeydukes in Hogsmeade, remains unguarded. Fred and George Weasley had revealed this secret passage to Harry earlier in the school year, and it has provided him with a way to visit Hogsmeade, despite not having a signed permission slip from his guardians. Harry debates whether to tell someone about the unguarded statue, but ultimately decides against it. Ron reassures him that Black is unlikely to use that particular passage, reasoning that they would have heard if Honeydukes had been broken into. Secretly, Harry is relieved, as he doesn't want to lose his only means of sneaking into Hogsmeade. Meanwhile, Ron Weasley unexpectedly finds himself the center of attention following his near encounter with Sirius Black. For the first time in his life, Ron is the subject of admiration and curiosity, and he relishes the newfound attention. He retells the story of that night to anyone who will listen. describing in vivid detail how he woke to find Black standing over his bed with a knife. Ron's tale grows more dramatic with each retelling, as he describes how he stared into Black's wild, skeletal face and screamed, causing the fugitive to flee. While Ron enjoys his moment in the spotlight, he and Harry both puzzle over why Black ran away without harming anyone. After all, Black had no qualms about killing innocents in the past. Harry speculates that Black might have realized he couldn't escape after Ron's scream woke the other students, forcing him to flee before encountering the teachers. On the other hand, Neville Longbottom is suffering the consequences of his mistake. It is revealed that Neville had written down the Gryffindor common room password and accidentally left it lying around, allowing Black to gain entry. Professor McGonagall is furious with Neville and imposes several harsh punishments on him. Not only is Neville banned from future Hogsmeade visits, but he is also assigned detention and forbidden from learning the new password to Gryffindor Tower. This means Neville must wait outside the common room every night until someone lets him in, all while enduring the mocking grins of the security trolls stationed outside. As if that weren't enough, Neville's grandmother sends him a howler, berating him in front of the entire school for bringing shame to the family. Neville's humiliation is complete when the howler arrives at breakfast, and he flees the Great Hall with it, while the Slytherins laugh at his misfortune. Amid the chaos, Harry receives a letter from Hagrid inviting him and Ron to tea that afternoon. Curious about what Hagrid wants to discuss, the two boys head down to his hut at 6 o'clock. They pass the security trolls at a run, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the castle. When they arrive at Hagrid's hut, they are greeted by Buckbeak, the hippogriff, who is lying on Hagrid's bed and devouring a plate of dead ferrets. Hagrid seems preoccupied and worried, and it soon becomes clear why. Buckbeak's trial before the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures is fast approaching. The trial, scheduled for Friday, has Hagrid on edge as he fears the worst for his beloved hippogriff. Hagrid explains that he has already made arrangements to take Buckbeak to London for the trial, booking 2 beds on the night bus. Both Harry and Ron feel a pang of guilt, realizing that they had completely forgotten about their promise to help Hagrid prepare Buckbeak's defense. The excitement surrounding Harry's new firebolt broomstick and the pressures of schoolwork had driven the matter from their minds. Hagrid, however, reassures them that Hermione has been helping him gather materials for Buckbeak's defense. This revelation leads Hagrid to bring up a more personal topic: Hermione herself. Hagrid expresses concern for Hermione, revealing that she has been visiting him regularly since Christmas, often in tears. According to Hagrid, Hermione has been feeling lonely and overwhelmed by the heavy workload she has taken on this year. She is also struggling with the estrangement from her 2 closest friends, Harry and Ron. Hagrid gently scolds Harry and Ron, reminding them that Hermione has always had their best interests at heart, even if they've had disagreements. He points out that the 2 boys seem to value their brooms and pets more than their friendship with Hermione, leaving her feeling isolated. Hagrid's words strike a chord with both Harry and Ron. They exchange guilty glances, knowing that they've been unfair to Hermione. While Ron is still angry with Hermione over the disappearance of his pet rat, Scabbers, he can't deny that Hagrid has a point. Hermione, after all, is still their friend, despite the recent tension between them. After leaving Hagrid's hut, the boys return to the Gryffindor common room, where they find a large group of students gathered around the bulletin board. The excitement in the room is palpable as the students read the latest announcement. Another Hogsmeade weekend has been scheduled for the following Saturday. The prospect of visiting the village lifts the spirits of many students, despite the increased security measures in place. However, Harry is once again reminded that he is not allowed to visit Hogsmeade without a signed permission slip. Undeterred, Harry begins to plot how he might sneak into the village using the secret passage behind the one-eyed witch statue. Hermione, however, overhears Harry and Ron discussing their plan and confronts them. She is furious that Harry would risk sneaking into Hogsmeade again, especially after what happened with Sirius Black. Hermione threatens to tell Professor McGonagall if Harry goes through with his plan, arguing that it's too dangerous. Ron, equally angry, accuses Hermione of trying to get Harry expelled. The argument escalates, with Hermione storming off to the girls' dormitory, clutching her cat, Crookshanks. The boys are left feeling frustrated but undeterred in their plans. On the morning of the Hogsmeade trip, Harry packs his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map into his bag, determined to sneak into the village undetected. He avoids Hermione's suspicious glances at breakfast and makes his way to the third-floor corridor where the one-eyed witch statue awaits. However, just as he is about to enter the passage, Harry runs into Neville Longbottom. Neville, who has no one to go to Hogsmeade with, suggests they spend time together. Panicking, Harry tries to slip away from Neville, but their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Professor Snape. Snape, ever suspicious of Harry, questions why he and Neville are lurking in the corridor. Harry tries to remain calm, but Snape's piercing gaze and probing questions put him on edge. Snape seems particularly interested in the one-eyed witch statue, and for a moment, Harry fears that his secret will be discovered. However, Snape eventually sends Harry and Neville back to Gryffindor Tower, leaving Harry relieved but rattled. After shaking off Neville, Harry makes his way back to the one-eyed witch and enters the secret passage. He successfully sneaks into Hogsmeade where he meets up with Ron. The two boys spend a pleasant afternoon visiting shops and buying joke products from Zonkos. They laugh and joke, enjoying their rare moment of freedom. However, their day takes a darker turn when they encounter Draco Malfoy, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, near the Shrieking Shack. Malfoy, as usual, takes the opportunity to insult Ron, mocking his family's poverty and taunting him about the dilapidated state of the Shrieking Shack. Unable to resist, Harry, still hidden under his invisibility cloak, throws mud at Malfoy, catching him off guard. Malfoy is startled and confused, not understanding where the attack is coming from. When Harry's cloak slips for a moment, Malfoy catches a glimpse of his face. Realizing that Harry is the culprit, Malfoy runs off, determined to report what he's seen to the teachers. Panicking, Harry races back through the secret passage, knowing that Malfoy will likely reach the castle before him. When Harry emerges from the statue, he is confronted by Snape, who has been waiting for him. Snape, clearly suspicious, interrogates Harry and demands to know where he has been. The situation escalates when Snape forces Harry to empty his pockets, revealing both the Zonkos products and the Marauders map. When Snape tries to activate the map, it insults him with witty remarks from its creators, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. At that moment, Professor Lupin arrives, summoned by Snape to help identify the map. Recognizing the map immediately, Lupin diffuses the situation by claiming it is merely a joke item from a shop like Zonkos. Snape, though unconvinced, reluctantly hands the map over to Lupin. After leaving Snape's office, Lupin reprimands Harry for his reckless behavior, warning him that he cannot continue to take such risks. Lupin's words are particularly harsh, reminding Harry of the sacrifices his parents made to protect him and warning him that sneaking out of the castle is a poor way to honor their memory. As Harry and Ron return to the Gryffindor common room, their mood is somber. They are both weighed down by guilt. Harry for disobeying the rules and putting himself in danger, and Ron for encouraging Harry to sneak into Hogsmeade in the first place. Their concerns about getting into further trouble are overshadowed by the news Hermione delivers. Buckbeak has lost his trial and the Hippogriff is scheduled to be executed. The chapter ends on a bleak note as the trio realizes that their personal conflicts pale in comparison to the tragedy that awaits their friend Hagrid and his beloved Buckbeak. In the book, significant portions of the chapter focuses on the heightened security at Hogwarts following Sirius Black's break-in, Ron's newfound attention after his close encounter with Black, and Neville's punishment for losing the Gryffindor password. These details are largely absent from the film. The film also shifts the emphasis toward Harry's use of the Marauders map and his secret trip to Hogsmeade, condensing the narrative significantly. In the book, Harry's encounter with Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle near the Shreepishians, instead of Harry getting caught outside and reported. Additionally, the film downplays the emotional weight of Buckbeak's impending execution and Hagrid's plea to Harry and Ron to reconcile with Hermione. Chapter 15. The Quidditch Final. Harry, Ron, and Hermione grapple with the news of Buckbeak's fate. Hagrid sends Hermione a damp letter smeared with tears, revealing that Buckbeak has lost his case and will soon face execution. Despite their efforts, the committee, heavily influenced by Lucius Malfoy, has decided against Buckbeak. Hagrid expresses his sorrow, stating that Buckbeak enjoyed his time in London, but now his execution date will be set. Hermione, overwhelmed by the news, can't hold back her emotions. She's worked tirelessly to prepare a defense for Buckbeak, and now it seems all her efforts were in vain. However, Ron, despite the recent tensions between him and Hermione over Scabbers, steps up and offers his support. He insists that this time Hermione won't have to face the struggle alone. He will help her fight for Buckbeak's appeal. The gesture is significant, marking a reconciliation between Ron and Hermione. Their friendship, which had been strained due to the disappearance of Ron's pet rat Scabbers, begins to heal as Ron acknowledges Hermione's dedication and expresses regret for his earlier behavior. In response, Hermione throws her arms around Ron, crying and apologizing for the conflict they had over Scabbers. Ron, though awkwardly patting her head, shows a softer, more mature side. Their ability to visit Hagrid is severely limited due to the security measures imposed following Sirius Black's latest break-in at Hogwarts. Since students are no longer allowed to wander the grounds after dark, Harry, Ron, and Hermione can only see Hagrid during their Care of Magical Creatures lessons. When they finally manage to speak with him, it is clear that Hagrid is devastated by the verdict. He blames himself for not presenting a strong enough defense at the trial, saying he was too nervous and tongue-tied. Dropping his notes and forgetting key information Hermione had helped him prepare. He recounts how Lucius Malfoy's testimony essentially dictated the committee's decision, leaving Hagrid feeling powerless. Despite Ron's attempts to encourage him not to give up hope for the appeal, Hagrid is resigned, believing that the committee is entirely under Malfoy's control. His only goal now is to ensure that Buckbeak's remaining time is as happy as possible. As they head back to the castle after class, the trio encounters Draco Malfoy along with his usual companions, Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy, overhearing Hagrid's distress, mocks him cruelly, making fun of Hagrid's emotional reaction. Harry and Ron, furious at Malfoy's heartlessness, are ready to retaliate, but before they can act, Hermione does something completely unexpected. She slaps Malfoy across the face. The slap is described as powerful, leaving Malfoy staggering in shock. Both Crabbe and Goyle are momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do without Malfoy's direction. Hermione, fueled by anger and frustration, pulls out her wand, but Malfoy, clearly frightened, quickly retreats with his cronies into the dungeons. Ron and Harry, along with Crabbe and Goyle, are left astonished by Hermione's outburst. Ron, in particular, is both impressed and stunned by her fierce reaction. Hermione's emotions are still running high as she demands that Harry must win the upcoming Quidditch final against Slytherin. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin has reached its peak, and the Quidditch final represents more than just a game. It's a chance for Gryffindor to win the Quidditch Cup for the first time in years, and a personal battle between Harry and Malfoy. Hermione's declaration underscores how deeply invested she is in Gryffindor's success and her growing frustration with Malfoy and the Slytherin team. After the confrontation with Malfoy, Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurry to their charms class. But as they enter, they notice that Hermione has disappeared. This moment is especially strange because Hermione was right next to them when they approached the classroom door. As the lesson begins, Ron and Harry are puzzled by Hermione's sudden absence, especially since she's usually the first to arrive at every class. Throughout the lesson, they can't shake the feeling that something is wrong, and their concern grows when Hermione doesn't show up for lunch either. Ron even wonders if Malfoy could have done something to her in retaliation for the earlier slap, adding to the tension. When they finally return to Gryffindor Tower after lunch, they find Hermione fast asleep at a table, her head resting on an open arithmancy book. Harry gently wakes her, and she immediately panics, realizing she missed charms class. Hermione's frantic reaction reveals just how much pressure she's under with her overwhelming schedule, which includes attending classes that are seemingly impossible to fit into a normal timetable. Ron, noticing her exhaustion, suggests that she's overworking herself and might be cracking up. However, Hermione stubbornly denies this, brushing off their concerns and hurrying to apologize to Professor Flitwick for missing his class. Later, the trio heads to divination, a class Hermione has grown increasingly frustrated with due to Professor Trelawney's constant predictions of Harry's impending doom. This time, Trelawney introduces crystal balls, explaining that they will be tested on their ability to see into the future using the orb. As always, Trelawney's dramatic and vague predictions fail to impress Hermione, who is openly skeptical of divination as a legitimate magical discipline. When Trelawney once again predicts that Harry is being stalked by the Grim, a large black dog symbolizing death, Hermione finally snaps. Her outburst is loud and scathing, calling Trelawney's predictions ridiculous. Trelawney, clearly offended, retaliates by accusing Hermione of lacking the inner eye necessary for divination, and even goes as far as to suggest that Hermione's mind is too mundane for the subject. This pushes Hermione over the edge, leading her to storm out of the classroom, shocking both her classmates and Professor Trelawney. The Easter holidays arrive, but instead of relaxation, the third-year students are inundated with homework, leaving them feeling stressed and exhausted. Neville Longbottom is particularly overwhelmed, on the verge of a nervous breakdown, but even he doesn't have as much work as Hermione. With her divination lessons dropped, she still has a daunting workload from her other subjects. Hermione's struggle with her demanding schedule continues to take a toll on her health, as she's often the last to leave the common room at night and the first to arrive at the library each morning. She is visibly stressed, with dark circles under her eyes, and her usual composure is beginning to crack. Despite this, she remains determined to keep up with her studies. Ron takes on the responsibility of researching Buckbeak's appeal, immersing himself in thick volumes about hippogriffs. His dedication to helping Hagrid is evident, and he becomes so absorbed in his research that he even forgets his usual animosity toward Hermione's cat, Crookshanks. This shows a significant shift in Ron's character, as he moves past his earlier anger over Scabbers and focuses on helping with something much bigger. Meanwhile, Harry's attention is divided between his homework and the intense Quidditch training sessions that Oliver Wood has scheduled daily. The upcoming match against Slytherin is the final game of the season, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Slytherin is leading the tournament by exactly 200 points, which means Gryffindor needs to win by more than that amount to claim the Quidditch Cup. Wood reminds Harry repeatedly that he must only catch the snitch if Gryffindor is more than 50 points ahead. Otherwise, they will win the match but lose the cup. This puts enormous pressure on Harry, as the outcome of the entire season rests largely on his shoulders. The rivalry between Harry and Malfoy is especially personal this time, with both boys determined to outdo each other, and Harry's desire to win is fueled by his anger over Malfoy's role in Buckbeak's trial. As the match draws closer, the tension between Gryffindor and Slytherin reaches a fever pitch. Small skirmishes break out between students in the hallways, culminating in a particularly nasty incident where a Gryffindor 4th year and a Slytherin 6th year end up in the hospital wing with leaks sprouting out of their ears after a hex. Harry, meanwhile, faces constant harassment from Slytherin students, who seem intent on injuring him before the match. Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy's henchmen, pop up around every corner, and Harry can't walk down a corridor without someone trying to trip him. Wood, ever the strategist, insists that Harry be accompanied by other Gryffindor students at all times to ensure his safety. The night before the match, the Gryffindor common room is buzzing with anticipation. Even Hermione, normally absorbed in her studies, admits that she can't focus on her homework due to nerves. The atmosphere is electric, with Fred and George Weasley using humour to cope with the pressure, while Oliver Wood remains hyper-focused, muttering strategy to himself as he moves tiny figures across a model of the Quidditch pitch. Harry, however, feels the weight of the match pressing down on him. His stomach is in knots, and despite his friends' reassurances that he will be fine, the thought of the game fills him with anxiety. That night, Harry struggles to sleep. He has a series of nightmares about the match, including one where he oversleeps and the team is forced to use Neville Longbottom as a substitute seeker. In another dream, Malfoy and the Slytherin team are riding dragons instead of broomsticks. Harry wakes in a panic, only to realize that the match hasn't even started yet. He gets up to get a glass of water and looks out the window, where he spots Crookshanks prowling across the lawn outside. To his shock, the large black dog he had seen before, the Grim, appears alongside Crookshanks. Harry is confused and unsettled by this sight, as Crookshanks seems to trust the dog. He wakes Ron to see if he can spot them too, but by the time Ron looks, the dog and Crookshanks have vanished. The next morning, the Gryffindor team enters the Great Hall for breakfast to thunderous applause from their housemates, as well as from the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. The Slytherins, however, greet them with loud hisses, and Harry notices that Malfoy looks paler than usual, likely due to the pressure of the upcoming match. Wood spends the entire meal urging his team to eat for energy, though he doesn't touch his own food. As soon as breakfast is over, Wood leads the team out to the Quidditch pitch to assess the conditions. The weather is perfect, with no wind and a bright, clear sky. As the teams prepare for the match, the tension is palpable. The Gryffindor players are nervous but determined, and as they step onto the field, they are met with a deafening roar of support from the Gryffindor supporters. 3/4 of the stadium is decked out in scarlet, waving Gryffindor flags and banners, while the Slytherin supporters hiss and jeer from their side of the pitch. Madam Hooch blows her whistle and the match begins. From the start, the game is brutal. Slytherin's strategy is clear. They are playing dirty, using brute force and foul tactics to try and overpower Gryffindor. The Slytherin beaters, Bowl and Derek, target Harry relentlessly, sending bludgers his way at every opportunity. Flint, the Slytherin captain, plays aggressively, colliding with Gryffindor chasers and feigning innocence when called out by Madam Hooch. Despite the rough play, Gryffindor takes an early lead, with Angelina Johnson scoring the first goal. The Gryffindor supporters erupt in cheers, but Slytherin quickly retaliates and the game remains close. As the match progresses, the fouls become more blatant. At one point, Montague, a Slytherin chaser, grabs Katie Bell by the head instead of the quaffle, causing her to spin out of control on her broom. Madam Hooch awards Gryffindor a penalty, but the aggressive tactics continue. Harry, meanwhile, is focused on finding the golden snitch, but must be careful not to catch it too early, as Gryffindor needs to be more than 50 points ahead to win the cup. Eventually, Harry spots the snitch near the Gryffindor goalposts. Just as he is about to dive for it, Malfoy notices and pulls a dirty trick. He grabs the tail of Harry's firebolt, slowing him down and preventing him from reaching the snitch. Madam Hooch immediately awards a penalty to Gryffindor, and Alicia Spinnet takes the shot, but she misses, still shaken by the Slytherin's underhanded tactics. Despite the Slytherin's best efforts to sabotage the match, Gryffindor manages to pull ahead, with the score reaching 70-10 in Gryffindor's favour. Harry knows that now is the time to catch the snitch. As he searches the field, he finally spots it hovering near the ground. He dives toward it at top speed, with Malfoy hot on his heels. The two seekers race neck and neck, but Harry, flying faster on his firebolt, manages to knock Malfoy's arm aside and snatch the snitch from the air. The stadium erupts in a roar of cheers as Harry raises the snitch triumphantly. Gryffindor has not only won the match, but also the Quidditch Cup for the first time in years. The Gryffindor team is swarmed by their housemates, who lift them onto their shoulders in celebration. Harry is hoisted up along with the Quidditch Cup, overwhelmed with happiness as he sees Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, and his friends cheering for him. This moment is a significant one for Harry, who has faced numerous challenges throughout the school year, but now stands victorious, not just in Quidditch, but in his ongoing rivalry with Malfoy and the Slytherins. The chapter significantly from its film adaptation in both content and tone. In the book, much of the chapter revolves around the lead-up to the Quidditch final, focusing on Harry's mounting pressure and the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The Quidditch match itself is detailed, highlighting Slytherin's foul play and Harry's dramatic capture of the snitch, securing Gryffindor's first Quidditch Cup win in years. The film, however, omits the entire Quidditch final, skipping Harry's victory and the significance of Gryffindor's win. Additionally, the book includes Hermione's slap of Draco Malfoy after he insults Hagrid, while she is shown to have punched Malfoy instead in the film. This moment is key in both versions, but is handled differently, with the slap being more spontaneous in the book and the punch being portrayed as more dramatic in the film. Chapter 16, Professor Trelawney's Prediction. It is a week of euphoria for Harry, as the joy of finally winning the Quidditch Cup fills him with a sense of achievement. The weather itself seems to be celebrating alongside Harry and his friends. June brings bright, cloudless days, and the warm sun makes everyone long for the outdoors, where they could laze on the grass with iced pumpkin juice or play casual games. Despite the inviting atmosphere outside, Hogwarts students are instead confined to the castle, preparing for their final exams. The impending exams loom large over their heads, forcing them to focus on their studies, though many would rather be enjoying the early summer sunshine. Even Fred and George Weasley, who are usually up to no good, are spotted studying for their upcoming OWLs, Ordinary Wizarding Levels. Percy, who is preparing for his NEWTs, nastily exhausting wizarding tests, has become even more irritable and strict. As Percy hopes to pursue a career in the Ministry of Magic, he is determined to achieve the highest grades possible, punishing anyone who dares disturb the peace of the common room while he studies. His nerves and strict demeanor are surpassed only by Hermione, who is more anxious than ever as she juggles her impossibly heavy course load. Harry and Ron, who have long given up asking Hermione how she manages to attend multiple classes at once, notice her frenzied study schedule. One morning, they see her exam timetable, and Ron is incredulous as he reads it aloud. Hermione has multiple exams scheduled at the same time, Arithmancy and Transfiguration both at 9 o'clock, followed by Charms and Ancient Runes simultaneously in the afternoon. When Ron carefully points this out to her, she snaps in frustration, insisting that her timetable is correct. Harry and Ron share a look, but know better than to press Hermione, who is so stressed that she barely has time to eat or sleep. Despite their concerns, they have become accustomed to Hermione's secretive ways regarding her use of the Time Turner, which allows her to attend all her classes. Meanwhile, the trio keeps in regular contact with Hagrid, who remains deeply worried about Buckbeak's upcoming appeal. The Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures has set a date, and Hagrid reveals that Buckbeak has grown depressed from being cooped up for so long. The day of the appeal draws nearer, and Hagrid is torn between hope and dread. Harry, Ron, and Hermione try to reassure him, but their own anxiety grows as well. As the week progresses, the students face a grueling series of exams. Potions is particularly disastrous for Harry, who struggles with his confusing concoction. Professor Snape takes great pleasure in Harry's failure, marking him with what appears to be a 0. The pressure of exams mounts, and Harry finds himself wishing for the simplicity of Quidditch, rather than the complicated spells, potions, and magical creatures he must face in his exams. Astronomy takes place at midnight, with students observing the stars from the tallest tower, while History of Magic offers no relief as the hot, stifling classroom makes it difficult for Harry to focus. By Wednesday, the students are sunburned and exhausted from herbology, and they long for the moment when their exams will be over. Their second-to-last exam, Defense Against the Dark Arts, is the most unusual and exciting test any of them have ever taken. Professor Lupin sets up an outdoor obstacle course filled with magical creatures and traps. Harry, Ron, and Hermione have to navigate through various challenges, such as wading through a pool with a Grindylow, dodging redcaps, and avoiding misleading directions from a Hinkypunk. The final task involves facing a boggart, and Harry excels, receiving full marks from Professor Lupin. Hermione, however, has a terrifying encounter with her boggart, which transforms into Professor McGonagall, telling her that she has failed all her exams. The sight of her worst fear leaves Hermione shaken, revealing how much pressure she has put on herself. After the exam, as the trio makes their way back to the castle, they encounter Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, standing outside, gazing across the grounds. Fudge greets Harry warmly, but seems troubled. He explains that he is at Hogwarts on an unpleasant mission. He has been asked to act as a witness to the execution of Buckbeak, the Hippogriff. When Ron boldly questions whether the appeal has already taken place, Fudge explains that the appeal is scheduled for that afternoon. However, he makes it clear that he is not optimistic about Buckbeak's chances. As Fudge speaks, two other wizards approach. One is an ancient, frail man, and the other is tall and muscular with a thin black mustache. Harry and his friends quickly realize that these men are representatives of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. The elderly man remarks on how tired he is of his duties, while the younger man, McNair, fingers the blade of a shining axe. Ron is furious at the sight of the executioner's axe and mutters that the trial is unfair, but Hermione quickly pulls him away before he can get into trouble for speaking out against Fudge. The trio heads into the Great Hall for lunch, but they are too worried about Hagrid and Buckbeak to join in the excited chatter of their classmates. While others are looking forward to the end of exams, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are preoccupied with the impending execution. Harry's final exam is Divination, while Hermione's is Muggle Studies. As they part ways, Harry and Ron ascend the spiral staircase to Professor Trelawney's classroom, where the Divination exam is taking place. Neville informs them that Professor Trelawney is seeing each student individually, using crystal balls to test their ability to foresee the future. As Harry waits for his turn, he grows increasingly anxious, both about the exam and about Buckbeak's fate. When he is finally called up, he follows Ron, who later reports that he was unable to see anything in the crystal ball and had to make up his answers. Harry decides to do the same when it is his turn. In the hot, perfumed room, Harry stares into the crystal ball, but all he can see is swirling white mist. He decides to pretend and tells Professor Trelawney that he sees a dark shape resembling a hippogriff. Professor Trelawney is intrigued and speculates that Harry may be seeing the outcome of Buckbeak's trial. She presses him for more details, asking if the hippogriff has its head or if there is an executioner nearby. Harry, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, insists that the hippogriff is fine and flying away. Just as Harry is about to leave, Professor Trelawney suddenly goes into a trance. Her voice changes, becoming deep and harsh as she makes a startling prophecy. She declares that the Dark Lord's servant, who has been imprisoned for 12 years, will break free that night to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again, greater and more powerful than before, with the help of his servant. The prophecy leaves Harry stunned, and when Professor Trelawney snaps out of her trance, she seems unaware of what she has just said. Confused and shaken, Harry quickly leaves the classroom. Harry rushes back to the Gryffindor common room where Ron and Hermione are waiting for him. However, before he can tell them about Trelawney's prediction, he notices the somber expressions on their faces. Ron explains that Hagrid has sent them a note with terrible news. Buckbeak has lost the appeal, and the execution will take place at sunset. Hagrid's note is short and shaky, and though it lacks the tears of previous letters, it is clear that he is devastated. The trio is horrified and immediately decides to go down to Hagrid's cabin to support him, even though they know it could get them into trouble. Hermione takes charge and retrieves Harry's invisibility cloak from where he left it in the secret passageway. The three of them sneak out of the castle under the cloak, carefully making their way to Hagrid's cabin. When they arrive, they find Hagrid in a state of shock, though he is not crying. He is pale and trembling, and his hands shake as he offers them tea. Hagrid tells them that Buckbeak is tethered outside, where he can see the trees and breathe fresh air for the last time. Despite his attempts to remain calm, Hagrid is clearly heartbroken, and the sight of his despair is even harder for the trio to bear than his tears. As they sit in Hagrid's cabin, trying to comfort him, Hermione suddenly notices something strange in the milk jug. To their surprise, it is Scabbers, Ron's missing pet rat. Scabbers looks worse than ever, thin, sickly, and desperate to escape. Ron is shocked to see him, but there is little time to dwell on the mystery as Hagrid looks out the window and sees the execution party approaching. Dumbledore, Fudge, and the executioner, McNair, are coming down from the castle. Hagrid urges Harry, Ron, and Hermione to leave before they are caught. Though they want to stay, Hagrid insists that it is too dangerous for them to be there. Reluctantly, they slip back under the invisibility cloak and leave through the back door. As they make their way up the lawn toward the castle, Scabbers becomes frantic, wriggling and squealing in Ron's pocket. The trio hears voices coming from Hagrid's garden, and they know that the execution is about to take place. Then, the awful sound of an axe falling echoes across the grounds. Hermione, in shock, whispers that Buckbeak has been killed. The chapter ends on this tragic note, leaving the trio in a state of disbelief and grief over the death of the innocent hippogriff. The film significantly differs from this chapter by its omission of the exam sequences, including the defense against the dark arts obstacle course and divination tests, which are central in the book. Additionally, in the book, Harry pretends to see a hippogriff in the crystal ball during his divination exam, while in the film, this moment is skipped entirely, with Trelawney's prophecy happening almost immediately after Harry enters the classroom. Chapter 17, Cat, Rat, and Dog. The air is heavy with tension and disbelief. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, concealed under the invisibility cloak, stand frozen in shock after visiting Hagrid and hearing the distant howling emanating from his hut. They are overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, fear, horror, and a looming sense of dread. The final rays of the setting sun cast a bloody light over the Hogwarts grounds, an eerie prelude to the events that are about to unfold. They struggle to process what has just happened as the reality of Buckbeak's impending execution sinks in. Hermione is especially distraught, choking back tears as she asks how the Ministry could allow such an injustice to happen. Despite Harry's instinct to return and check on Hagrid, both Ron and Hermione stop him, reminding him that they must leave immediately before they are seen. The trio begins the slow journey back to the castle, moving cautiously to keep hidden beneath the invisibility cloak. By now, darkness has descended fully, and the once serene grounds are transformed into a shadowy, foreboding landscape. Tension mounts when Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, suddenly becomes agitated. Scabbers writhes madly in Ron's pocket, his panic palpable. Ron struggles to control the terrified rat, clamping his hand over his chest to keep Scabbers still. The normally sluggish rat is frantic, biting and clawing at Ron as though sensing a nearby danger. "What's the matter with you?" Ron asks in frustration, wincing from the pain of the rat's bite. Scabbers' erratic behavior catches the attention of all three, as they realize that something more sinister may be at play. The situation escalates when they spot a pair of glowing yellow eyes in the darkness. Crookshanks, Hermione's large, orange-furred cat, is stalking them. Harry notices the cat moving stealthily toward them, his wide eyes glinting in the dim light. Crookshanks, with his uncanny ability to track down Scabbers, is fixated on the rat. Hermione desperately tries to shoo Crookshanks away, but the determined cat ignores her pleas. At that moment, Scabbers seizes the opportunity to escape. With a sudden jerk, the rat wriggles free from Ron's grasp and bolts into the darkness, forcing Crookshanks to give chase. Without hesitation, Ron throws off the invisibility cloak and sprints after his pet, shouting at Crookshanks to leave Scabbers alone. Panic ensues as Harry and Hermione are left no choice but to abandon their cover and follow Ron. The trio races across the grounds, their breaths coming in ragged gasps as they try to catch up with Ron's rapidly disappearing figure. They can hear Ron's shouts as he attempts to capture Scabbers, the sound of his footsteps pounding against the earth echoing through the darkness. Just when Ron seems to have caught Scabbers, a new threat emerges. A massive, jet-black dog with pale eyes materializes out of the shadows. The dog, which Harry immediately recognizes as the Grim from earlier visions, charges at them with terrifying speed. The dog's enormous frame crashes into Harry, knocking him to the ground with brutal force. Harry is momentarily stunned, feeling as though his ribs have been broken. His wand falls from his hand as the wind is knocked out of him, and before he can react, the dog's hot breath and razor-sharp teeth are inches from his face. Ron, seeing the danger, attempts to intervene, but the dog grabs hold of Ron's arm with its powerful jaws. Despite his best efforts, Ron is dragged away by the enormous beast, his body limp as the dog pulls him across the grounds toward the Whomping Willow. Harry struggles to get to his feet, pain searing through his chest, but before he can reach Ron, something heavy strikes him across the face. Hermione shrieks in pain as she too is hit, the force knocking both of them to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Harry manages to pull himself up and illuminate the area with a whispered Lumos spell. The light reveals the monstrous Whomping Willow looming before them, its thick branches thrashing violently in the wind. The dog is dragging Ron toward the base of the tree, where a large opening in the roots becomes visible. Ron's face is contorted in pain as he fights desperately to hold on to one of the tree's roots, trying to prevent the dog from pulling him underground. However, the sound of a sickening crack fills the air as Ron's leg breaks under the pressure, and a moment later he disappears into the gap beneath the tree. Harry and Hermione are horrified, watching helplessly as their friend vanishes from sight. Hermione, now bleeding from a gash on her shoulder, suggests they go for help, but Harry refuses. Time is running out, and they cannot afford to waste a single second. They must find a way to get through the Whomping Willow's deadly defenses before it's too late. The Whomping Willow, however, seems determined to keep them at bay. Its branches lash out at them with violent precision, forcing Harry and Hermione to dodge and weave to avoid being struck. The situation appears hopeless until Crookshanks, with surprising agility, darts toward the tree. The cat weaves through the thrashing branches and places his paw on a knot at the base of the tree. Miraculously, the tree's movement ceases and it stands as still as stone. Both Harry and Hermione are astonished. "How did he know?" Hermione whispers, her voice filled with wonder. Harry, still suspicious of the cat, grumbles that Crookshanks must be working with the dog, having seen them together before. With no time to lose, they hurry toward the opening beneath the tree and crawl into the tunnel that lies beyond. The passage is dark and cramped, forcing them to move at a bent-over crouch. The earthy walls of the tunnel press in on them as they follow Crookshanks, whose glowing eyes and bushy tail flicker in and out of view ahead. Harry's mind races as they make their way through the tunnel. He knows the passage leads toward Hogsmeade, but the exact destination remains a mystery. All he can think about is Ron, lying injured and at the mercy of the monstrous dog. The urgency of the situation drives Harry forward, his breath coming in painful gasps as he pushes himself to move faster. After what feels like an eternity, the tunnel begins to slope upward. They emerge into a room, a decrepit, dust-covered chamber filled with broken furniture and peeling wallpaper. The place has an eerie, abandoned quality, as though it has been left untouched for years. Hermione immediately realizes where they are: the Shrieking Shack, rumored to be the most haunted building in Britain. Their discovery of the Shrieking Shack only adds to their mounting fear. Every creak and moan of the old building sets them on edge. The room is deserted, but the sound of movement from above tells them they are not alone. Summoning their courage, Harry and Hermione creep up the crumbling staircase, following the noise to its source. At the top of the stairs, they find Ron lying on the floor, his face pale and his leg twisted at an unnatural angle. He is in agony, clutching his broken leg, but more importantly, he warns them that the dog is not what it seems. It's an animagus. Harry and Hermione have barely any time to process this information before a figure steps out of the shadows, closing the door behind them. The man before them is gaunt and filthy, with matted hair hanging to his elbows and a skeletal face that looks like death itself. It is Sirius Black, the most wanted criminal in the wizarding world. Sirius Black disarms them with Ron's wand, his voice hoarse from years of disuse. Though Harry is still reeling from the shock of Black's presence, something about the situation feels off. Black speaks to Harry as if they have some deep connection, invoking the memory of Harry's father, James Potter. The mention of his father sends Harry into a blind rage, and for the first time in his life, Harry is consumed by the desire to kill. He lunges at Black, fists flying, despite Hermione and Ron's attempts to hold him back. The struggle between Harry and Black is fierce, with Harry fueled by the boiling anger that has built up inside him. He forgets his own physical limitations, forgetting that he is a small 13-year-old boy and that Black is a grown man. All Harry knows is that he wants to hurt Black as much as possible, driven by the belief that this man betrayed his parents to Voldemort. The two tumble to the ground, grappling fiercely, but the fight takes a dark turn when Black's hand closes around Harry's throat. Just when it seems that Black will overpower him, Hermione kicks Black hard, and Ron, despite his injuries, throws himself at Black's wand hand. The chaos allows Harry to retrieve his wand and gain the upper hand. He stands over Black, wand pointed at his heart, ready to exact his revenge. But at that moment, something stops him. A voice in the back of his mind urges him to reconsider. As Harry hesitates, the door bursts open, and Professor Lupin rushes into the room. Lupin disarms Harry once again, but instead of apprehending Black, he approaches him with familiarity. To the shock of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Lupin embraces Black like an old friend, a gesture that leaves them all speechless. Hermione, in disbelief, accuses Lupin of working with Black and reveals that she has known for some time that Lupin is a werewolf. Lupin does not deny the accusation, but he explains that they are all mistaken about Black. He reveals that Black is not the villain they have been led to believe. In fact, the true villain has been hiding in plain sight all along. Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. Lupin's revelation that Scabbers is actually Peter Pettigrew, an animagus who has been hiding as a rat for years, leaves Harry, Ron, and Hermione stunned. Pettigrew, thought to be dead, is the one who betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort, framing Black in the process. In the film adaptation, several key elements from Chapter 17 are either altered or omitted. One notable difference is in the book, there is a more detailed and prolonged struggle involving Harry, Ron, Hermione, Sirius, and Crookshanks, where Harry nearly kills Black out of rage before Lupin intervenes. The film condenses this and reduces Crookshanks' role, especially his critical action of stopping the Whomping Willow. Additionally, the build-up to Sirius being an animagus and Ron's revelation about Scabbers or Peter Pettigrew is more drawn out in the book. The intricate details of Lupin's backstory, particularly his connection to the Marauder's map and friendship with Sirius, are also given less emphasis in the film. Chapter 18. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin try to explain to Harry, Ron, and Hermione that Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, is not what he seems. The trio is dumbfounded, finding it impossible to believe what Black and Lupin are claiming, that Scabbers is actually Peter Pettigrew, the wizard everyone thought had been dead for over a decade. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are all skeptical, especially Ron, who has kept Scabbers as his pet for years. Ron is in disbelief that his beloved rat could be the same man who supposedly died 12 years ago, in an explosion caused by Sirius Black. Ron protests, clutching Scabbers tightly as the rat struggles to escape his grasp. However, Black and Lupin are persistent. They insist that Pettigrew is alive and hiding in plain sight as an animagus, a wizard who can transform into an animal at will. Lupin takes charge of the explanation, his calm demeanor contrasting with the emotional turmoil of the moment. He reveals that during their time at Hogwarts, he, Sirius, Pettigrew, and Harry's father, James Potter, were inseparable friends. However, Lupin harbored a dangerous secret. He is a werewolf, a condition that isolated him from others due to the fear and stigma surrounding his affliction. Despite this, his three friends stood by him, and rather than abandon him, they found a way to help him. Lupin explains how, out of loyalty and a desire to keep him company during his monthly transformations into a werewolf, Sirius, Pettigrew, and James became animagi. This process, which took them 3 years to master, allowed them to transform into animals, which could accompany Lupin safely when he turned into a dangerous werewolf. While in his animal form, a werewolf poses no threat to other animals, only to humans. This remarkable act of friendship allowed Lupin to feel less alone, even during the most painful and isolating moments of his life. Sirius, who is still focused on Scabbers, adds that the four of them, known by their nicknames Moony, Lupin, Wormtail, Pettigrew, Padfoot, Sirius, and Prongs, James, used these abilities to roam Hogwarts at night. Under the cover of James's invisibility cloak, they would explore the school grounds and Hogsmeade Village. These nocturnal adventures led them to create the Marauder's Map, a magical document that shows the real-time location of every person at Hogwarts. This map played a key role in Lupin's discovery that Pettigrew was still alive, hiding as Ron's pet rat. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are still struggling to process this information. Harry is especially conflicted. He grew up believing that Sirius Black betrayed his parents, leading to their deaths at the hands of Voldemort. Now, Lupin and Black are telling him a completely different version of events, one that shifts the blame to Pettigrew. Black, who spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he did not commit, is filled with rage and vengeance. He wants to kill Pettigrew, not only to avenge Harry's parents, but also to clear his own name. Lupin, sensing the urgency of the situation, continues to explain. He tells them that Dumbledore allowed him to attend Hogwarts despite his condition, something that was unprecedented at the time. Special precautions were taken to protect others from Lupin during his transformations. The Shrieking Shack, which the villagers believed was haunted due to the terrifying noises they heard each month, was actually used to house Lupin when he transformed. The Whomping Willow, a dangerous tree planted on the school grounds, guarded the entrance to the tunnel that led from the Hogwarts grounds to the Shrieking Shack, ensuring that no one would stumble upon Lupin in his werewolf form. Lupin's recollections of his school days are tinged with a mix of nostalgia and guilt. He admits that while his friend's transformation into animagi made his condition more bearable, it also led them into dangerous territory. Their monthly escapades were exciting and adventurous, but they also broke several school rules and put themselves at risk. Lupin reflects on how, in their youthful recklessness, they often laughed off the dangers, not fully realizing the potential consequences. As Lupin shares his story, Sirius grows increasingly agitated. He has been waiting for 12 long years to exact his revenge on Pettigrew, who framed him for the deaths of the Potters and the explosion that killed 12 Muggles. He snarls at Lupin to hurry up with the explanation, as he is eager to finish what he started. Despite Lupin's attempts to reason with him, it's clear that Black's patience is wearing thin. Lupin continues, revealing a darker chapter of their shared history with Severus Snape. Snape, who was also a student at Hogwarts during their time, was suspicious of Lupin's monthly disappearances. Driven by his intense dislike for James and Sirius, Snape began investigating. Sirius, in a reckless and dangerous prank, told Snape how to follow Lupin to the Shrieking Shack, hoping to scare him. Snape nearly stumbled upon Lupin during a full moon, which would have resulted in his death had James not intervened at the last moment, pulling Snape back before he could confront Lupin in his werewolf form. Lupin's voice grows heavy with guilt as he admits that this prank almost cost Snape his life. Although Snape was forbidden by Dumbledore to reveal Lupin's secret, he has held a deep grudge against Lupin and Sirius ever since. This animosity is one of the reasons why Snape fought against Lupin's appointment as defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Just as Lupin finishes explaining this tense history, Snape himself appears. He has been hiding under an invisibility cloak and is now pointing his wand directly at Lupin. The appearance of Snape escalates the tension even further. He has long harbored a desire for revenge against Sirius and Lupin, and his sudden presence adds another layer of danger. Unlike the film, the book has much more detail on the backstory of the Marauders map, and how James, Sirius, and Peter became animagi to support Lupin during his werewolf transformation. The film also doesn't have Snape use an invisibility cloak when he arrives. Chapter 19, The Servant of Lord Voldemort. Hermione screams in terror and Black jumps to his feet. Harry feels as though an electric shock has jolted him to his core as he watches the unfolding chaos. Snape throws aside the invisibility cloak, his wand trained on Lupin, and smugly declares that he has found proof of Lupin's betrayal. He found the cloak at the base of the Whomping Willow, having followed the group to the Shrieking Shack. His breathless, triumphant tone makes it clear that he believes he has finally exposed Lupin's longtime collusion with Sirius Black. Snape is furious and his eyes gleam with a long-held vendetta. He explains how he followed Lupin, having been suspicious for some time that Lupin was helping Black sneak into Hogwarts. Snape found Lupin's office empty, and upon discovering the Marauders' map, Lupin had left it on his desk. Snape saw enough on the map to track them down. Lupin's failure to take his Wolfsbane potion had provided Snape the perfect opportunity to find him and his suspected accomplice. Lupin tries to explain, knowing that Snape's interpretation is wrong, but Snape is far beyond reasoning. He accuses Lupin of aiding a convicted murderer and using the Shrieking Shack as a hideout. His hatred for Sirius Black, coupled with old grievances from their school days, blinds him to any possibility other than his own. His tone is one of venomous satisfaction. At long last, he believes he has caught Lupin and Black red-handed. Snape is particularly eager to see Black return to Azkaban, where he believes Black belongs. He taunts Lupin, calling him a tame werewolf, and mocks the trust Dumbledore placed in him. Lupin tries to reason with him, urging him to listen to the whole story, but Snape is fueled by his bitterness. He even goes as far as suggesting that both Lupin and Black will be taken to Azkaban that very night. Snape's fanaticism is clear as he relishes the thought of seeing them both punished. At this point, Lupin pleads with Snape to consider the possibility that he's making a mistake, urging him to think about whether a schoolboy grudge is worth condemning an innocent man. Snape is unrelenting. His answer is to cast a spell that sends magical cords wrapping around Lupin's mouth, wrists, and ankles, binding him and causing him to fall to the floor, immobilized and silenced. Seeing this, Sirius Black lets out a roar of fury and charges at Snape, but Snape is quicker, pointing his wand directly between Black's eyes. The hatred between these two men is palpable, their history and animosity boiling over. Snape taunts Black, daring him to give him a reason to strike. Black stops dead in his tracks, unwilling to take the risk. The hatred on their faces is intense, their expressions locked in mutual loathing. Black has no choice but to halt, even though he is seething with anger. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stand frozen in the midst of this confrontation. Harry, still trying to process everything, is unsure of what to do or whom to believe. Ron, clutching the struggling Scabbers tightly, looks just as bewildered as Harry. Scabbers, who has been acting strangely, continues to squirm frantically in Ron's grasp. Hermione, meanwhile, takes a tentative step forward, her voice unsteady and breathless as she tries to appeal to Snape's better judgment. She cautiously suggests that maybe Snape should hear what Lupin and Black have to say. After all, there could be a mistake, but Snape, in his deranged state, is not willing to listen. He spits out a sharp retort, telling Hermione that she, along with Harry and Ron, is already facing serious consequences for being out of bounds and in the company of a known murderer and a werewolf. Snape's voice is dripping with disdain as he commands Hermione to be quiet, warning her that she is already in enough trouble as it is. Hermione, ever the voice of reason, continues to try, pointing out that if there was a mistake, it would be better to know now. But Snape completely loses control, shouting at her to keep quiet and accusing her of speaking about things she doesn't understand. His voice is suddenly loud and unhinged, and sparks shoot out of the end of his wand, which remains fixed on Black. The deranged glint in Snape's eyes shocks even Harry, as Snape bellows at Hermione, calling her a stupid girl. At this, Hermione falls silent, taken aback by Snape's violent outburst. Snape's thirst for vengeance becomes even clearer as he directs his next words to Black. He revels in the thought of being the one to capture Sirius, relishing the idea of handing him over to the Dementors. Snape, lost in his obsession with revenge, gleefully describes how the Dementors will likely give Sirius a little kiss, alluding to the soul-sucking Dementor's kiss. Black, already pale, loses even more color at the mention of the Dementor's kiss. The idea of losing his soul terrifies him, but he struggles to maintain his composure, trying once again to make Snape see reason. Desperate, Black implores Snape to listen, pointing at Scabbers and urging him to look at the rat. But Snape is beyond reason. The mad gleam in his eyes signals that he is not willing to entertain any explanations. Instead, he summons the cords binding Lupin, intending to drag him out along with Black. Snape even suggests that perhaps the Dementors will give Lupin a kiss as well, cruelly lumping him in with Sirius. At this point, Harry feels he can no longer stand by. In an act of defiance, he steps forward and blocks the door, refusing to let Snape take them away without hearing the full story. Snape, already furious, snarls at Harry to move, warning him that he is in enough trouble already. He claims to have saved Harry's life, but Harry, filled with frustration, fires back. He points out that Professor Lupin has had countless opportunities to kill him throughout the year during their private lessons. If Lupin had been helping Black all along, why didn't he kill Harry then? Snape dismisses Harry's logic, refusing to believe that Lupin's intentions could have been anything other than sinister. He sneers at Harry, telling him not to try and understand the mind of a werewolf. Snape orders Harry to step aside, but Harry is enraged. The years of animosity between Snape and Harry boil over as Harry accuses Snape of refusing to listen because of an old schoolboy grudge. The mention of this grudge infuriates Snape even further. Snape, consumed by his hatred for James Potter, screams at Harry, demanding silence. His face is contorted with fury as he hurls insults at Harry, comparing him to his father. In a moment of pure rage, Snape shrieks that Harry should be on his knees, thanking him for saving his life. He goes on to say that Harry, like his father, is arrogant and blind to the truth, accusing Harry of placing blind trust in Black just as James did. Harry, filled with righteous anger, knows he has to act. As Snape moves toward him, Harry makes a split-second decision. He raises his wand and shouts, "Expelliarmus!" At the exact same moment, both Ron and Hermione shout the same spell. The combined force of their disarming charms sends Snape flying backward, his body slamming against the wall before sliding to the floor, unconscious. A small trickle of blood seeps from beneath his hair. The trio stands in shock, realizing what they have done. They've attacked a teacher. Hermione is horrified, whispering that they are in serious trouble now. Her eyes are wide with fear as she stares at Snape's lifeless form. The reality of what they've done begins to sink in, and Harry, though still shaken, is not entirely sure he's done the right thing. Lupin, still bound by the ropes, struggles to free himself. Black moves quickly to untie him, and Lupin rubs his wrists sore from the tight cords. He thanks Harry for his intervention, but Harry, still skeptical, tells Lupin that he hasn't made up his mind about trusting him. Lupin, understanding Harry's hesitation, agrees that it's time to provide some proof. He turns to Ron, demanding that he hand over Scabbers. or as Lupin now calls him, Peter. Ron, clutching Scabbers tightly to his chest, is still in disbelief. He weakly argues that it's ridiculous to think that Sirius broke out of Azkaban just to get his hands on a rat. Ron tries to appeal to reason, saying that even if Pettigrew could turn into a rat, there are millions of rats in the world. How would Sirius even know which one was Pettigrew, especially when he was locked up in Azkaban? Lupin acknowledges the validity of Ron's question and turns to Sirius, asking how he managed to find out where Pettigrew was hiding. Black reaches into his robes and pulls out a crumpled piece of paper, smoothing it out and showing it to the others. It's the photograph of Ron and his family that appeared in the Daily Prophet the previous summer. There, perched on Ron's shoulder, is Scabbers. Lupin is stunned, asking Black how he came by the photograph. Black explains that Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, visited him in Azkaban during an inspection and had given him his copy of the Daily Prophet. When Black saw the photograph, he recognized Pettigrew immediately. The caption beneath the photograph stated that Ron would be returning to Hogwarts, where Harry was. Black knew this was his chance. Lupin, his voice now quiet with realization, remarks that Scabbers has a toe missing. Black confirms that Pettigrew cut it off himself just before he transformed into a rat, faking his own death. He recounts how, when he had cornered Pettigrew on that fateful day, Pettigrew had loudly accused him of betraying the Potters for all to hear. Then, before Black could curse him, Pettigrew blew apart the street, killing the nearby muggles and vanishing into the sewers with the other rats. Lupin continues to explain, pointing out that the largest piece of Pettigrew that the Ministry found was a finger. Ron, still trying to hold on to his disbelief, argues that Scabbers could have lost his toe in a fight with another rat. But Lupin counters by asking why Scabbers has lived so long. Most rats don't live for more than a few years, but Scabbers has been with Ron's family for 12 years, which is highly unusual. Ron tries to argue that they've been taking good care of him, but even Harry begins to realize that something is off. He remembers that Scabbers has been looking ill ever since Ron returned from Egypt, long before they had met Crookshanks. Lupin points out that Scabbers has likely been losing weight out of fear ever since Sirius escaped from Azkaban. Black confirms this, explaining that Crookshanks, far from being a mad cat, is actually highly intelligent. He recognized Pettigrew for what he was from the start. Black reveals that Crookshanks has been helping him all along. The cat had stolen passwords from Gryffindor Tower to aid Black in his attempt to catch Pettigrew. Crookshanks, understanding Black's true nature as an animagus, had even tried to bring Pettigrew to Black on multiple occasions, but had failed. Crookshanks had left blood on Ron's sheets after Pettigrew bit himself, faking his own death yet again. Harry listens to all of this, struggling to make sense of it. The story seems absurd, and yet the pieces start to fit together. He recalls how Scabbers' behavior had changed ever since Sirius's escape, long before Crookshanks came into the picture. Slowly, Harry begins to accept the truth. Black, his voice hoarse, reveals his final plan: to kill Pettigrew. Harry, still grappling with his emotions, bursts out in fury, accusing Black of coming to finish Pettigrew off just as he had killed his parents. Lupin tries to calm Harry down, explaining that it was Peter, not Sirius, who had betrayed his parents. But Harry is inconsolable. He had believed for so long that Black was responsible for the deaths of his parents, and he refuses to accept that everything he thought he knew was wrong. Black, looking haunted, admits that he feels responsible for the deaths of James and Lily. He had convinced them to switch to Peter as their secret keeper, thinking it would be the perfect bluff to keep them safe. But he had been wrong. He had never imagined that Peter would betray them. Black's voice cracks as he recounts the night he arrived at the Potter's house, only to find it destroyed and his friends dead. He had known immediately that Peter was responsible. Lupin steps in, his voice firm, and tells Harry that there is one way to prove everything. He asks Ron to hand over Scabbers. Ron, still clinging to the rat, hesitates, but eventually he gives in. Scabbers, sensing danger, squeals and writhes in Lupin's grip, his tiny eyes bulging with terror. Lupin and Black prepare to cast a spell to force Pettigrew to reveal his true form. On the count of 3, they cast a simultaneous spell. A bright flash of blue-white light fills the room, and Scabbers is frozen in midair, twisting madly. Ron cries out as the rat falls to the floor. There is another blinding flash, and in the place where Scabbers had been, a man appears. Peter Pettigrew, once believed to be dead, now stands before them. He is a small, cringing man with thin, colourless hair and a bald patch on top of his head. His skin is grubby, and there is something distinctly rat-like about his appearance, from his pointed nose to his small, watery eyes. He looks around the room, clearly panicked, and his eyes dart nervously to the door, as though he is searching for an escape. Lupin greets him with a cold familiarity, addressing him as Peter and commenting on how long it has been since they last saw each other. Pettigrew, in a high-pitched, squeaky voice, tries to plead for his life, calling Lupin and Sirius his old friends. He denies any wrongdoing, trying to convince them that Sirius had always been the true traitor. Black, filled with disgust, moves to attack Pettigrew, but Lupin stops him. They need answers, and Lupin calmly begins to question Pettigrew. Pettigrew, trembling and sweating profusely, tries to worm his way out of the situation, repeatedly pointing to Black and accusing him of trying to kill him. His voice is shrill as he insists that Black had killed James and Lily and is now back to finish him off. Lupin isn't fooled by Pettigrew's act. He coldly points out that Pettigrew's story doesn't add up. Why? He asks, would an innocent man choose to live for 12 years as a rat? Pettigrew, growing more desperate, claims that he had no choice. He was terrified of Voldemort's supporters who would have come after him if they had known he was still alive. Pettigrew tries to paint himself as a victim, insisting that he had only been trying to survive. Black, his face contorted with rage, calls Pettigrew a coward and a traitor. He accuses him of selling James and Lily to Voldemort in exchange for his own life. Pettigrew, now sobbing, begs for mercy, saying that Voldemort had powers they couldn't imagine. He claims that he was too scared to resist Voldemort and that he never meant for James and Lily to die. The confrontation between the three former friends, Black, Lupin, and Pettigrew, reaches a boiling point as Pettigrew's lies unravel. Pettigrew pleads with Ron, Hermione, and even Harry to save him, trying to appeal to their sense of mercy. But they all see through his act. Harry, especially, is filled with anger and revulsion at the man who betrayed his parents and allowed Sirius to be wrongfully imprisoned for so long. When Black and Lupin prepare to kill Pettigrew, Harry steps in and stops them. He argues that they shouldn't kill Pettigrew, even though he deserves it. Harry, thinking of his father, believes that James wouldn't have wanted them to become killers for the sake of revenge. Instead, Harry insists that they take Pettigrew back to the castle and hand him over to the Dementors. Pettigrew, shaking with fear, clutches at Harry, thanking him profusely. But Harry, filled with disgust, tells Pettigrew that he is not doing it for him. He's doing it because it's the right thing to do. With Pettigrew bound and gagged and Snape still unconscious, the group prepares to leave the Shrieking Shack. Black and Lupin express their gratitude to Harry, understanding the difficult decision he made. They chain Pettigrew to Ron and Lupin to ensure that he cannot escape, and Black conjures heavy manacles to secure him further. Crookshanks leads the way out, his bottle-brush tail held high as the group makes their way back to the castle, carrying the weight of the shocking truths they've just uncovered. This chapter goes into much more detail about the backstory of Peter Pettigrew's betrayal and the dynamics between Lupin, Black, and Snape. The film doesn't have Sirius Black recognize Pettigrew in the Daily Prophet photo and the detailed retelling of Pettigrew faking his own death. The book also emphasizes Snape's personal vendetta against Lupin and Black, which is only briefly touched upon in the film. Additionally, the movie simplifies Pettigrew's transformation scene, and Hermione's role in attempting to reason with Snape is downplayed. Furthermore, the physical altercation between Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Snape is more intense in the book. Chapter 20, The Dementor's Kiss. The tension continues to escalate as Harry, Hermione, and a peculiar group make their way back from the Shrieking Shack. Crookshanks, the intelligent cat, leads the way, followed by Professor Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, whom they've captured, and Ron, who is bound to Pettigrew due to his broken leg. Professor Snape, who had previously been knocked unconscious, is magically levitated by Sirius Black, who uses his wand to make Snape's body float awkwardly ahead. Harry and Hermione trail at the rear of the group. As they traverse the dark and narrow tunnel that leads from the Shrieking Shack back to Hogwarts, Sirius Black shares an important revelation with Harry. He is Harry's godfather, and Harry's parents had appointed him as Harry's guardian in the event of their deaths. Black hesitantly offers Harry the chance to live with him once his name is cleared. Harry is ecstatic, immediately agreeing to leave the Dursleys. This brief moment of hope and excitement is a rare emotional high for both Harry and Sirius, who smiles genuinely at the prospect of building a new life together. Once they reach the Whomping Willow, Crookshanks deactivates the violent tree by pressing the knot that halts its thrashing branches, allowing the group to exit. As they move toward the castle, the full moon emerges, casting a pale light over the scene. Unfortunately, this triggers a catastrophic transformation in Lupin, who, as a werewolf, had not taken his wolfsbane potion, which normally helps him retain his human mind. Realizing the imminent danger, Sirius shouts at Harry and Hermione to run, but Harry refuses to leave Ron. Lupin begins to painfully transform into a werewolf. His body stretches, fur sprouts, and his face elongates into a wolfish snout. Sensing the danger, Sirius transforms into his animagus form, a large black dog, and leaps into action. He tackles Lupin, who has now fully turned into a werewolf, preventing him from attacking Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The two creatures engage in a fierce, brutal fight, biting and clawing at each other in a desperate struggle. In the chaos, Pettigrew seizes the opportunity to escape. He grabs Lupin's fallen wand and uses it to stun Ron, leaving him unconscious. Crookshanks attempts to stop him, but is also knocked aside by Pettigrew's magic. Harry tries to disarm Pettigrew, but it's too late. Pettigrew transforms back into his animagus form, a rat, and slips out of the magical restraints that had bound him. Before Harry can stop him, Pettigrew scurries off into the night, disappearing into the underbrush, leaving Harry, Hermione, and an unconscious Ron behind. Lupin, now free of Sirius's grasp, bolts into the Forbidden Forest in his werewolf form, while Sirius, despite being injured in the fight, pursues Pettigrew. Harry and Hermione rush to check on Ron, who is still alive but badly shaken and unresponsive. With no other options left, Harry decides they must take Ron and the still unconscious Snape back to the castle to get help. However, before they can act, Harry hears a pained yelp coming from the direction of the lake. Realizing Sirius is in trouble, Harry sprints toward the sound, with Hermione following close behind. When they reach the lake, they find Sirius in human form, collapsed on the ground, surrounded by Dementors. The dark creatures close in on him, preparing to perform the Dementor's kiss, the soul-sucking fate worse than death. Harry and Hermione are soon surrounded by dozens of Dementors themselves, who begin to sap their strength and happiness. Desperate to save Sirius and themselves, Harry tries to cast a Patronus, a powerful spell that repels Dementors. He clings to the happy thought of leaving the Dursleys and living with Sirius, but his Patronus is weak, a mere wisp of silver mist that barely holds the Dementors at bay. Hermione, too, attempts to cast a Patronus, but she is too overwhelmed by the terror and despair the Dementors induce. As the Dementors press closer, their foul, rattling breath chilling the air, Harry begins to hear the haunting screams of his mother in his head, a result of the traumatic memories triggered by the Dementor's presence. The closest Dementor pulls back its hood, revealing a grotesque, decayed face with a gaping hole where its mouth should be. It leans over Harry, preparing to deliver the Dementor's kiss. Just as all hope seems lost, a bright, silvery light explodes across the scene, driving the Dementors back. A mysterious Patronus in the form of a magnificent galloping animal charges across the lake, scattering the Dementors in all directions. Harry, barely conscious and unable to identify the source of the Patronus, collapses onto the ground, his strength completely spent. In his final moments of consciousness, Harry sees a figure on the opposite shore of the lake, who appears to be beckoning to the glowing animal. Though the figure seems oddly familiar, Harry is too weak and disoriented to make sense of what he's seeing. So, the film shortens the conversation between Sirius Black and Harry, where Sirius offers Harry a chance to live with him after his name is cleared. Another difference is the depiction of Lupin's transformation into a werewolf. While the book details his painful change and the subsequent struggle between Lupin and Sirius, the film rushes this transformation. Chapter 21. Hermione's Secret. Harry is lying in the hospital wing, barely conscious after the intense events that unfolded earlier. He feels disoriented, heavy-limbed, and mentally sluggish, as though a fog is clouding his thoughts. As he drifts in and out of awareness, he overhears a conversation taking place in the corridor outside. His ears pick up the familiar voices of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, and Professor Snape. The conversation quickly captures Harry's attention, and a sense of dread begins to seep in as the two men discuss the events of the night. Snape, never missing an opportunity to undermine Harry, Ron, and Hermione, is weaving his own version of what transpired. He explains to Fudge that the trio had been bewitched by Sirius Black, influenced by a Confundus charm, and, as a result, were acting irrationally. Snape accuses them of being tricked into believing that Sirius is innocent and that Peter Pettigrew is still alive. He dismisses their behavior as the result of dark magic, suggesting that they were not in control of their actions. As Snape continues to spin his narrative, Fudge listens with a mixture of concern and intrigue. He praises Snape for his efforts, even going so far as to suggest that Snape should be awarded the Order of Merlin, Second Class, for his role in capturing Black. Snape, with his usual bitterness and arrogance, accepts the praise but uses the moment to criticize Harry's behavior, accusing him of being reckless and undisciplined. Snape points out that Harry has been allowed too much freedom by Dumbledore, which has emboldened him to break school rules and endanger himself and others. Throughout this conversation, Harry lies still, his mind struggling to process the gravity of what is being said. His body feels heavy, and his eyelids are too weighted to lift easily. The words coming from the corridor travel slowly to his brain, as though they are being filtered through water. However, as he listens, a sense of unease grows in the pit of his stomach. Snape's words are casting a dark shadow over everything that Harry, Hermione, and Ron have done that night. Snape insinuates that the trio's actions may have allowed Black to escape, painting them as irresponsible children who need to be held accountable. Snape further drives home his point by suggesting that Harry has been given special treatment by Dumbledore, which has led to a high opinion of himself. He argues that any other student would have been suspended for the kinds of rule-breaking Harry has engaged in, sneaking out of the castle at night, consorting with a werewolf and a murderer, and breaking numerous school regulations designed for his protection. Snape's voice drips with contempt as he continues his tirade, and Harry's frustration builds as he realizes that his side of the story is being completely dismissed. Fudge, ever the bureaucrat, seems sympathetic but non-committal. He acknowledges that Harry has been foolish, but he is reluctant to criticize Harry too harshly, given the boy's fame and his tragic past. Harry's connection to the defeat of Voldemort and his status as the boy who lived continues to influence how he is treated by the Ministry, even when his actions are called into question. Fudge, like many others, has a blind spot when it comes to Harry, but this only fuels Snape's anger. The conversation between Fudge and Snape underscores the political tensions within the wizarding world, where personal biases, reputations, and public perceptions often take precedence over the truth. As Harry's mind begins to clear slightly, he realizes the gravity of the situation. His limbs still feel leaden and his head aches, but his thoughts are becoming sharper. The gnawing sensation in his stomach intensifies, signaling that something is terribly wrong. With great effort, Harry opens his eyes. His vision is blurred without his glasses, but he manages to make out his surroundings. The hospital wing is dimly lit, and he can see Madame Pomfrey tending to someone at the far end of the room, likely Ron, who was injured during the night's events. To his right, Harry notices Hermione lying in the bed next to him. Her eyes are open, wide with fear, and she looks absolutely terrified. When she realizes that Harry is awake, she quickly presses a finger to her lips, signaling for him to stay quiet. Hermione then points toward the door of the hospital wing, which is slightly ajar, allowing the voices of Fudge and Snape to filter through. Harry, still struggling to fully wake up, listens more closely, trying to make sense of what he is hearing. The weight of the situation begins to dawn on him. Suddenly, Madame Pomfrey appears at Harry's bedside, carrying what seems to be the largest block of chocolate he has ever seen. She places it on the table next to him and starts breaking it into pieces with a small hammer. The sound of the hammer striking the chocolate is jarring, but it snaps Harry further out of his daze. He and Hermione both ask about Ron's condition, speaking in unison, their voices filled with concern. Madame Pomfrey, ever brisk and no-nonsense, assures them that Ron will live, though she looks grim. However, Harry's focus quickly shifts from Ron to the larger problem at hand. He pushes himself up, grabs his glasses, and reaches for his wand, determined to take action. "I need to see the headmaster," he says with urgency, but Madame Pomfrey tries to calm him, insisting that everything is under control. She tells him that Sirius Black is locked up securely, and the Dementors are preparing to perform the Dementor's Kiss, which will strip Sirius of his soul. At this news, Harry's heart leaps in panic. "What?" he yells, causing both himself and Hermione to jump out of bed in alarm. The sound of Harry's shout carries into the corridor, and within moments the door swings open, and Fudge and Snape enter the hospital wing, looking agitated. Fudge, concerned for Harry's well-being, asks Madame Pomfrey if Harry has had enough chocolate, a remedy for the effects of the Dementors. But Harry is not interested in chocolate. He is desperate to stop the Dementors from killing Sirius. In a rush of words, Harry tries to explain to Fudge that Sirius is innocent and that Peter Pettigrew is alive. He recounts what he and Hermione saw that night. Pettigrew, alive and disguised as Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, who escaped when Lupin transformed into a werewolf. Hermione joins in, backing up Harry's story, explaining that Pettigrew faked his own death and framed Sirius for his supposed murder. But Fudge, though polite, dismisses their claims as confusion. He tells Harry that he has been through a terrible ordeal and that he is not thinking clearly. Snape, meanwhile, seizes the opportunity to undermine Harry and Hermione further, claiming that Black has cast a Confundus charm on them. He paints them as delusional, manipulated by Sirius into believing a far-fetched story about Pettigrew's survival. Harry, growing more frantic, shouts that they are not confunded, but Snape continues to push his narrative, ignoring their pleas. Madame Pomfrey, trying to defuse the situation, insists that Harry and Hermione need rest and should not be distressed. She stuffs a large chunk of chocolate into Harry's mouth, hoping to calm him down. Just when it seems like all hope is lost, the door opens again and Dumbledore enters. His presence immediately commands attention, and the tension in the room shifts. Harry swallows the chocolate with difficulty and quickly jumps out of bed again, eager to tell Dumbledore about Sirius. But Madame Pomfrey, now at her wit's end, protests loudly, demanding to know whether this is a hospital wing or a place for endless interruptions. Dumbledore, ever calm and composed, apologizes to Madame Pomfrey, but insists that he needs to speak to Harry and Hermione alone. His request is direct, and despite the protests of Fudge and Snape, Dumbledore remains firm. He asks Fudge, Snape, and Madame Pomfrey to leave them for a private conversation. Snape is particularly resistant, arguing vehemently that Sirius Black is a murderer and should not be trusted. He reminds Dumbledore of the time when Black nearly killed him as a student, a memory that clearly still haunts Snape. Dumbledore, however, reassures Snape that he has not forgotten those events, and though Snape's anger is palpable, he reluctantly exits the room along with Fudge and Madame Pomfrey. As soon as they are alone, Harry and Hermione both begin speaking at once, and explaining that Sirius is telling the truth and that they saw Pettigrew escape. They recount the events in the Shrieking Shack, where Pettigrew revealed himself and then fled after Lupin transformed into a werewolf. Their words are rushed, desperate, as they try to make Dumbledore understand the urgency of the situation. Dumbledore listens carefully, but when they finish, he gently stops them. He explains that while he believes their story, there is no evidence to support it. The word of two 13-year-olds, no matter how sincere, will not be enough to convince the Ministry. Without Pettigrew in custody, their claims hold little weight, and the Ministry has already made up its mind. A street full of eyewitnesses swore they saw Sirius murder Pettigrew all those years ago, and even Dumbledore himself had testified that Sirius was the Potter's secret keeper. The Ministry's version of events is deeply ingrained, and without Pettigrew as proof, it would be impossible to exonerate Sirius. Dumbledore continues, explaining that while they know the truth, public perception and the Ministry's decision-making rely on hard evidence. He also mentions that Lupin, who could corroborate their story, is currently deep in the Forbidden Forest, transformed into a werewolf. By the time he is human again, it will be too late to save Sirius. Furthermore, Dumbledore notes that werewolves, despite their best intentions, are deeply mistrusted in the wizarding world, and Lupin's testimony would likely hold little sway. His friendship with Sirius would only serve to discredit his account in the eyes of the Ministry. As Harry listens to Dumbledore's reasoning, a feeling of helplessness washes over him. He had always believed that Dumbledore could solve any problem, no matter how dire, but now he realizes that even Dumbledore's influence has limits. The grim reality that the system is set against them becomes painfully clear. The hope that Dumbledore could intervene and fix everything fades away, leaving Harry with a sinking sense of defeat. Just when Harry is beginning to lose all hope, Dumbledore suddenly shifts his tone. He looks at Harry and Hermione with a piercing intensity and says, "What we need is more time." This statement seems cryptic at first, but it sparks a realization in Hermione. Her eyes widen and she gasps, exclaiming, "Oh!" Dumbledore nods, indicating that she understands what he is hinting at. Hermione quickly pulls out a long, thin chain from beneath her robes, revealing the Time Turner, a magical device she has been using all year to attend multiple classes scheduled at the same time. The Time Turner allows the user to travel back in time, and Dumbledore has just given them permission to use it for a much more critical purpose. With time running out, Dumbledore gives them precise instructions. Sirius is locked in Professor Flitwick's office on the 7th floor, the 13th window from the right of the West Tower. If they act quickly, they can save not just one, but two innocent lives, Sirius and Buckbeak. However, Dumbledore emphasizes the importance of secrecy. He warns them that they must not be seen by anyone, as tampering with time is one of the most dangerous and strictly regulated aspects of magic. Hermione nods in understanding, her face set with determination. Harry, still a little confused but trusting Dumbledore, prepares for the task ahead. Dumbledore turns to leave, locking them inside the hospital wing. As he checks his watch, he notes that it is 5 minutes to midnight, giving them just enough time to pull off the plan. His parting words, "a good luck," linger in the air as the door closes behind him. With the hospital wing now eerily quiet, Harry turns to Hermione, still unsure of how they're supposed to save Sirius. Hermione, however, is already moving quickly. She throws the chain of the Time Turner around both their necks and explains to Harry that they will be going back 3 hours in time. Hermione then turns the tiny hourglass 3 times, and the world around them begins to blur. Harry experiences a strange sensation of being pulled backward through time. Everything around him, shapes, colors, and sounds, whirls past him in a dizzying blur. His stomach churns as they hurtle through the hours, and for a moment, he feels disoriented. But just as quickly as the sensation begins, it ends. When everything comes back into focus, they find themselves standing in the Hogwarts entrance hall, bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. Harry looks around, bewildered, and tries to make sense of where, or rather when, they are. Hermione wastes no time in explaining that they have traveled back 3 hours to the time just before Buckbeak's scheduled execution. She urges Harry to follow her quickly and quietly, as they must remain unseen by their past selves and anyone else who might be wandering the castle. The enormity of their task begins to settle on Harry. Not only do they have to rescue Buckbeak, but they also have to save Sirius without altering any of the other events that have already occurred. The pair makes their way stealthily across the grounds, heading toward Hagrid's hut. They must wait for just the right moment to intervene. Along the way, they hear the familiar voices of their past selves as they approach Hagrid's cabin under the cover of the invisibility cloak. Harry and Hermione hide behind the greenhouse, watching as their earlier selves knock on Hagrid's door. The sensation of watching themselves from the shadows is unsettling and surreal. Harry whispers that this is the strangest thing they've ever done, and Hermione agrees, her face pale with tension. From their hiding spot, Harry and Hermione witness the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures arrive at Hagrid's hut. Among them is the executioner, McNair, who carries the deadly axe that will be used to execute Buckbeak. As the officials knock on Hagrid's door, Harry and Hermione prepare to take action. They know that if they free Buckbeak too soon, it will look suspicious, as though Hagrid had set him free. They must wait for the right moment, after the committee has seen Buckbeak tied up, but before the executioner strikes. Inside the cabin, Harry and Hermione hear the sounds of breaking china as Hagrid drops a milk jug in his distress. This sound is a cue they remember from earlier, signaling that events are unfolding as they should. However, their sense of urgency grows as the committee members step outside to begin the execution. McNair lifts his axe, but before he can bring it down, Harry and Hermione spring into action. They rush to untie Buckbeak from the fence, leading him into the cover of the nearby trees just as McNair comes outside. The timing is perfect. From the shadows, they watch as McNair becomes enraged, realizing that Buckbeak has somehow escaped. The officials are baffled, and Hagrid is beside himself with relief, though he tries to contain his emotions. Dumbledore, who had been overseeing the proceedings, suggests that the officials search the skies for Buckbeak rather than the grounds, subtly hinting that the hippogriff has flown off. The tension lifts slightly, but Harry and Hermione know their work is far from over. With Buckbeak safely hidden in the forest, Harry and Hermione turn their attention to the next part of their mission, saving Sirius. They lead Buckbeak deeper into the trees, out of sight from anyone who might be watching. As they walk, Harry reflects on the strange turn of events. He recalls the moment by the lake earlier that night when he saw a mysterious figure cast a powerful Patronus that saved him and Sirius from the Dementors. The figure had seemed so familiar, and Harry becomes increasingly convinced that the person he saw was his father. This thought preoccupies Harry as they continue to make their way through the forest. Hermione, focused on their immediate task, tries to keep them on track. She reminds Harry that they cannot interfere with other events. They can't risk being seen by their past selves, and they can't do anything that might change the course of history too drastically. Their sole focus must be on saving Buckbeak and Sirius. As they hide in the forest, waiting for the right moment to make their next move, they witness several key events unfold. First, they watch as Remus Lupin, unaware of the full moon's rising, transforms into a werewolf near the Whomping Willow. Lupin's transformation causes chaos, allowing Peter Pettigrew to escape. Though Harry is tempted to intervene, Hermione warns him that doing so could lead to disastrous consequences. They must let events play out as they already have. Finally, the moment comes for them to rescue Sirius. As night falls and the stars begin to twinkle in the sky, Harry and Hermione mount Buckbeak and fly up to the window of the tower where Sirius is imprisoned. The flight is tense and the stakes are incredibly high. If they are seen, everything could fall apart. Harry guides Buckbeak carefully, steering him toward the 13th window of the West Tower, just as Dumbledore instructed. When they reach the window, Harry taps on the glass to get Sirius's attention. Inside the small office, Sirius looks up, startled, his face pale and drawn after his time in captivity. He rushes to the window, his expression a mix of disbelief and hope. After a moment of struggle, Hermione uses the unlocking charm, Alohomora, to open the window, and Sirius climbs out, squeezing through the narrow frame. Sirius, though weak, is immensely grateful for what Harry and Hermione have done. He expresses his deep gratitude, but Harry and Hermione urge him to move quickly. Time is running out, and the Dementors could arrive at any moment. With one last glance at his rescuers, Sirius climbs onto Buckbeak's back. Harry, with a mix of emotions, helps guide Buckbeak as they take off into the night sky. The sound of Buckbeak's wings flapping is the only noise that breaks the stillness of the night as they soar higher and higher. For a brief moment, Harry feels a sense of victory. They have saved Sirius, and Buckbeak is free. But the relief is tempered by the knowledge that their mission is not yet complete. They still have to return to the hospital wing before anyone realizes they're gone. As they watch Sirius and Buckbeak disappear into the clouds, Harry and Hermione exchange a look of quiet determination. They've accomplished what they set out to do, but the night is far from over. After Sirius's escape, Harry and Hermione rush back to the hospital wing, taking care to avoid being seen. They arrive just in time, slipping back into their beds before anyone notices their absence. As they lie there, the weight of what they've done begins to settle in. They have changed the course of events, saving 2 innocent lives in the process. However, the future remains uncertain, and they know that there will be consequences to face in the days to come. The film does not feature the overheard conversation between Snape and Fudge, where Snape tries to paint Harry, Ron, and Hermione as deluded and bewitched by Sirius Black. The time turner sequence in the book is also more complex. In contrast, the film condenses the sequence and places more emphasis on the major plot beats due to constraints in the runtime. Chapter 22. Owlpost Again. As they rush down the tightly spiraling stone staircase from the tower where Buckbeak took flight with Sirius, they are filled with adrenaline. Hermione glances at her watch nervously. There are only 10 minutes left before the deadline, and they can't afford to be caught. As they reach the bottom of the staircase, voices echo in the corridor and Harry and Hermione freeze, pressing themselves against the cold stone wall. The voices belong to Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, and Severus Snape. Snape, ever the sinister figure, is speaking in an eager, almost gleeful tone, discussing the fate of Sirius Black. He is hopeful that Dumbledore will not cause any difficulties, especially regarding Sirius's capture and subsequent execution. Fudge, preoccupied with the public relations disaster that has unfolded due to Black's escape from Azkaban, expresses his excitement at finally being able to inform the Daily Prophet that Sirius Black, the notorious fugitive, has been captured. He even suggests that Snape will be hailed as a hero in the press, especially once Harry recovers and tells his story. Harry seethes with anger upon hearing Snape's smug tone, but he and Hermione remain hidden, holding their breath as Snape and Fudge pass them. Once the coast is clear, they slip out from their hiding place and continue running through the dark, winding corridors of Hogwarts, moving as quickly and silently as possible. They narrowly avoid being discovered by Peeves the Poltergeist, whose maniacal cackling echoes down the halls. Peeves seems particularly excited by the events of the night, relishing the idea of the Dementors closing in to deliver the dreaded Dementor's kiss to Sirius. Peeves's high-pitched laughter makes Hermione shudder, and they quickly dive into a deserted classroom to avoid him. As the ghost's gleeful noises fade into the distance, Hermione anxiously checks her watch once again. Only 3 minutes remain. Harry's heart pounds in his chest as they sprint down the final corridor toward the hospital wing. Panic creeps in when they hear Dumbledore's voice, calmly informing Madame Pomfrey that he is about to lock the door for the night. Just as the door swings shut and the headmaster lifts his wand to lock it, Harry and Hermione rush forward. They are breathless, but just in time. Dumbledore, his long silver beard catching the dim light of the hallway, turns to them with a knowing smile. Harry, still catching his breath, eagerly announces that they have succeeded. Sirius has escaped on Buckbeak. Dumbledore beams at the news, clearly pleased by their success. He congratulates them quietly before quickly urging them to slip back into the hospital wing before anyone notices their absence. Inside the ward, the atmosphere is markedly calmer. Ron is still unconscious, lying in the far bed after being attacked by Sirius in his attempt to reach Scabbers, and the room is otherwise empty save for the sounds of Madame Pomfrey bustling about. Harry and Hermione silently return to their beds, and Hermione discreetly tucks the time turner back under her robes, hiding the evidence of their incredible journey through time. The soft click of the door being magically locked behind them marks the end of their mission. Madame Pomfrey re-emerges, clearly irritable, demanding to know if the headmaster has finally left. She fusses over Harry and Hermione, forcing them to eat large quantities of chocolate to help them recover from their supposed encounter with Dementors earlier that evening. Harry, however, can barely focus on eating, his thoughts racing as he waits for the inevitable chaos to erupt once Snape discovers that Sirius has escaped. It doesn't take long. A sudden roar of fury, so loud and intense that it reverberates through the stone walls of the castle, shatters the stillness. Madame Pomfrey jumps in alarm, her expression face twisted in fury, followed closely by Fudge and Dumbledore. While Fudge looks flustered and angry, Dumbledore remains as calm and serene as ever, almost as if he's enjoying the show. But Snape is far from calm. He is livid, consumed with the belief that Harry and Hermione are responsible for Sirius's escape. Spittle flies from his mouth as he accuses Harry of helping Sirius and demands that they confess. Madame Pomfrey, scandalized by Snape's behavior, shrieks at him to control himself. But Snape is beyond reason. He points an accusatory finger at Harry and Hermione, his voice rising to an almost hysterical pitch as he claims they have somehow helped Sirius escape. His anger is palpable, and Fudge, witnessing the spectacle, looks bewildered and concerned by Snape's irrational behavior. Dumbledore, with his usual quiet authority, steps in to de-escalate the situation. He calmly points out that the door has been locked since he left, and that Madame Pomfrey herself can attest that neither Harry nor Hermione has left their beds. Snape, however, refuses to be reasoned with. He insists that they must have had a hand in the escape, despite the lack of any logical evidence. But Dumbledore remains firm, stating that unless Snape can explain how Harry and Hermione could have been in two places at once, his accusations are baseless. Snape, trembling with frustration and rage, is forced to back down, but his hatred for Harry is more apparent than ever. He storms out of the ward, his black robes swirling dramatically behind him. As he leaves, Fudge remarks that Snape seems quite unbalanced, but Dumbledore quietly assures him that Snape has merely suffered a great disappointment, referring to the fact that Snape will not be receiving the Order of Merlin for capturing Sirius. Fudge, still distressed by the events of the night, laments that the Daily Prophet will have a field day with the story of Black's escape. He is also concerned about the escape of Buckbeak, the Hippogriff, which could lead to further embarrassment for the Ministry. Dumbledore gently suggests that the Dementors should be removed from the school, given their attempt to administer the Dementor's kiss on an innocent boy, and Fudge agrees, though he is distracted and muttering about finding a new security measure for the school, perhaps involving dragons. After Fudge and Dumbledore leave the ward, Madame Pomfrey locks the door again, clearly exasperated by the chaos of the evening. At that moment, Ron stirs and slowly wakes up, groggy and confused. He has no recollection of the dramatic events that transpired, and he asks Harry and Hermione what happened. They glance at each other, unsure of how much to explain, but Harry begins to recount the night's events while Ron listens in disbelief. The next day, Harry, Ron, and Hermione leave the hospital wing around noon to find that the castle is unusually quiet. The weather is hot, and most of the students have taken advantage of the Hogsmeade visit. The trio, still discussing the previous night's events, wanders outside onto the grounds, seeking some peace and reflection. They sit by the lake, watching the giant squid lazily wave its tentacles above the water's surface. But Harry's mind is elsewhere. He can't stop thinking about the spot across the lake where the familiar Patronus appeared the night before to drive away the Dementors. As they sit quietly, lost in thought, Hagrid approaches, his face flushed and sweaty from the heat. He looks uncharacteristically cheerful and explains that he's been celebrating all night because Buckbeak has escaped. The news of Buckbeak's freedom lifts their spirits, and Hagrid happily rambles on about how he knew something had gone wrong when Buckbeak wasn't properly tied up. However, Hagrid's mood shifts slightly when he mentions that Professor Lupin has resigned. This news comes as a shock to Harry, who is deeply upset that his favourite teacher is leaving. Hagrid, in his usual tactless manner, casually explains that Snape told all the Slytherins about Lupin being a werewolf. Now, Lupin feels he has no choice but to resign. Determined to speak to Lupin before he leaves, Harry rushes off to his office. When Harry arrives, he finds Lupin packing his things. The Grindillo that once occupied a tank in his office is gone, and the room feels empty and sad. Lupin confirms the rumors. He is indeed resigning. He explains that after the events of the previous night, and now that his werewolf identity is public knowledge, it's only a matter of time before parents demand his resignation. He tells Harry that it's too dangerous for him to stay at Hogwarts, especially after nearly biting someone during his transformation. Harry protests, insisting that Lupin is the best defense against the dark arts teacher they've ever had. But Lupin, though touched by Harry's words, is resolute. He expresses pride in Harry's accomplishments, particularly in his ability to produce a powerful Patronus. He also reveals that James Potter, Harry's father, was a stag animagus, which is why Harry's Patronus took the form of a stag. Lupin returns the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map to Harry, no longer feeling the need to keep them now that he's leaving the school. Their conversation is interrupted by Dumbledore, who arrives to see Lupin off. After Lupin's departure, Dumbledore stays behind to speak with Harry. He offers Harry some much-needed comfort, reminding him that, despite everything, he did a noble thing by saving Pettigrew's life. Dumbledore also acknowledges the prophecy made by Professor Trelawney during Harry's divination exam, confirming that it may indeed have been a true prediction. While Harry is troubled by the possibility that Pettigrew may now return to Voldemort, Dumbledore reassures him that he has created a bond between himself and Pettigrew by saving his life, a bond that could one day work in Harry's favour. As the school year comes to an end, Harry is left with a mixture of emotions. Though Gryffindor wins the House Cup and the end-of-year feast is a joyous occasion, Harry can't shake the feeling of loss. He is saddened by Lupin's departure and worried about the future, particularly about the return of Voldemort. On the Hogwarts Express back to London, Hermione surprises Harry and Ron by announcing that she has dropped Muggle studies and returned the Time Turner. She explains that the stress of managing so many classes with the Time Turner was too much, and she's looking forward to having a more normal schedule next year. The conversation turns to the upcoming Quidditch World Cup, and Ron excitedly invites Harry to stay with his family over the summer so they can attend the event together. As the train nears London, a small owl arrives at their compartment, struggling under the weight of a letter addressed to Harry. The letter is from Sirius, who informs Harry that he is safe and in hiding with Buckbeak. Sirius also reveals that he was the one who sent Harry the Firebolt as a gift, and he includes a permission slip allowing Harry to visit Hogsmeade next year. Ron is thrilled when Sirius offers him the tiny owl as a gift, and the three friends share a moment of happiness as they head home for the summer. When they arrive at King's Cross Station, Harry is greeted by Uncle Vernon, who is clearly displeased to see him. But Harry, feeling emboldened by the letter from Sirius, hints to his uncle that his godfather, a convicted murderer, is keeping an eye on him. With this, Harry walks away from the station feeling a sense of triumph and looking forward to a better summer than the last. Again, the scene of Cornelius Fudge being in the hospital wing is pretty much omitted. Another major difference is the film's omission of Professor Lupin's resignation after his werewolf identity is revealed. Additionally, the letter from Sirius, where he explains sending Harry the Firebolt and grants him permission to visit Hogsmeade, is given more prominence in the book compared to the film. The film also ends with Harry flying away on his newly acquired Firebolt, while the book ends at King's Cross Station. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.